All right. ETM Hotep, welcome in peace. Today is Saturday, May 21st. And man, time is flying by. This year seemed like it just started yesterday. And here we are. We're already in the fifth month, at the end of the fifth month, the latter half of the fifth month. But peace to everyone. Welcome. Rini Wujau Menir Biri Ma'at. My name is Wujau. Menir Biri Ma'at, but everyone refers to me as Wujau, which is perfectly fine. You're tuned into the Sesh Mani Medew Netcher YouTube channel, aka the Sesh channel. All right, so shout out to everyone who's tuned in. Decided to go live early today, and but as accustomed to how we do it, there's pretty much very little forewarning. So you make sure you subscribe and not only subscribe, but make sure you click on the notification bell and put it on all notifications. That way, when we give short notice and you are available and you're interested in the subject matter that we are discussing, you'll be informed and you'll know that we're going to be live. All right. So make sure you do that. And also, if you like anything about the videos, anything, you can like the background or what have you, thumb up the video. All right. Even if you may disagree with something I'm saying, still thumb up the video. All right. So today, the title of this video and stream is a question and answer session, and I labeled this part 1 because I anticipate doing another one. I don't know for sure, but I anticipate doing another one, and that's pretty much been a pattern of how these topics unfold. But today is a Q&A, part 1 of the video I did last night. Now, I went live last night, but it was late last night, and it was Friday, and I'm not sure how many people were able to watch it in the archives or watch it live while I was live last night. But the subject matter or the topic was translation and semantic relations. And I chose that topic last night, or being inspired to discuss that information last night as a result of some of the questions that I've been getting and in the conversations over the past few months on the topic of the blackness of ancient Egypt, its people, its culture, and all of the offshoot conversations that have resurfaced, pretty in recent times. But these are old conversations. These are old topics that have been discussed for over 5 decades, really. And just on social media, it's been discussed by myself and others for many years as well. And so a lot of these conversations and subjects are really rehashed commentary, rehashed questions, and rehashed even arguments and disagreements that have already been addressed in some form or fashion. And so I understand that there are people who are not privy to the previous conversations, to all of the previous information, because it is scattered. It's scattered throughout Facebook. It's scattered on certain YouTube videos and throughout different channels. And so what I decided to do is just to inform people of some of the basic elements that are necessary that people should have under their belt and be aware of in order to understand and follow the conversations. All right. So starting last night, I basically consolidated a few previous videos from between 2 and 3 years ago up till today. Wanted to review or go back over some elements dealing with language. And so last night I chose translation and semantic relations. All right. So if you didn't check out the video from last night, you definitely need to, especially because right now I'm doing a Q&A based on last night's information. So if you didn't watch the video, then it's going to be challenging for you to have a question about the video that you didn't watch, or the information that you know, are unfamiliar with. All right. But you're still welcomed. You're still invited. And if you have, you know, questions based on whatever said today, then that's perfectly fine. All right. So I'm just going to dive in. And so what I'll start with is a summary of what I said last night. All right. So I'm just going to do a summary. That way it'll refresh your memory if you did tune in last night or saw the video, or it may provide just enough right now for you to have a question for today. All right. So let me just share my get my screen on the big screen here. So now to summarize, what I went through last night is so firstly, well, the first things first. Last night I consolidated things I've already shared in previous videos, going back, you know, at least 3 years. Okay, and so that people could get better context of the conversation that's going on with this blackness and all of its offshoot conversations, specifically the meaning of the place name Kemet, which is a topic that is being discussed. And in order to really understand and appreciate the conversation, there are things that must be known. When we are talking about the meaning of a word and trying to discern and get to the bottom of it, there are things that we have and tools that we would need to use in order to ascertain all of that information. And so we're dealing with etymology. We're trying to find the historical development of a particular word and its usage, which is etymology. And when you're investigating etymology, you're not investigating etymology in isolation. You have to use tools and be competent in at least 6 other areas. And that's what you see on the screen. So I went over this last night. Phonology, morphology, semantics, pragmatics is counted as 1. Philology, culture, and historical development or history. Now, this is a slide that was shared by Emykhet that I showed last night. And is mentioned within this book here. So what I went over last night was some general information about communication. What is communication? I also broke down what signs are. You know, something that we call words. We really don't know what words are, even though we use them all day, every day. We really don't know what a word is. All right. And it's not, you really don't realize you don't know what a word is until someone questions you on the breakdown of what words are. That's when it dawns on you to say, well, wait a minute. What is a word? You know, and so I went over that last night about what words are or signs are. And it's important that you have that understanding under your belt. So I went over all of that, what's going on when we communicate with one another. Went over that. I went over what is a translation. And I don't mind, based on questions in the chat, and if you pop on the panel, I don't mind going back over anything that I went over last night. All right. But just to start off out the gate, I'm just giving a summary. So I went over what is translations. And then I also went over the different phenomena of homophony and then cross-language homophony as well. I went over that, which is what this slide is about. But then I went into semantic relations, and I discussed 3 main semantic relations: homophony, polysemy, and synonymy. I went over those 3 last night in detail, and so discussed, you know, all aspects of those 3, defining them, giving examples, etc., etc. Now, and that's pretty much all I did last night. Now, this information, the relevancy of this information is found in what I shared last night. So the meaning of the place name Kemet, as we wrote in our 2019 text, and by we I mean myself, Asar Motep, and the brother Sanjeti. In order to understand the entire conversation in its entirety, or in general, you have to be aware of some of the things I shared last night, some of the things the brother Asar Motep shared last night concerning comparative linguistics, historical comparative linguistics, to know and appreciate what it takes to actually find out the meaning of these words. You know, we're discussing the meaning of the place name Kemet. That's what this conversation has been about as of late. And there's a lot of people chiming in on the conversation, asking questions, making claims, disagreeing with things, but they're not equipped with some of the prerequisite information to actually have a progressive chime in on the conversation. So a lot of times, and I don't think that many people do this intentionally, but it happens as a consequence, is that people will jump in on the conversation and not realizing that they're setting the conversation backwards. They're going in a reverse direction, you know. And so the inspiration for me to go over what I went over last night is to really help people out to catch up and to be equipped to jump in the conversation, but not slow the conversation down or put it in reverse and back up 10 years. All right. So that's my intent for sharing this information, and then we can all grow together and move forward. All right. So, and in lieu of this information, what I am going to go over, not now, but what I am going to go over is our rationale and reasoning behind translating the place name Kemet as the Riparian land, the Riparian country, as one of its meanings for the place name Kemet. And you will understand beyond any shadow of a doubt why we give it that translation. So I'm going to have that conversation. But before I have the conversation, because I don't want people to jump in on a conversation and say, well, Joe, show me in the Egyptian dictionary where I can find the word Kemet, and next to it I can find the word riparian or riparian. I don't want people to do that. And you won't do it if you understand the information I went over last night and in this Q&A session right now. All right. So that's a prop up for the conversation. So let's just dive in. So if anybody's in the chat, first of all, you know, again, shout out to everyone in the chat. I can see the chat. Matter of fact, let me turn the chat on.
Yeah, shout out to the chat.
And I see the brother, let me get this off the screen big here. We had the brother Emykhet Kalfani in the building on the panel. He hopped on the panel early and quick. So listen, everybody in the chat, there's 10 seats to fill. Feel free to come on the panel if you want, if you think it's easier to, and I always favor the panel than the chat. It's just a lot easier to communicate. There's no delays. But you don't have to. So I am paying attention to the chat, and if you hop on the panel, then I'll definitely we can definitely have a conversation. So Sean, you up first.
All right, so appreciate you having the show. I'm glad to be here to be a part of the discussion, the growing discussion of confusion and chaos. You know, just me as a lay person, I'm just trying to learn a little bit. But first, because of what you went over yesterday was so complicated for us to grasp, would you say that, well, would it be safe to say that first, let me be ignorant, and say, don't we just got to throw all of this out of the window because the historical comparative pseudo?
No, I saw some people mention that on a SARS live, and see, I can't, like, at this point in this in at this point, we really have to start calling people out and start describing things as they are. That is just straight ignorance and immature, goofy antics. You know, there's really nothing else to say about that. To throw out the historical comparative linguistic method, to throw that out with the claim that it is pseudo, is in itself pseudo, and it's just really silly. It's just really like one of those things that you gotta kind of just toss to the curb and tell those folks that say that and do that to kick rocks. That's just it. You know, that's just a lack of understanding. Because here's the thing: to say that would be the similarly to say the scientific method is pseudo for when it comes to scientific inquiries. That's just it. But now, the only reason why people say that, and the only people that would say that, are people who don't know about historical comparative linguistics. All they did was, as usual, is to microwave shallow and surface Google searches on something. They don't read the books related to the topic. They don't study. And we have to start throwing that word around more. Study, not just read. Because what's implied in the word read is comprehension. But a lot of people, we don't know if people read and comprehend. We won't know that until they open their mouth. Like I can go live, and a lot of people go live and they turn their web cameras on, and they have behind them a bookshelf. You see a lot of people do that. They have a lot of books around them, which is great. The fact that people even read and have or own books is a great thing, beautiful thing. But we will never know if that, one, they read them all, and then two, if they comprehended what they read. That's something that we can't know. You won't know that, and that goes for all of us. It's not until somebody speaks on a subject that the book is speaking of that you can ascertain whether they comprehended the information or not. Same thing for sources, references, citing sources, quoting sources, whatever the case is. And we see this a lot in the circus community, where people will think a source is saying one thing when it's really not. And they grab sources to support what they're saying, but it really doesn't support what they're saying. I've seen people fall victim to that before. And so what I'm saying on that note is that people who will say the historical comparative linguistic method is pseudo are only people who don't understand the historical comparative linguistic method. They don't do it. They don't read about it. They don't study it, and whatever. They will Google something, and they will find where within the historical comparative method, when you produce a reconstruction of a language, of a proto-language, a pre-dialectical parent language, and you have these reconstructions, when they're documented, they have asterisk symbols next to the reconstruction. And so what people tend to do is they tend to say that a reconstruction is theoretical or hypothesized, and therefore it is pseudo. And so that's where a lot of people are getting this notion that the historical comparative method is pseudo, because one of the outcomes of using that method is to produce or reconstruct a parent language from sibling languages. And so that is why and how people are associating pseudo with the historical comparative method. And so that is now what's interesting to me is the same people that I've seen that will say the historical comparative method is pseudo won't apply the same thing to science when it comes to scientific theory and using the scientific method, and then how scientists are forced to switch over to math because they can't observe things. They can't observe and have tangible evidence for something, so they have to switch over to an abstract tool using mathematics and stats and probabilities and quantify certain things. They don't call that pseudo, though. You see, so when scientists reconstruct the early universe, the whole Planck era of time and prior to, which is a reconstruction based on mathematical models, they don't call that pseudo. They will champion and advocate that stuff. But when historical comparative linguists do something similar to a list of languages to show genetic relationship and then to reconstruct a hypothesized parent, they call that pseudo. So you see, so it's inconsistent logic, and you cannot take people that do that serious at all. So that's my spill on that.
So the reason that I brought that up, because the everything that you're explaining and everything that Asar was trying to, that those first few steps, once you know the method and the steps and how to apply those steps, then you can either qualify or you could reject someone's work. So if you have contention here, which I think part of this conversation regarding how to get to what the word Kemet actually means and the place name Kemet and so forth, is that the methodology, those steps are critical in answering the question. Like, we could say if the argument that the Shimsu Heru research team is putting up more valid, is a strengthened hypothesis, or is it more just guesswork here versus what Diop projected at the symposium and so on, that everyone is just so hung up on? And I think that what's missing here is critical thinking. Sad, but critical thinking, and then the ability to adhere to a particular methodology that you're not used to. I don't even think that most of the people who call it pseudo is even using the scientific method appropriately, or even understand that process and how to scrutinize work to come up to an honest conclusion, because they think that, let me just show you an expert and that's the end of the discussion. They think that's the solution.
Yeah, well, we went over that because people that do that, they violate a logical fallacy appealing to authority, and that's just what it is. And so what we have to do is to point out what things are, the realities behind them, and then keep it moving. Because as I mentioned earlier and last night, that people who are not competent and not qualified are jumping in on the discussion that they're not competent or qualified to, and they're offering their opinion, and they're making claims and taking stances on something that they do not understand. And it's not that they can't understand it, it's that they haven't put the time in to understand it. And it's all part of the microwave movement of the circus community, where people will fight for the attention of an audience, gain viewers, and gain an audience, and then on the strength of their audience and viewership, they start to form opinions about something, and then it becomes a popularity opinion as opposed to a more scientific reality, fact or fiction situation. And that's what it comes down to. That's what's in the mix as well. So there are people, and see, people have to stop overshooting their capabilities and things. We have to start being more honest with our strengths and weaknesses. Like for example, when it comes to Egyptian language and its grammar, I've been teaching it for 10 years, 10 plus years now. And a lot of people that are chiming in on this conversation don't have that under their belt. And so they can't see me when it comes to Egyptian grammar. They cannot see me. They're not at the level where I am with the language. And when I say that, it sounds like, okay, I am being arrogant, or I am bragging, or whatever the case is. But and it may sound that way. So be it. But the fact is that because I have experience in this, in dealing with the grammar and the language, if somebody who doesn't have that experience, never studied the language at all beyond Googling and seeing some monoliterals or a few glyphs, if they come and chime in on a conversation, anything short of emptying their cup to learn, if they want to come and challenge and form a disagreement and have an opinion and start to argue and debate, that person has overshot their qualifications and abilities. And what ends up happening is it deteriorates the conversation, because now I have to explain certain things just to get them to know that their question or accusation or claim is ill-structured and wrong. Like, I have to show them enough information for them to be self-aware that they're even wrong themselves. And so it becomes a class session. And instead of doing it that way, what I encourage people to do is just take a class from anybody. Don't even have to be me. And if somebody wants to challenge me, then obviously that's going to influence them whether they take a class from me about this. Like, well, wait a minute. But it speaks to why you challenged me in the first place. Like, how you going to challenge me on something that you don't even know about, that you got to learn first? Like, you're pulling a cart before the horse. You made up your mind that you disagree with me. And you only disagree with me because you're sucked into this immature circus community behavior of adversarial rap battle, challenging everybody willy-nilly out the blue. It don't matter. I'm just going to challenge you because you're you, not the information, or because I found something in information based on my actual studies. Now I'm just going to jump on the bandwagon because your name is Wujao, and I'm going to jump on the bandwagon because now it's disagree with Wujao season. And here it is, May, and I'm just going to disagree just to disagree. Let me throw my 2 cents into the pot. And this is what happens many times. And people don't understand that it takes the conversations off of the progressive trajectory. So that's the only reason why people do those kinds of things, But my purpose, and so I want to get into, and I'm paying attention to the chat. I want to get into questions about what I shared last night. All right, which is on translation and semantic relations. And what I noticed, and people get offended, or they think I'm actually joking, or they say, I sound, or we sound, because it's not just me, we sound condescending or arrogant, or whatever the case is. And that is not the case. Because from a person, from their perspective looking at me, they may say, well, Joe, you sound condescending. And I'd be like, okay, I'll eat that. But now I'm gonna feed you something that you gotta eat. How you sound to me is that you're ignorant and you're trying too hard and you're overshooting your ignorance. And I'm simply trying to help you out by pointing out the fact that you're not ready. You have to do this, 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 and this first, then come to the table and break bread. Now, if me saying that is interpreted as being condescending on you, then it is what it is. That's it. It is what it is. It's no different than somebody trying to challenge me on a book that they haven't read. And so if I point out the fact that, listen, you have no right to argue with me about a book that you have not read. You're not qualified to give your opinion to me and argue with me about a book that you haven't read. See, now if I say that, people could kind of see that more, and they won't accuse me of being condescending when I say that. But that's exactly what these conversations are as well. People are trying to argue about things that they don't know nothing about. And I can show it time and time again. I just don't have time to show it. And I don't try to get into the showcasing all the drama on this channel. So I don't do it. But I can pull up Facebook. I got documentation with everybody that you see chiming on these conversations where they're just getting ragdolled in conversations, and to show their logical fallacies and their inconsistency in their own logic. I can do that. So many times I could chime in on these things. I don't, because it's really about progress. If people just simply relax and stop being adversarial and look at it as a team effort, when all of us can win, all of us can grow, all of us can learn. If we start looking at it that way, then people won't be so insecure and so sensitive and play victim. And when I say something like, listen, before you come at me with these questions, check this book out first. Matter of fact, you don't have to read the whole book. Read chapter 3 of this book. That will equip you with enough to come back to me and then chime in. See, if I say that, people should be like, okay, cool, appreciate that. Appreciate that. And then do it, and then come, and then we could progress. But no, people are like, nah. They want to argue, fuss, and fight on the YouTube streets without doing all that kind of stuff. And you know, that just needs to be pointed out and stopped. So let me just get into some of these comments, because I see the chat is scrolling a little faster now. So I think that we done spoke enough, so I can get into the comments. So let's start with this one. Let me take the chat off the screen so I can see it. So Niger Valley Civilization says, so we can't trust the experts. The answer to that question is that trust is relative to degrees. All right. So to be very, very clear and crystal clear, just because someone is an expert does not make them exempt from error and making mistakes and being wrong. Because of that fact, you can never and should never totally drop your guard and put 100% trust in any person under the label of being an expert. Let me repeat that. Because of the fact that experts can be wrong and are wrong on occasion, and they can make mistakes, then you should not ever put 100% stock in any person doing something under the guise of being an expert. So again, let me repeat. Trusting an expert is relative. You would definitely have more trust, and the operative word is more. You would have more trust in an expert of a field than some random John or Jane Doe off the street corner who's talking about a topic in a certain field. All right. So let me make that crystal clear, because I have to say these things this way for people in the back and people who ride the short bus. Because I noticed that the short bus be pulling up on these YouTube streets. There's a lot of short buses in the intersection and stuff like that. So again, experts are a great resource. Okay, this is why people are called experts in a certain field. They're called experts, and I'm talking about the bona fide experts, because people will misnomer and mislabel people as experts as well. So we got to be careful of that. But actual experts in these various different fields of study, they are go-to people. They are a resourceful tool to use, a resource to use. Most definitely. But just because they're an expert doesn't mean they can't be wrong. So it's not a black or white type of thing. You have to take it as it comes. You have to. It's a situation of relativity. It's relative. And then also, here's a mistake that you have to avoid as well when dealing with experts. For example, if there's a person, let's just throw a name out there, Jane Doe. If Jane Doe has a PhD, she's a holder of a PhD in Egyptology. So she would be considered an Egyptologist, right? Because she has a PhD in Egyptology. Now, what happens is in the circus community, for whatever reason, people will automatically assume that Jane Doe, having that PhD in Egyptology, that she's an expert in all things under Egyptology. That the PhD. But what people don't understand is that even PhD holders, people's PhD is narrow. When you go for your PhD and you go to defend your PhD dissertation, thesis, dissertation, and et cetera, you are focused on one aspect of research. And for example, Jane Doe, although she has a PhD in Egyptology, she may have got her PhD by focusing on the African falcon birds in ancient Egyptian era of time. That may be her focus, where she totally focused on the species of birds and how they're used in the glyphs, like Heru, the glyph for writing the word Heru, that falcon. She may have focused on the artwork of the bird, the species of the bird, and so on and so forth. And that's her focus. And she came up through her studies, she can add to that body of knowledge. And so she successfully defends her position before a board, and she gains her PhD in Egyptology. But yet, she didn't have a focus in other areas. So what people tend to do is like they'll quote or cite an expert or deem her an expert, which she would be, but they don't understand the scope of her expertise. And they will weaponize her. So they will use Jane Doe as a weapon in a circus community fussing match on YouTube. And we got to stop doing that. So Niger Valley Civilization, hopefully that answered your question. So we can't trust experts. We trust experts to various degrees. All right. And hopefully you can understand that. If you disagree with that, then, hey, be my guest. Put your 100% trust in anyone. That's your prerogative. You know, we're all adults here. You can do what you want.
Nah, that's Sutek. He agreed.
Oh, okay.
He agreed.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah. He was
just
just he was just asking for, you know what I mean, for confirmation. But to add to that, people act like experts can't be wrong. And I think that's where the thin line is. And then you'll hear people say, well, just trust the scientific process. But it's, scientists don't want you just to trust the process. They want you to trust the science. And in order to get you to trust the science, they want you to know something about what's going on so that you could have that trust in science. We're in a period of time where there's a lack of trust in science, and a lot of ignorance comes out of that lack of trust. So if we just gonna rely on people, we don't know what's going on. Like, how could we answer honest questions for people regarding, like, we use it as an example, the vaccine and so forth, if we don't know how to arrive at that conclusion, or how the scientists arrived at that conclusion. And that's based on studying. So we have to use the same rigorous efforts, right, that we would take in any other field and apply them to languages, linguistics, in this conversation, and just be
right.
adults about it.
Well, the thing is that there's a lot of it's bad character on steroids, really. And we talked about that in the past. That's what's really surfacing. So I got the next comment. This is from the brother James, Pan African Designs and Apparel, and he reminds me, I'm gonna start asking people to show their high school grades and things like that, because I have a strong suspicion that a lot of people who do certain things, I'm sure there's a correlation to their performance in school versus their behavior on these YouTube streets. I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna start that. I'm gonna kick that off. We're gonna start showing grades and things and stuff like that. Strong suits, strong subjects, and things of that nature. We're gonna have to, because it's too much. It's too many crazy things going on. But let me deal with James's thing. He says, laughing out loud, the microwave movement. Yet you guys won't put your works through peer review. WTF? So here we have a brother that is trying to compare what I mean by microwave movement with the peer review process. The two don't even go. And this is what I mean by silly, goofy stuff. And I'm only showcasing this because I'm gonna make an example out of James, because James went on a SARS channel last night and wasn't even paying attention. He's the kind of kid in class that, regardless of what the teacher is teaching, his attention span is going somewhere else, and he's going to distract the other students, because nothing that I saw was going over last night was this brother and others. He wasn't the only one that was asking questions about in the chat. So, and see, I call it out. I call it what it is, and people get all sensitive and cry all they want to, but the fact that somebody is going to compare my use of microwave movement with a peer review process is just totally ignorant. It's just totally ignorant. And if I sound condescending, then that's what I'm doing. I am condescending intentionally this time. So the thing is that the microwave is that people are not even remotely equipped to chime in on conversations. And by microwave, this whole microwave movement is that people are bypassing all of the prerequisite to have a conversation about something that they know little of. And the consequence of that is a deterioration in the quality of the information being shared or discussed. And it's unfair to the audience or viewers. And if they don't know it, then it's even worse. And so now, as far as the peer review process, this whole talk of peer review is stemming from the brother Reggie's article, sloppy article at that, being published in a journal that, if they peer reviewed it, then the journal should be thrown in the trash. Yes, I said it. His article is sloppy. I'm not impressed by it. It has mistakes in it. It has grammatical errors, spelling errors, googobs of errors. I just haven't had the time to address his article, and I told him that. I'm not impressed at all. Other people are fooled and impressed by that. So don't come at me about something being peer reviewed and then you champion that article as your prime example. Why you guys don't do that? Nah, that's some sloppy work right there. Nobody's going to tell me that somebody peer review. What's the peer review process? What are the peer review notes on that? So nah, that's the thing with that. So run and tell that, James. Next question. Here. Barbershop dudes. Yes, barbershop conversations are happening. All right, you're a follower. Yeah, James, you're a follower. You're a groupie. You're a cheerleader and an instigator. Yes, I said it. Pan-African Designs and Apparel is a big cheerleader, a big follower, and a big groupie. He hops from YouTube channel to YouTube channel, cheerleading, and somebody got this hand stuck up his back as a puppet. I said it. Click the link. I dare you. Next. What y'all do to Jaw Jack and James? Now James does it to himself. Next. So we see two groups who claim to read the language in disagreement, and based on the evidence they both presented that we're not intelligent enough to make a decision based on both arguments. James, click the link. I want you to click the link because I'm going to ask you some questions and I'm going to prove your ignorance. And I'm going to show you that no, you don't know enough to make a decision. Now, I'm not going to question your intelligence because I'm not your teacher. I'm not your evaluator. I'm not going to sit here and try to evaluate your intellectual aptitude. But what I can evaluate is your competency on this subject matter to be able to make a decision. And come on the panel right now, and I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and I'm going to show you how much you don't know, where you can't make a decision based on this. Click the link. Or better yet, whoever you look up to, whoever's your teacher, whoever's influencing you, go get them and tell them to click the link. Bring your teacher. Get them and click the link. And let me ask them questions. And I'm going to show you their ignorance at the same time. Both y'all come. No, people can't do things on their own. Next one. So the Crumbs Coptic dictionary is wrong on the terms kamam and kami. Don't even know what that means. See, and this is how you could tell people's level of dancing in this area. Even the way, James, the way that you even type this question is goofy. So the crumb, I can hear people saying, so the Crumbs dictionary is wrong on the terms kamam and kami. I can actually hear this being said. Who said that the terms are wrong? Like who said anything about Crumbs dictionary or the terms, these Coptic terms? Like people learn something and then they run with it. Like who does that? Only people who are not in this space. Next. Do you want to borrow my book, James? All right. Now Valley Civilization said, can it not be? So here's the thing. And I know for a fact James did not watch the video from last night. I know that for a fact. And I know he didn't pay attention, although he was in the chat on Asar's video. I know for a fact he didn't pay attention to what Asar was saying last night either. Asar's video was before mine. He went live before me. I know that for a fact. People don't know the difference between a dictionary for an internal language, like for example, the Oxford Dictionary of English, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary for English. If you just open up those dictionaries for the English language, it is written totally different than when you go to what's called bilingual dictionaries. So when you go to the ancient Egyptian dictionary, it's not the same type of dictionary as it is for English dictionaries or a single language dictionary. Because notice that in a single language dictionary of that particular language, for English example, you'll see lexical entries and called lemmas, right? These lemmas in the dictionary will have multiple senses to the word because of a phenomenon called polysemy. So polysemy is understood from a cultural perspective within the language from its speakers alone, and you could detect polysemy, homophony, and synonymy. And so the dictionaries take that into account. But when you do bilingual dictionaries, and people don't know this, when you go to bilingual dictionaries or two or more languages, they don't do that. They're word substituting, and people don't know that. People don't know that the same amount of work in those dictionaries is not equal. It's not the same as a single language dictionary, where they actually consider and trace out polysemy, homophony, and synonymy. They don't understand the difference with that. And so people got to understand that. That alone will start to clear things up.
Just really quickly to what you were saying, I think the reason why most people don't know that any shows is because, especially with the video that you went over yesterday, and most people who understand translation should already know this, that in order to translate, you have to have knowledge of the two languages or the languages that you're trying to translate, your source language and your target language. Now, in these instances where you have these people who, put themselves in these conversations that is way beyond them, is the fact that those people don't have, they probably they understand some English. I'll just say some English at this point. And then now when it comes to the other target language, whether it be Sesh, Netcher, or let's say like that, or even any other language, it could be French, it could be German, they don't have that knowledge, but they want to translate. They want to be experts and discuss on translations. Now, because anybody that has actually had to learn a different language other than what language they speak, be it English or not, would have had to actually have some experience on searching anything at all in a bilingual dictionary. And you should already know that it is not the same because you have that experience of actually going through a bilingual dictionary, which you require when you're studying a different language, a foreign language, whether it's their language is a living language. Now, these people don't have that. They don't know how to go through a dictionary because all they speak is English, right? Then now they want to enter into the arena of Sesh Netcher, and they want to have these discussions about how these words are translated. But what they lack that is required in any given translation endeavor is a knowledge of whatever English you're using and the other language, which will be Sesh Netcher with the script and Rani Kemet with the spoken language. Now, because they don't have that, they do not understand how these dictionaries actually even look like. So they're having these discussions. We could bring James on the panel right now and ask him to even search for just one word in a Sesh Netcher dictionary, and he'll be lost. Ask anybody, ask Sheffrin and them, how did they go? Which dictionaries did they use? They don't know. These people literally parrot stuff that they hear. They saw somebody do something, and then now they take that with their low understanding of what they saw that person do, and then they come and then they want to have a discussion like they're actually arguing on an expertise type of level, and they will get offended when somebody tells them that they are not at that level, which is actually the truth, because James does not know Sesh Netcher. Sheffrin does not know Sesh Netcher. Has anybody seen them doing that? No. But these people will come in and try to have these discussions about why this translation is incorrect or might be correct, or the other person's is correct, based just on their very, very, very remedial understanding of the topic.
Yes. So, putting James' comment on the screen, he says, now mind you, I am fully aware that James is doing in this chat as he did in Asar Motep's chat, which is totally different. So what James does is he takes an opportunity to just ask anything. Like he can't even follow the structure and protocol of something. That's how I know. That's why I'm gonna start asking for people's report cards and stuff like that. I'm really gonna start doing that. And if it insults people, then so be it. Then go somewhere else. Kick rocks. For real, kick rocks. Because here's the thing. James is saying things that had nothing to do with what I shared last night or anything like that. Same thing we did with Asar. Asar is talking about historical comparative linguistics and trying to give a crash course summary of it and whatnot. You got these trolls that come in, and James is one of them, comes into the chat and then start asking some questions and saying some things based on some other videos he saw on some other channels and stuff like that. So this is another one. But I want to entertain this for a second, just to show it because these things had to be called out, and I don't care if people's feelings get hurt or anything about that. Say I'm condescending, that's fine. I'm gonna take that as a compliment at this point. So you can't keep running that and being all insecure and complain. So here's the thing. He said, well, Jao said that there was no t.t in the Coptic, yet Smash showed. Because I'm a fan of Smash. I'm a groupie for Smash. Let me throw my pom-poms out there. Give me a S. Give me a M. Give me a A. Give me a S. Give me a H. Smash says, showed that the t turns, and it means into, and .i in Coptic. But I guess we didn't see Smash's video address Wujao's error. Now, the only reason why I'm saying, and I'm exaggerating the pom-poms and the groupie part, is because James accused Sean of being a follower in a previous comment. So this is the thing. If you're going to dish some stuff out, you got to take it. That's the bottom line. So I'm calling, and I'm not being funny. James, I see James as a cheerleader, as a groupie, period. That's just, I'm calling it like I see it. And nobody else has to agree with me. That's how I see it, period. So now, what I'm saying is that if a T turns into an I, then it's no longer a T. So just this statement alone just makes no sense at all. Like if I say that the T doesn't exist in Coptic for the word km.t, that's what I specifically said. Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all. I'm gonna keep this real simple, real simple. This is how petty and crazy, I'm gonna call it like it is, how stupid things could get. So if I have this word km.t here, right? If I spell it, I'm spelling it all the way out. I'm spelling it out, K-E-M-E-T, right? Now, my statement was, and my claim and statement was that when it comes to Coptic, the T is not there. So in Coptic, if I were to write this, let me make these big so y'all can see it. If I were to write this is how it is on the left. This is how it is on the right. The right represents Coptic. The left represents Middle Egyptian. Okay? My statement was that in Coptic, the T is lost. It's not there. So here's this guy, James, the cheerleader, the follower and groupie guy. He comes and says this. Well, Joe said there's no T in the Coptic. Now, I was speaking about the word km.t. There is no T in the word km.t in Coptic. Yet Smash shows that the T turns into an I. Then, duh, you're confirming what I said. And that's what I'm saying. People are so dumb that they don't even know that they're confirming the statements, but they're thinking that somebody was proven wrong. And that's what I'm saying. And I'm sound like this because it's very frustrating that people are being dumbed down but thinking they're doing something. And this is what I mean. We got some stupid people in the circus community, some dumb people in the circus community, but they think they all that. And this got to stop. Period. So James, keep it coming. I'm gonna keep using you as an example. That's dumb. You prove my point. The T was lost. If the T turns into an I, and even that, I'm not like I said, I'm gonna keep it simple. We can go into the morphology of the Coptic and everything. We can do that, but that's gonna take this video on a different path and take a real long time. But I don't have to, because you actually supported my point. So if Smash, and I'm not gonna address Smash for any of this, because Smash is not here. I don't know if he's in the chat yet. I ain't get down to the chat, but I'm addressing this comment. James is using Smash and saying that Smash addressed my error. Where's the error?
Yeah, see, at this point, nobody really can take James seriously when he says something happened on the other channel, because we've seen how he takes stuff from this channel and misinterprets them and take them to another channel. So what we are definitely not going to do is actually assume that what James is telling us about the other channel is accurate, because all we know is James' pattern. And his pattern is that he does not comprehend anything. Simple, basic, intermediate, advanced, it doesn't matter. James does not comprehend it.
So next, now I can't comprehend English. James, I question it now. So why did Smash make a video? I guess he can't comprehend English either. I'm not going to speak to a video that I haven't seen. I'm going to speak to your comments and to you, James, that I have doubts about your comprehension level. I do. That's just it. So you're gonna have to win my confidence back, because this comment that I'm showing on the screen, back here, on the big screen, to me is real silly. It makes no sense. It actually supports how, if I say that the word Kemet, when it comes to Coptic, it lost the T. The T is not there. And then you come back and say that it's Kimmy and that the T turned into an I, you have actually proved my point. But obviously, you don't even know that. And so I have to question your comprehension level. Because if you can't understand that you actually supported my statement, but you want to clothe it as if it's a disagreement, you confirm what I keep saying about this circus community. Everybody just want to argue. That's all people want to do. People forming cliques and groups and becoming groupies and saying this person against that person. That's a circus. Don't include me. Kick rocks with that. Miss me with that. Miss me with all of that. Next. So just listen to one side of the argument. Is that what you suggest, huh? No, I don't suggest that at all, ever. What I suggest is leveling up so that when you hear difference in arguments, when you hear opposing arguments, you are going to have to level up to discern. Because what happens is, if person A says A plus B is C, and person B says A plus B is D, now you have to make a judgment. Is person A right or is person B right? And the only way that you're going to be able to discern who is right and who's wrong, or if both of them are wrong, is you have to level up yourself. That's it. That's how this is done. And if you're not willing to do that, then go to Disneyland. Go on vacation, because this is not for you. That's period, point blank. Ask anybody who actually does scholarship. I thought I saw the brother Brendan in here. I hope I get down to his comment. And I bring up Brendan because I know Brendan is he dances in, he swims in the pool of scholarship, doing what he does and the projects he works on. So let me keep on going down. Man, I'm out. I'm out. You right. He does that all the time. Until y'all address the people who reads the language, I don't have nothing else to say. All right, peace to you, James. He always does that.
Yeah, my advice to James is actually just to stay out until he does the work. What we were talking about last time, just have some work under your belt, then jump back into these kind of conversations. But yeah, the best advice is what you just said: stay out.
Shout out to Sahih Motep. Shout out to everybody. Donnie, and I'm skipping. I'm trying to get to the questions. Got brother Donnie, and as I scroll down, I'm gonna shout you out. Got brother Zane, listening in. Christopher Withers is in the house. Nile Valley Civilization. All right. Matter of fact, let me take this off the big screen because I don't know if James left, and now he always does that too. I'm out. He'll say some off-topic stuff and then roll out. Just go back and look at the videos that he's on. He says some stuff and roll out. All right, next. What does peer review have to do with your info being accurate or inaccurate? That's true. And see, people don't understand it. See, now here's the thing. The peer review process in concept is a great ideal and tool, because what it does at the end, the intention is as a filtering mechanism, where it's basically under the umbrella of a quality control. You want to go through a filter system to produce a resemblance of good quality. That's what the peer review process, one of the aspects of the peer review process. Now, when it comes to the execution of peer review processes and things like that, there's a whole bunch of other things thrown in the mix. And anybody who is familiar with the whole process and has tenure in that, all these different things. So the accuracy or inaccuracy of something is not a question of the peer review process. But people in the circus community who don't know that, they're using the word peer review as if it speaks to the accuracy of something. And it's two different things. And people have to understand that. You could be 100% wrong and have successfully passed a peer review process. But your work is garbage. So pseudo, super saiyan pseudo. But still pass a peer review process. So peer review has its place for its intended reasons. But people in the circus community, ignorant folks, bad character having folks on these YouTube streets are weaponizing peer review only to try to diminish the actual content and accuracy of something, trying to microwave things. And that's what's happening.
I would
Yep.
actually also add that a good example of why peer review does not mean accuracy or does not mean quality in every single way that is actually required is Reggie's paper. That is actually a good exhibit for why peer review does not mean what people think it means.
Correct, because people support their bias. There's a peer review process where biases is interjected, and that can pass that along. We see this often in the peer review process. You'll have people that are qualified in one area or one study of a particular method, and they will review your work and pass it along as if they scrutinize that method when they're unfamiliar with your method. So again, when Wujawu says know the peer review process and how it works, then you can understand that you actually can participate in that process if you understand proper methods and you know how to recognize those methods. The people are supposed to yield or pass the work on to another editor who is familiar with the method versus them trying to go ahead and put it through. So that's why there's, scientists scrutinize this particular process. Although it has its flaws, it also has its upside to it as well.
Exactly. That's why I said there's pros and cons to the entire process. That's why I said ideally, it's a filtration process with the intention of producing quality. It's a quality control mechanism, basically, to put it short. I see Teddy with some Ra. Mad Ra. He got his high school diploma on YouTube. Definitely. Yep. Now we have Corey, the anti-theist. So everyone who does not agree with you guys have some type of learning. And notice this. Notice the language. I want to point this out. You see how James worded his comment? Corey words his comment the same way. He says, so everyone who doesn't agree with you guys have some type of learning disability, and you guys keep repeating that over and over again. No, that's not what I'm saying. So let me make it crystal clear for the brother Corey. All right. Now, disagreement is welcomed. I repeat, in plain English, disagreement is welcomed. But here's the problem. People are disagreeing about something that they don't even know why they disagree. They don't know enough to even have a disagreement with me on. In those cases, that's what's being pointed out. That's what's being pointed out. So, for example, if I give commentary about a book, right? Let's say the book, let me see, what book is this? I have a book in my hand called The Key Baruch Hu. If I give commentary about this book, and then you come along and disagree with my commentary, but you didn't read the book, then that is a problem. That is a problem. And I'm using that basic example so that you can understand what the problem is. So it's not about learning disabilities and things, because I don't know what people's learning capability is. I can only go by what people display online and what they say out their mouth and things like that. And people are talking about things that they haven't studied. Instead of them just being honest, they quick to disagree, but not quick to learn. And I blame the circus community at large for this, because it's created an adversarial environment. Everybody got to fuss. Everybody got to fight. Everybody got to learn through opposition and being an adversary. That's how learning is conducted in the circus community. That's not where I come from. That's not education. Education is not done through combat and fighting that way. You don't do that. So no, everybody doesn't have a learning disability. And here's what's going to happen. Corey is going to take everything I said, even though I said no, and I said what I said, but he's going to continue with that thought and even repeat it as if I never said what I just said. That's my prediction. And I hope the brother proves me wrong. And by the way, the panel link is in the chat. So if anybody got something to say that don't feel like typing, hit the link. You got to listen to the body language, fam. Okay. I don't know what that is.
Nah. I know what he's saying. What he is saying is someone insinuated that they can read body language, and it answers questions for them.
Oh, okay.
And yeah. So that's what that's about.
All right. So we did have Brendan in the building. Shout out to the brother Brendan. And I support his endeavor in terms of his project he's working on. I think he's going for his PhD. He could correct me if I'm wrong.
Hey, no, he's completed it. He's completed it.
Oh, I thought he completed a master's and he's going for a P. Okay, whichever one.
Oh no, well, yeah,
congratulations.
he completed something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He completed something. But anyway, so Brendan says we don't trust experts. We trust the collective body of knowledge built by experts using a scientific method. Great comment. because a person says, so we don't trust experts now, or whatever case is. But he was addressing Niger Valley Civilization, who was just throwing it out there. But this is a good point. You always follow the evidence. It's not the person, and people get into this personality worshiping, and it doesn't matter. So somebody could be white, black, pink, yellow, brown, a male or female, fat or skinny, gay or straight. None of that stuff matters when the rubber hits the road on the accuracy or inaccuracy of any given claim. So you always follow the evidence. The experts, people who are experts, are should be evidence facilitators because they have a focused area of study which entitles them to be called an expert in a certain field. So as I said, experts are a valuable tool to use, but you don't put your stock and trust in the experts. You take the evidence the experts present. But even then, if you have two experts that say two different things on the same topic, now you're stuck. Expert 1 says A is the answer. Expert 2 says B is the answer. Now what do? Guess what? You have to become competent enough in the subject matter to discern that yourself. And that's what people are afraid to do and don't do. All right, let's go on to the next one. I'm just going down the list, y'all. I see we got a brother, Sar, Emykhet, and bring him in here. Peace, Sar. I don't know how long you've been tuned in, but
Peace. Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just been out because just out and about, and I decided to stop somewhere and do some work. And
okay, cool.
So I didn't catch all the. I don't know what conversation you were having with Now Valley. I don't know if it was Now Valley or Pan African.
Yeah, it was James, Pan African, the one that came to your chat and was asking some off topic questions.
Yeah. I
The
just
follower.
wanted to. I mean, we all follow something, but it's the conversation behind peer review is, in my personal opinion, it's a disingenuous one, for the simple fact that people only bring up peer review when we beat up their arguments, and
Yep.
because their arguments get beat up, then they want to defer to somebody with credentials, right? And when you find someone with credentials to ask, then it got to be the right kind of credentials. They move the goalpost every time you meet the criteria in terms of the review. Now, the peer review process in of itself is exactly what you stated, but people don't understand that, and I put this in the chat, that there's 3 levels of peer review, or 3 types. Usually, and this is one of the things that I do, I send my work prior to publication to colleagues in the field for them to review and scrutinize before I publish it. That is a peer review process. Then you have and many others. Sometimes you'll see, especially in linguistics, you'll see for months, sometimes years, the article posted somewhere for the colleagues to review before they send it to a journal for further peer review and publication, right? So, and then of course the second one is the journal, or if it's a particular, for example, a university press publisher, that will peer review the project, right? And then lastly, you have the general public peer review, right? Your work is always going to be peer reviewed by people in the field. It doesn't matter where it's published. The focus on, for example, journals, especially for those who are uh, in a university setting, and especially for like, and then for example, like with scientists, for example, like scientists, their bread and butter is on journal entries. Like like when you look up Dr. Keita, he has no books, and he's been doing this for a while. It's just all journal entries because in his field, that is the top thing, you know. But some people write books because they want to be able to expand. Because in a journal, you only have so much space, and you can only talk about one small narrow topic, and you can't bring everything into the argument. Now, what some people will do, like what I do, is I'll write the book first, their journal entry, so that there's a backdrop for those who want to go, get the full analysis, you know. And but getting back to the third point, the community is going to scrutinize your work regardless. And what you go through this third process, what people will do is they'll write a review of your article or book and send that to a journal or just in open access or something like that. You know, so your scholarship is always being scrutinized, and there's nowhere that you can escape the scrutiny. And so people think that for some reason you have to be a PhD that specializes in a particular subject to do a peer review. And this is problematic. And then again, when it comes to situations like ours, every single beat up their points and beat up their teachers, right? Then what is it in peer review? They don't know that this process has already been peer reviewed. That's why we come out so boldly. That's why none of their teachers or anything have come and challenged these points publicly. It's only the YouTube folks, the YouTube scholars, the YouTube masters, the YouTube PhD. The other ones, they have to contend with something. And I remember Dr. Shamarka Keita, because when I submitted to a journal regarding the chemistry, and I had told him at that time that it's been a year and they haven't gotten back to me, and he was like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I haven't heard anything back." They're like, "Not even a rejection letter?" And I was like, "Not even a rejection." And I did a follow up, some months later, and they weren't able to see, the feedback. And what he was saying is like, I don't know what you sent, but whatever you sent, it forced them to uh, do it all over. I mean, to reconsider some particular points, because whatever you sent them is forcing them to have to pick sides, which will force their arguments in other areas. So they're trying to figure out how to deal with you. So they couldn't summarily dismiss your argument. And he's like, this is a good thing, even though they haven't responded, at this time. This is a good thing, you know. And and I have since gotten reply, and then I'm sending it back with a few corrections and things of this nature. But that process has already happened and started. And then once it gets published, then they're still going to find something, you know. And I don't know if he dropped off or Uh, what? Am I still here?
Now you still
Yes,
here?
yes.
I'm listening. I'm
Oh,
listening.
okay.
Sorry, no. As you're talking, I'm gonna share something, so I was just pulling it up. That's all. I get you.
I'm done. I mean, you can go ahead.
Okay, no, those are good points. Those are good points, and I think Brendan's comment backs up the points that you're making, because he said the process of peer review is to ensure your information is formatted properly and developed with correct methodology. The correctness is determined in academic debate once it is published. Now, the difference between what you were saying and what Brandon's saying is that you explain all the different levels or types, whereas this is more narrow because even methodology in peer review is not necessarily done. Like some peer review process, they don't check for correct methodology per se. More so, it leans to, it's a range, and it leans more towards the editorial aspect of making sure it's formatted properly, make sure your font is correct, make sure your headings and things and so on and so forth. And so that's part of leaning on towards that. But now here's what I want to show though real quick, and I want to show this because see I don't have the time to really go in on on the conversation. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just gonna value my time a little better because really it gets real goofy, right? But I'm gonna share something on my screen as like a prelude to what could happen if I were to chime in on the conversations, right? So let me just share this because I don't think y'all can see my screen anymore. Why is that? Oh, there we go. Okay, so let me take this off. So that was my comment to James, man. And I don't understand that. Were you here for that? Where he he claims to say he misquotes me, and it's cool because it's paraphrased, it's fine. That I said that the word kemet in Coptic lost its T. The T is not there in Coptic. And so he claims that Smash corrected me or addressed my error, that was an error first to be addressed. And then he quotes Smash by saying that the T turned into an I. I'm like, duh, if the T, because that's something a different conversation. But even if the T turned into an I, then duh, it's no longer a T. You know what I'm saying? I said the T is missing. It's gone. It's not there. And so I thought that was silly. But that's not what I'm going to show everybody. What I want to show everybody is now, because we brought up the peer review process, right? And the brother Reggie and the brother Netcher, when we first published the 2019 contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet, they made an attempt, a very poor attempt, to critique it. And their only critiques were two things, basically. Out of everything that they said, it was two things. One was the misspelling of the word preliminary in the table of contents or somewhere early in the book. And then they misunderstood the use of an online database with the TLA and so on and so forth, right? That was basically the comments that they made. Now, recently, the brother Reggie is on record saying that in a braggadocious way that he was peer reviewed and other people are not, that and then he brought back up our book and said that with a spelling mistake we can't even get in libraries and this, that, and this third, you know, misspelling something in the table of contents and whatnot. And instead of sticking to addressing Sean, he brought up our book again. And so I just want to show you all this right here. Now, Reggie's book article was peer reviewed. It's published in the journal, and that's what they're weaponizing and waving around in the YouTube streets. You know, Reggie is published. go get yourself published before you talk to me, and all this other kind of stuff, right? Y'all, I'm sure everybody hears that. Now, I want y'all to see this right here. This is from Reggie's article. He misspelled, and this is just on the fly, y'all. This is on the fly while Asar was talking. Okay, this is while Asar is talking. I'm pointing this out. Y'all just heard Asar talk, right? So this took me every bit of 5 minutes. 5 minutes. All right. This is Reggie misspelling the word grapheme. He has grapheme, right? Now, I look on the keyboard now to give the brother Reggie. Now I wouldn't go in on Reggie about this at all, but because he's weaponizing and saying things about peer reviewed and has something to say against our book on one word that was misspelled, by the way. I'm looking at the keyboard. I see that the N and M on the keyboard are very close to each other. So I'm looking at that like, okay, that is a mistake that any of us can make and make often, right? Because the keys are next to each other. But here's the thing. His stuff was peer reviewed. Ours, quote unquote, was not. So the peer review process did not pick this up. Okay, that's number one. But it's not just one time. He
Hold on,
misspells it
hold on.
too.
Before you move on, there's another not so subtle issue that you got to go to back to the previous
Yeah, I
uh,
got it.
slide, and that is, and I noticed that him and Nenner Neb does this to writing. When you're writing, academic work, it is unnecessary to keep putting doctor or Mister in front of the particular name. Like a peer reviewer would have caught that. You just put Diop, Abdallah, and Sonara, because their credentials when you're citing them doesn't matter. So more than likely everyone's a doctor, so you can just do away with that. But this is something that you would just know if you act academic writing on a regular. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good thing to point out as well. Like when you look at actual scholars who actually do scholarship, who actually have tenure in there, you're absolutely right. They don't put doctor in front of the name; they just put the last name. And there's certain ways that you would do it. Now, this wouldn't be
And
something.
I'm saying that because they're only doing it to try to make it seem as if there should just be some added prestige to the name and to the being cited or whatnot. But they don't know how. You can tell they don't know how to write, that they haven't been writing. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's it. Okay, so now let me show the next thing. Now, mind you, this is why you were talking to Sar. I'm just pointing these things out. 5 minutes. Grapheme is spelled wrong in 2 more places. Then on top of that, I don't know if y'all could see this, right? Let me zoom in. I'm gonna show y'all something. Okay, now you see the glyphs here. He took a screenshot out of the Vigus dictionary that still has the watermark there. The yellow watermark is still there.
God dang.
And he did not cite the Vigus dictionary every time he used it. Look at that. You see the yellow around that? Anybody who doesn't use the dictionary won't know this. This is the Vigus 2012 edition. In the latest edition, it doesn't have the watermark. So now he's not even using the latest edition of the dictionary. This yellow part right here is a watermark in the Vigus dictionary. You see what I'm saying? So that is an issue. And I'm just now seeing that. I'm just pointing out something that's
Okay, I can see he did
small.
that a couple of times, and I know for sure that Reggie had been one of his contentions with the book that y'all wrote. Nothing to do with the content. but it was the spelling error at the table of content, and then it was his assumption that y'all took from the TLA. And he kept emphasizing that that is just so wrong. But look, Reggie is doing the same thing. He's taking from the dictionary, and he has not accredited the Vigus dictionary because I do not see anything there to do with Vigus. But he's just terrible because he actually is like stealing, and then like you steal somebody's a school bag, and you don't even take the person's name out of the school bag. So you still see the Vigus watermark in there, and that's just terrible.
Yeah, and if you just really want to be petty, you just really want to be petty. You can even see like these unnecessary, non-proper name capitalizations
Right here,
in the
netters.
paragraph. So with the grapheme and the word glyphs,
Yep,
this
netters.
is just if
Look,
you just want to be petty.
yeah. But see, that's the thing. People are petty, and they're cheered and encouraged to be petty. And see, people don't understand that when we speak up, or if I speak up, and speaking for myself, that all of a sudden I'm a hater, or I'm being condescending and stuff like that. But this is easy. Like nobody has time for this, for the goofy stuff. This is the goofy stuff. I could be petty and say, look how he spelled netters. Look how he capitalized principles and the deified. The P and the D are capitalized. That's not supposed to be capitalized right there. Look at the Mark Vigus screenshot. He didn't give any attribution to Mark Vigus dictionary whenever he used it in the text. No inline citation, no superscripted numbers to point that that's the citation. That's where he got it from. You would think that he did these glyphs himself. He says I could be
Yeah,
real petty like that. But hold up. That's
and
not it though. That's not it. That's not it. Let me
but
go to another one.
even with all of that, my major issue is that it's not even sent to an Egyptological journal. Like if it would hold much more weight if the article was published in the Egyptology journal, not
Yeah.
a general purpose, uh, African American Studies journal. And there's some issues because the journal hasn't been active years, and that's because of some internal issues that have been going on, especially with the publication of this article that was talking grisly about Dr. Molefe Kitty Asante, and why a lot of scholars stopped sending articles to the journal and separating themselves from the journal. And then there was the death of the editor. And so there's just a lot going on, and I can see why they publish it because nobody's sending anything for them to publish. And
Yep.
of course, they have been inactive for the past 2 years. So he got on the last wave before they stopped publishing anything. And so it's I don't want to criticize his article, uh, saying without criticizing the journal, but you almost can't, because it's really a testament to the journal itself and their sloppiness, um, for not catching the errors, the logical errors, the grammatical, the uncitations, the the multiple uses of fonts in English. It'd be different if he was using a transliteration font or something, but this is something totally different. So it's a
Exactly.
whole bunch of things that should have been caught, had the journal been, um, on its job. And so you can't
So
go ahead.
let
I'm
me
sorry.
just done this real quick, because I don't know if Brendan's still there. Brendan, if you're still in the chat and you're still tuned in, and if you have a moment, click the link because I want to ask your opinion about just this thing right here. Because, like I said, I don't have time for the goofy. All right. And and I'm catching bits and pieces of the conversation and all the drama that's going on. Sean's video where he critiqued, he gave some criticism to Reggie's work. Reggie's rebuttal video attacking, going at Sean and others, Kofi and a whole YouTube channel and this and that, and then people instigating, and to me it got ugly. It got real out of hand and ugly, and I don't deal with that, right? People can miss me with all that stuff, right? But if I were to have time, it is so easy to get petty or show these different things. Like this figure right here, this picture, there's no figure citation, no figure number to it at all. It's just a picture there floating in white space at all. Like I said, the Mark Vigus dictionary, you can still see the watermark on it, which means that he used the 2012 version at the latest of the Mark Vigus dictionary. Not even the latest, because the latest one is 2018. It doesn't have the watermark. So, and then to paste it in here without attributing the dictionary, then misspelling something. And the only reason why I'm pointing this out, now I normally would not even be concerned about what I just said. But because Reggie, and I saw this for myself when I'm scrubbing through the video, Reggie is saying things and getting beside himself, and he's feeling himself a little too much when it comes to this whole peer review in a journal. He's like, get published in a journal and stuff. He's actually putting down writing books and telling people to get published in journals as if that's more weight. As you said, a journal is limiting. A book, you can fully articulate your argument and then some and all of that. But he holds up our book, or has the audacity to come at our book to point out a spelling error, one spelling error in the contents, in the table of contents, and say that stuff like this you can't even get into a library and whatnot, and then say not peer review. Well, guess what?
Hold on,
Go ahead.
just quickly. When the issue was pointed out, I corrected it and loaded the new file. So it's been correct since that time. So I don't even know why that is even an issue in 2022. It was corrected in 2019. But go ahead.
Yeah. I'm glad you pointed that out. And that's what people don't understand, that it was correct. Like so that's already been there, done that type of thing. It was a spelling error and it was corrected. That's being responsible. That's being responsible. So the only reason why I'm pointing out these spelling mistakes is because Reggie harped on a spelling mistake in our book. He harped on the quotation or the citation from an online database that uses the Erman Grappa Waterbush dictionary, which we all have. He harped on those 2 points, but yet he himself did not cite Mark Vigus dictionary, but used it, not only used it, but used it with the watermark. The reason why Mark Vigus watermarked his stuff is to show that it's his. And that's why you watermark videos, right? You watermark your videos so that the brand and label goes wherever it goes. It goes with the content.
Yeah, you know what the saddest part is that just on these parts alone, he didn't even need to do that. He just needed to create the glyphs himself. Like that's just, and to be in this kind of field for 30 years and you still can't even put glyphs for yourself, because that one is from Vigus. On the rest of the papers, is just screenshotting glyphs. Some of them don't even come up clear. He doesn't care about whether the readers can actually read it or not, just as long as he puts it there so people can just go into Reggie's head and figure out what he saw on his side. It's just sloppy. And the fact is, it is actually unnecessary, because all he had to do, especially with 30 years expertise, all you have to do is make your own glyphs, put your own translations and all that kind of stuff. It's just a shame. And the other thing is the fact that while he was sitting there talking about looking at other people's books to find errors, while he is full of just a lot of errors, everybody on that panel praising Reggie's work, and then it makes you question those people's discernment abilities, because the fact that they would sit there is one thing when you're one person and you might overlook something. But when you're so many people and none of those people could actually understand why they were actually backing this paper up and not understand the errors it has, while praising him for pointing out errors in other places while is full of errors, actually tells you that a lot of people might sit and talk like they know something, but they really don't. Because that was a whole panel of different heads who put themselves on an expertise level, and they all missed all this.
So back to this. This is the last thing because this is within 5 minutes, y'all. Now look. Now I want to point out something here. Look at where my arrow is. He took a screenshot of the Concise Dictionary of Middle Egyptian by Raymond Faulkner. Okay, that's where this was from, right? And he has it under here. He says Kim in the Concise Dictionary of Middle Egyptian. He has a superscripted 46, which is probably his end note, right? That's nothing. That's acceptable. Over here, he has a screenshot from the TLA, right? And he has it Kim in the TLA database, right? Now he has this. I could be real petty. He has this one bold. Why? And then he doesn't have this one bold. Now I could be real petty and just show how sloppy it is. Just bold in one and not bold the other. But later for that, right? But now notice when he takes a screenshot of Vigus right here, he doesn't give the same attribution. He doesn't say Kim as it is in Vigus dictionary. You see that? So he missed it. Like he did in this one up here. Oh, where was it? Right here. He missed it here. He missed it here. No mention of Vigus dictionary. But right here, he doesn't mention it either. But on these two, he does. So we could be petty and even worse. And listen, this is just in 5 minutes, y'all. Look, he misspelled the word calves. He said calves.
Yeah, who does that?
And this is supposed to be the almighty peer-reviewed article. So miss me with the goofy stuff. All that stuff can kick rocks. All that stuff can kick rocks. It really can. So anyway, I just wanted to show that real quick because I know that people have wanted to ask about it. So 5 minutes, y'all. That's all it took. 5 minutes for that right there. I'm not even going into the content. That 5 minutes was just enough time to point out these things right here. That's it. Something really quick. So y'all can imagine if we were to sit down and actually comb through everything. And like I said, it's going to be another Walter Williams situation where a review book is written on everything. If I had the time, it'd be done already. So anyway, just wanted to kind of show that to everybody. Let me get back to this chat though. I'm missing some stuff. Let me scroll back up. Scroll back up. I am missing. Where did I leave off, man?
Yeah, you should. Someone put it in the chat. He said we about to get sued, but he can also. So if you really want it, you could contact Mark Vigus and say someone is copying your work without giving you credit, and then sue. According to and get the FBI. According to the brother Reggie, like who does that?
Yeah, that's another thing that. Yeah, that's another thing that drew the line for me. I heard that in the other video, and and everybody who supports that kick rocks, like for real. Like I had to wash my hands from that. I don't support that at all. Talking Fed stuff and sue. I could file a court case and this and that just because somebody criticized. Like people are the most softest people on these YouTube streets. They're soft, complain. Victim, they played, oh, woe is me, I'm the victim. Woe is me, I'm gonna sue you in federal court. I'm gonna call the popo. because you're talking about my work that I identify as me. I am the work. The work is me. I and I, the work, are one. Therefore, if you go after my work, you go after me. So I'm going to sue you. That's how I hear it, man. Call it like it is. Call it like it is. Like, for real. Like, people don't understand. If I had the time, I'm telling you, this is the thing. If I have the time or had the time, a lot of this stuff I would have addressed. Don't have the time, and then people running their mouth, running, and then they're like, "Well, why don't you do a video of this? Why don't you do a video of that? Come on and do this and that." I'm like, "No, nobody. People don't ain't paying me. Well, I got a life to live and whatnot, family to take care of, children and stuff like that. Like, this ain't the end. This not the end all be all. Whatnot." So let me scroll down this thing, man. This is I'm and look, this whole thing. Look, I have come live to take questions, and I knew this was gonna happen though. That's why I'm still live. I knew this was gonna happen. I knew that I was gonna do a Q&A based on last night's discussion, and I knew that nobody's gonna ask me a single question from last night. I knew this. I came I came into this knowing that that's not gonna happen because the circus community is not used to structured education. They don't know a lesson is taught and then the Q&A session afterwards. They want to just go willy-nilly random and ask anything just because you're live. Just because they see the notification you're live. Oh, let me ask Wujao about the rock formation on Pluto. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy. So hold up, I don't want to miss anything. Let me see. I'm gonna catch up. Let me just fly through these. It's not about fixing adults, it's about understanding. Okay, damage control. What's your hoodie been saying? The more people type and talk, the more they expose what they do not know confidently. Keep up the good work. Yep. Ramza. Now Ramza, I come back and look at your comments in the chat, and I have to tell you, I'm gonna shoot it straight. I have to tell you that I don't understand some of your comments. So, and I'm just saying, got to help that. Brendan Sims, that's a good point. So, Brendan, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but I wanted you to address, because you said that peer review process is to make sure your stuff is formatted correctly. I just showed within 5 minutes, I just showed some incorrect formatting in Reggie's paper. Some incorrect formatting. The figure don't have a figure number. The Vigus dictionary is copied and pasted with the watermarks and whatnot. And then the capitalization is off, misspelling, stuff like that. What? Now, how should we look at this journal, the peer review process of the journal? Did they just, Reggie just emailed the article and they said, all right, thanks. And they just added it to the other things and put the correct page number? Because, when you give an article, you give the article with tentative page numbers, because obviously wherever they place your article is going to reflect the page numbers. So when you submit your article, it's really not, the page numbers don't matter, right? And so to the extent of peer review, to me, that's all they did. All they did was take Reggie's article and added the page numbers in the sequence of where it falls in the journal as a whole, and that's it. That's it. And I bet you I'm right.
It's clear that that is the case, and you can tell this wasn't a double-blind peer review process. And again, if you kind of knew the backstory and what was happening behind it in the journal, you'll understand why it was put in. But I don't want to, because because you'll simultaneously trash the journal itself and some of the good articles that are actually in there. Again, there's some internal issues with the journal, and because they put in some other kind of trash journal article, with no peer review, process. They just put it in, and it caused all this, commotion within the
Uh-huh.
Africology world, I should say. And
Hey, real quick, Asar. Yeah,
okay,
Brandon, we can hear you. I added you in, but Asar was still speaking. I'm not sure if you got to mute your YouTube side, but yeah, you're in.
Hey guys, hey, what's going on?
other bunch.
Sure.
But yeah, it's so if you kind of know what was going on in the journal, which again I won't say publicly because I have some insider stuff, but once they did that, the quality of the journal went down dramatically, and people stopped messing with the journal, and it hasn't been active for 2 years, and some drama with the board and all this, and the death of the editor, also caused some other issues and the like. So it's kind of iffy. Uh, the journal itself. That's why I said, it would hold more weight if it was actually published in an Egyptological. But this is not an Egyptological. It's just a general purpose, Africana Studies journal. And there's no Egyptologist, there's no linguist on the review board and process. And
None.
so it's clear that there wasn't, and then on top of that, most uh, journal articles, once it's published, they also publish the reviewer's comments, which is also absent in this process. But
Yeah. So while I have Brendan here, I have this comment on the screen, right? And I'm not sure if this is Clyde Winters that I'm familiar with
yeah, it
or
is.
not. Oh, it is okay. So Clyde Winters, Afrocentric history site. He says I have many reviewed articles. They do check content. Now, if we were to take this statement and then I re-show what I'm showing, then that speaks volumes to this journal and the editorial board and the process. They evidently dropped the ball on this, but yet, although we can show this, people are championing Reggie's article as if it is all that and a bag of chips, when it is actually the opposite. It's actually a strike against the journal. If the journal is dormant for 2 years and trying to make a comeback, why would they put an article in their journal that's poorly written and sloppy with these different things that I could point out in 5 minutes? I pointed out what I showed y'all in 5 minutes. I didn't even comb through the article. Now I read his article when he first did it. Before, I think it was before it was in the journal. I don't know how I got it the first time, but I got it a while back and I read it. I wasn't impressed at all. It wasn't even worth my time to respond to it. That's why I sat on it. I didn't say anything about it. But now resurfacing, all of a sudden it's in the journal and everybody's using it and doing live streams and it's all that and this that. I'm like, wait a minute, is that the same thing? I'm like, it can't be. Like Reggie did a whole presentation on everything in this article on the Amara Squad website, and we did a 3-part thorough breakdown and review of all Reggie's claims when it comes to this topic. We been
Hey,
did that, but
hey,
anyway,
can you hear me?
so Brendan, okay, yeah, I can hear you now. So Brendan, yeah, if you had any comments on anything that was said so far.
No, no, I would only add that, we talked about the limitations of the peer review process, right? And there are limitations there. One of the biggest limitations that I would say and confess to is like, how do you determine, I guess you say, the quality of the people that are reviewing the work, right? That's one of the biggest things inside of peer review that needs to improve, right? Again, it's not a complete strike in saying that the process should be thrown in the garbage. It's not valid, right? But yes, those are problems, right? Like for instance, you gave an example, right, in terms of Reggie's work. right? There may be some grammatical errors. There may be some syntactical things going on, right?
And
How,
citation
how do you,
errors.
yeah, yeah. Oh, and maybe some citation things. I think you had I guess if it was a thing with the black cow up there. I saw there was a figure number up there, right? But there wasn't a up under right underneath the image, right? Usually you'll have both, right? You have something like a number at the top and then right underneath, right? You could do it either or.
That was a
No,
footnote number.
no,
Okay.
it's a footnote. So
Okay.
so wait. Let me make because now
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah. This
so
is what I was looking at. Yeah, for sure.
so that's not a figure number. That's a footnote, a superscripted number there,
Right.
but it's not a figure
Okay.
number under the figure. And
Right,
then
right.
and
Usually
then
you
he
have something under the figure, right? For sure.
exactly. And then the Vigus screenshot right here is not attributed. This is a
Hmm.
screenshot with the yellow. I don't know if you can see the yellow, but the yellow
Yeah,
is
I
a
see it.
is a
I see
is a
it.
watermark, and he
Right.
failed to give proper attribution to where he got this from, and then not to also include the misspelling of the word
Right. The two
grapheme
misspellings for sure.
there. So here's my thing. Just with this now, now
Hmm.
again, these are simple things I spotted real quick, but to brag about the peer review process in the manner in which Reggie is doing on these YouTube streets, and everybody who is riding with him saying all this stuff, for me to show this right here, what does that say to the
I,
journal and its
here's
process?
what I would say. It's not perfect, right? Of course, the peer review process isn't perfect, right? And I don't think anybody is saying that it is, right? But what I would say, if you could actually you would take a step back in time and see I guess the work that Reggie Pull gave to the journal before any of the process actually took place, right? His end result is probably a lot better than what you see right now, right? You know, again,
It's
like I
it's
say,
it's it's
it's
it's
not
it's it's,
perfect.
it's, it's not it's not
Even
I
even even even
it's
with
not.
some of the errors, right? Even with some of the errors and some of the things that you guys have outlined, right?
But
No,
the,
it's,
that's
it's
Yeah,
that's
treated
yeah,
that's
as
the
see
thing.
the
one
It's
thing,
peer
it's not.
review.
right?
That's the point.
See the thing is, like Rujao said, all this because remember all this stuff, everybody's known about it. It's nobody really cared about that because first of all, the paper is just off. Forget all this, the little grammars and spelling.
That's a
But
different conversation.
no, I know,
Right, right.
but let me get to my point. So what I'm saying is that what is being said is because the only reason why that is even being brought up is because Reggie himself made it appear like because his is peer reviewed, it has no errors, and he made it seem that the fact because the book Reggie is writing this paper because of what Asa, Ujao, and Sanjedi brought up. So when the book was published, Reggie could not find anything wrong with the content. Reggie's contention with the book was because of a spelling error and a dictionary citation. That was 3 years ago. Last week, Reggie brought it up again, which means that it's still an issue for him. Asar just clarified that the spelling error was already corrected, but Reggie still emphasized the point that the spelling errors, that this book, he was busy on Sean's work, but he kept emphasizing on Shemsu Heru research team's book that this is one of them. These are the sloppy works. And the sloppy because it has spelling error, one spelling error, according to Reggie, and a citation of a dictionary. Now, and then he kept emphasizing the difference, the contrast with his peer reviewed work. And he said, even that one single spelling error is so crucial that it will actually make your work not even get into a library. Now, Reggie is sitting there saying this while his paper has buku spelling errors, grammar errors, citation, dictionary citation errors. This is what is being brought up. And you have to contend with that fact when you're actually answering this, because that is Reggie telling us what is the difference between his peer-reviewed, published in a journal work and other people's work like Asa, Ujao, and them that is not peer-reviewed. Now we are putting them side by side, and we're actually seeing that the peer-reviewed work is actually more sloppy than the work that he was busy criticizing and telling people, this is not it. Mine is it.
excellent point. And that right there. Oh, I forgot to let the brother June in. Sorry about that, June. That is an excellent point, and that's my point. My point is that Reggie should not be trying to compare. He put it's like a self contradiction. He is comparing and contrasting our book done in 2019, which was not peer reviewed through the or in a journal, with his work that is peer reviewed and in a journal at the same time, bragging about being peer reviewed and being in a journal. And the things he's pointing out, he himself has done and worse. And so that is a slap in the face. So that's what people have to understand and see. And Brendan, to your initial point that you were making, no, it's not better. These people did not peer review his work. That's the point. They just accepted it through the page numbers in there, and that was it. They did
I don't know
not
if we
go
can
through his
say
work.
that. I don't know if we can say that because if we don't have insight into the process and all that stuff, I don't know if we can impugn the journal to that point. That
Well,
that
well,
that's the only thing that I would say. I guess we should be very reserved on, because at that point, it seems as if you're impugning the integrity of the journal itself, right? You were saying that.
Yes,
well, yeah. If it was
That's one
peer
of the things.
reviewed,
I'm
yes,
sorry, go ahead.
yes, yes. That's exactly what I'm doing, Brendan. What I'm
Mhm,
saying is very clear, and I'm
mhm.
not and I'm not sugarcoating it.
No, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
This is certainly.
the journal's peer review process when it came to this article is irresponsible. They did not do, like, if I had to grade it, they failed, because in 5 minutes, mind you, I've the slides I just showed is real time, pointing these things out in real time while Lasar was talking a little while ago. That's what I did in 5 minutes, and I'm not on the panel for the journal. If I can find this, and I'm some random YouTube dude named Wujao, and these people are supposed to be prestige doctors in front of the name, PhD after the name, and it's supposed to be a peer-reviewed journal. So much so that I can go on the Pseudo Killers channel and brag and get everybody else behind me and brag with me. If I can do this in 5 minutes, then yes, that peer review process of that journal is a failure. Yes,
And,
I
and
can I
let,
can
let me
fully say that.
and let me say something just right quick. I'm looking in the chat. I see Jehudi Ma'at saying I'm sounding like a grammar apologist all of a sudden. First of all, I'm not apologizing for anybody. I stand on my own statements. And second of all, you should be apologizing for accusing Reggie of plagiarism when you went through a plagiarism tool, you didn't know how to analyze results, and then make an accusation, Jehudi. So you should be making an apology for that. And we already addressed that on the pseudo killers channel.
Well, Reggie
So
should apologize as well, because everybody misused that plagiarism database, and everybody knows who does this kind of stuff knows that those plagiarism websites is a misnomer.
you
All
have
those
to know what
websites,
you're looking at. You have to
yes,
know what you're looking at
all
and how to analyze.
right, but the point is that wasn't considered when Reggie first did it,
yeah,
and
I
and,
think
and wait, and so
It's
so
not
here's the
considered
thing.
when a lot of us do this. This is
No,
what
no,
I've
no,
been
no,
seeing
no,
inside of
But
the
no,
conscious
no, no, no.
community.
Let's no.
They
there's
Don't
only
use
one group of people who was doing all of the so-called
yeah.
plagiarism. These are all the folks
Nobody
who
was
got
doing
their
it.
information beat up by everyone on this side. Since they can't defeat the information, they're trying to look for something else to discredit the author in their positions. And that's the point that I made earlier. That you notice that in none of his critiques of the text, or our position, are any actual points ever being critiqued. No direct quotes from our text about our positions of anything, because they can't argue against our points. And so let's look and see if something's been plagiarized, or if they didn't cite this source, or whatnot, if they misspelled something, because then in their pseudo logic eyes, that's going to somehow distract everybody from the point that they can't defeat our argument. And keep in mind, that the 2019 text that we put together was put together in 1 week. That book is our notes. And we only put it together because Reggie is the one who organized the so-called debate along with Ned or Ned. And because we know the shadiness of their character and how they like to misconstrue our arguments, we knew that they were gonna make the the debate and skew it to their benefit. So we put together the book so that the general public can understand exactly our general argument was, which is why we said in the text this is a summary of a larger work that is to come, and that we put this together literally in 1 week. Next week was the debate. Let's put this together and get this out and make sure this is in the hands of folks so they can't come and say that we changed our position after the debate, right? We let them know that this is our position, these are our arguments, this is the methodology and everything coming into the debate. But of course, as predicted, it was some shady stuff. So when you get to debate, there's no rebuttals. There's Dr. Beatty took away from my time, took 10 minutes away from my time, and added 10 minutes to his time. We were supposed to each get 30 minutes to and it's just this kind of shadiness that was going, which we knew we had to put something on paper so that the well-minded folks, can have a reference point until the larger work comes out and understand our position simply. So if you find a misspelling, in the text, that's fine. It was already correct in 19. The fact that he's still bringing this up shows that he hasn't been up on the changes or whatnot to the book, and he's still harping over something. But then you went through all that because of one misspelling in the table of content, and then your whole entire article that was supposedly peer reviewed was just all over the place. That's funny. I'll stop
Yeah,
there.
I actually did
Okay,
get a
so I think
chance.
we have brother
Hey,
Reggie. Some is in here, so just wanted to make sure that everybody understands. I don't know if this is the brother Reggie, uh, actually or not, but somebody with the screen name brother Reggie is here.
Hello,
by the way,
P. Can you hear me?
Okay, so it is brother Reggie. Yep, I can hear
Okay.
you loud and clear.
I can't see myself.
Yeah, we can't see you either, so it's just black.
Okay, so okay, so I don't know how to. I don't. Okay, so let me just go and see if I can fix the settings. Settings. Okay. So while fixing the settings,
Yeah.
about plagiarism. Well, first let's just separate it. The people that I was talking about directly with plagiarism. Um, um, in their particular case, and I only used one author, right? In their particular case, you can obviously see that there are citation problems and that it links that directly to Wikipedia articles and stuff like that directly. And I looked at the whole piece and I only decided to put that one person on because I just didn't want the smoke from everybody else. They have a opportunity because they sold the publication to people to actually correct it, right? I think that they could do that, right? And about them, but that's not your issue and a source issue. Those are not your issues. So, but the reason why it even came about is because um, every time I come on to the channel, this guy is stalking me, and I don't, and then so I don't, and so when he's stalking me about the Kemet question, and so that's how we got back into this fold because he's stalking me. He came all the way from wherever West Bubblefuck to the conference. He's a student of yours or someone that you teach, and the dude is stalking me. I have nothing to do with him. I don't never, I don't. His work is not in the area. He's a student of yours. But on the issue of us, my my journal article really had nothing to do. I wasn't particularly trying to critique y'all in that journal article. I just mentioned how it came about. And so sorry for you to say it's all over the place. Mm. Well, that's really interesting because I defined syncretism. I defined my research methods. I'm only dealing with text, and I'm showing syncretism through the period until it gets to Kemet. And then I'm showing using syncretism as a tool to show some other things like Hathor and other things. So my work is particularly on syncretism. It's really not about you, right? And listen, Saul, man, I think you're a bright dude. I just disagree with you. And then when I read the contributions to the place named Kemet, it's simple. It goes like this. It's really simple. You wrote your position, Ujao wrote his position, and the other author wrote his position. Those are different positions. Uh, if you think that you made your case in that, you can say that you did, but I don't think that you made your case. But if that's what you think that you did, that's fine. Um, so, I mean, it's either where do we go from here, right? There's obviously some issues that we disagree with, right? I disagree with Kemet having something to do with Sumerian, having something to do with Kidoro. I think that you know that. My work is not on linguistics. My work is on analyzing the text and linking it to syncretism. I think that you can see that. Why y'all so upset? Why y'all so upset? I don't understand. I mean,
Okay,
why?
so let me okay, so number one, welcome to the channel, and
Yeah,
I'm glad
yeah,
you I'm
yeah,
glad you popped on.
yeah.
But to address that, I'm not upset, and I'll
Okay.
just speak for myself, limit to myself. I'm not
You
upset.
don't be upset.
So, but I would ask you that question. Why you get now? You're not upset right now though. So my question would be out of timing. But I have seen you upset on previous and other videos and whatnot. But that we could talk about that later. But here's the thing: you you with what you just said, right?
I
The
feel
the
so.
imp- the impression that people in the audience is getting from these conversations is that your article rebuttals or refutes our article or our book. Now, how I
No,
know that to be true,
yeah.
how I know that to be true is because of the comments, the questions I get, and you can actually, I don't know if you pay attention to the chats in these multiple video
Sometimes.
streams and whatnot,
Sometimes.
but when you read the chats and when you listen and watch what people are saying and asking, the impression that's given is that one, your work is a refutation or rebuttal to our work, and that your work has been accepted, ours has not.
That part is
You even said it about Mario Beatty, Dr. Mario Beatty and stuff like that. It was rejected, it was not accepted, and this, that, and the other. But yours was, and you're implying that yours was, and what that sounds like to the audience is that your argument has prevailed, even though you just now said that your article is not even dealing with ours. It's about syncretism. Now, so that needs to be made clear to the audience every time that this discussion happens. You need to make it clear that your article is not an attempt to refute our article, because if it is, then I will wake up and I will make time to address your article in full. I will put it in writing. I will do you like I did Walter Williams, straight up like that. And so one of the things that you said in the
oh, Bell,
videos.
Reds, please do it. It will help the people. It's
Okay.
not as personal. Please wake up in the morning and dress my whole article. But I
Okay.
would say that to Jawa, look, uh, there are lots of pieces to this, right? Um, yeah, I have a article in a journal. I did. It
Yep.
is my work,
Was
right?
it peer reviewed?
The journal has its method of acceptance. So they sent me back some changes. I made some changes, and I resent it. And they have a board, and they sent it to their board, and then it was then I got notice after a long time uh, that they were going to publish it in the Itabari the Elder Itabari issue. So the Journal of Black Pan African Studies is one of the very few journals. So are you attacking how the journal operates to get at me, or because
No, no,
I
no.
mean they have hundreds of publications in the journal. So that is just pretty much how some articles are better than other articles. Um, but on this particular article, they accepted it, and it was an important article because the founder had passed away. So you should kind of talk to the journal about how the article was accepted rather than specifically talking to me because it is a long-standing journal.
Okay,
Um,
but okay, go. Sorry.
mhm, yeah.
Okay, so let me just address that. So no, I'm not slamming the journal to get at you because I don't do that. That may be for the circus community, but I don't do that. The question I asked you was it peer reviewed? Because if it was by the
Mhm,
journal, and then in 5 minutes while Asar was talking, I can recognize mistakes that I
mhm,
just showed, then I have to therefore re-examine their peer review process, or at least I can exclude parts of the
mhm.
process. They what did they peer review for? Did they just check for formatting, spacing between sentences, and make sure you use the right
Well, I
font,
think that
or or because you miss some citations, you have some spelling mistakes, and the only reason why I bring that up, normally I would not, I would ignore that, but but
uh,
but the reason why I bring that up is because you and Ned made a video
mm,
a while back, and you recently brought it up again about the word preliminary being misspelled, and you made a big
preliminary,
deal
yeah,
about it. Yeah, you
yeah,
made
I
a big
did.
deal about it, right? So if you gonna make a big deal about a single misspelling in our work, and I can pull up in 5 minutes and recognize a bunch of misspellings and capitalization problems that you have in a peer-reviewed work, then
Mm,
to me that's like a little self-daggering
mm.
type of situation. And
Wait,
and so I'm pointing that
wait.
out to you.
Yeah, wait. Let's just slow this down like you want to slow it down.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I accepted my article. I mean, I sent my article in full. Um, they actually message is received from Mo. They actually did some editing to it, right? They may have corrected more of my issues than than to their credit, right? Than I put in. They may have missed some. I think if you read some of the other articles, uh, I think that there is a possibility that happens. It was a very long article. So they put it through their process. And let's just say, in some cases, the tools that they used, maybe they didn't catch anything. But it was a combined effort, me as the writer, and two, there might have been some things that they certainly didn't catch, but it went through a process. So the issue is twofold. I might have made the mistake initially. They may have not caught it through the editing process, and that's fine. But you have to understand the process is that the article does, all articles do go through editing, right? So some things was missed, and I can tell you probably why is because of the short time of publishing when they decided to actually choose my article to put it inside that particular area. But let's just get to this. And so, like journals, if they choose and if it's major, they could publish an errata, right? And they could fix it. That's not an issue. But now, as far as me missing a citation, I would like to know. I'm not looking at this. Well, let me just make sure I look at the screen. Let me. And so it's a different thing. So, okay. So right there, there's a spelling error of graphene, right? I I can accept that, and that was probably mine, right? And that wasn't picked up in their editor. Okay, we could do if they choose, they can do an errata on that. Um, and the what citation are you talking about now?
No citation of Mark Vigus, and you used the watermark edition and not the latest edition of the dictionary, but you did not cite Mark Vigus every time you used and copied and pasted his stuff. So, and mind you, I'm only saying all of these things. 'Cause remember, I had your article for quite a while, and I never brought this stuff up. I'm only bringing it up because for some reason, when you guys are on the pseudo killers channel and all the instigation is going on, a lot of people got a whole bunch of smack to talk and say. And so I'm only pointing this out because here's the thing. Our work is not peer reviewed. It's not in a journal. Your work has been peer reviewed and in a journal. And because it has, you know, that's worth celebrating, and rightfully so. But what I see happening is not only is your acceptance in the journal being celebrated, but it's being weaponized and compared. Like you are known, and I can pull up the audio or video if I need to. But you're saying get published in the journal and before you come talk to me and this, that, and the third, as if your publication in a journal or being published in a journal is all of that. When in 5 minutes I could point out more mistakes in your stuff as it's being peer reviewed than in our stuff that's not peer reviewed. We self-published ours.
Wait, okay, so let's just talk about this. So
All right.
yes, there could be some editing problems, and I think I my article was really long. There's a lot of stuff that was actually cut out. So if I didn't cite directly the glibs that I took from Vigus at that particular point, I think I cited Vigus several times. But my work is in a journal. You're correct. There could be an errata. I could fix it. That's not a problem. But if I want to talk about your work, right? I mean, how can I say we can go directly to the TLA because you don't speak German, I don't speak German, right? And so we actually know that was completely taken from the whole thing was taken from the TLA and not the Waterbush, right? So do you want to go tit for tat?
Wait, Reggie. Let's put it in perspective.
Well,
You and Netter Neb already did a video on that.
right.
So
So
it's not a matter of going tit for tat, because if you
no.
want to go tit for tat now, if you want to do that, we could do that, because what I'm showing is just in 5 minutes. So if you want to do that, then I welcome it. We could do that right here and right now. We can go tit for tat in your whole entire article. I could show you all the misspellings you did. I could show you all the non-citations you did, the screenshots of the glyphs that you didn't do yourself. You lifted it from Mark Vigus dictionary, didn't give him credit for it, and everything. So if you want to do that, we could do that.
Okay. Well, okay.
So
let's just
but
do it like this.
tell me
Let's
what is it going to be?
let's just no.
Do you
No.
want to do it or not?
Yeah. It could be any way. It could be any way that you want it to be. So
No, I'm leaving it up
however
to
you
you
want
because I'm not.
No,
No,
no, no.
you
You're not. No. It's
you brought it
fine.
up.
Fine. It's no. No. I'm responding. Actually responding to the comments, and I think that I'm doing it evenly, right? I think I'm evenly. If I did not cite a glyph that belongs to that, yes, it's in Vegas, but it's in a number of different dictionaries, right? But it
No,
is
no, it's not.
African.
Not
Which
not
one is
not what I'm
not?
showing on the screen.
Got the watermark, bro.
Yeah,
What I'm
I
showing on
know.
the screen is specifically watermark from Vegas. So this is not coming from multiple dictionaries.
No,
Yeah,
the
I think what needs to be kept in perspective is because when you bring up what going for tit for tat and all that, you're losing the point, because the point is that it's you, Reggie, who told us that you're supposed that anybody, because you brought this up on other people's paper, not on your paper, it was on other people's paper, and you told the community that the people were wrong for not citing a dictionary, that the people were wrong and sloppy for having spelling errors. So it's you who brought those things to the attention of
okay.
the people. So now,
Well,
then it comes when you look at your paper, it's like what you told
we'll
us that is wrong
respect you.
is actually on your paper,
We'll
and that is just
respect
something
you.
that you can just either say, hold on, you can either say, yes, I did tell you those were wrong, and you can, as you can see on my paper, I did actually make the same mistakes that I was criticizing other people for. That's actually much more mature than actually telling people you want to go tit for tat, because
Okay.
nobody actually brought those up. It's you who brought it up in the past and last week.
Okay, so how many people am I talking to? So let me just respond to you, Emykhet. Let me just respond to you. Um, I understand what you're saying, and I understand that you are a commentator. I also understand that you have a little bias, right? So you're not completely unbiased. So I understand that. You're not even really in this conversation, but that doesn't take away your right to make the point. But I just want to make the point that you are, in fact, biased, right? And I've never had a conversation with you really directly, but I will accept the fact that the Medew Netcher is the Medew Netcher, and I did take that glyph from Vegas, right? I did take that glyph from Vegas, and at some point when I can, I will correct it. But the glyph itself doesn't belong to Vegas; it belongs to African people, right? The glyph, he didn't make up the glyph, right? So you can find Heka
Wow.
in so many different places, and so he uses the same tools, Sesh or whatever tools. So the fact of the matter is that glyph belongs to African people, right? And so there you go. So when he makes his dictionary, for example, uh, he doesn't cite every place where he actually got it, right? But I will admit that I did take the glyph from Vegas.
Okay, so let me speak to that real quick. So based on your logic and your rationale that you just stated, that the glyphs don't belong to Vegas, that is an excuse that you can use it because it don't belong to him. It belongs to African people.
Yeah.
Then why don't you use the same reasoning for what you tried to cite us on with the TLA and say it don't belong to the TLA. It actually belongs to African people because they're quoting Athribis and so on and so forth, which is the part that you're talking about and everything like that. Why don't you say
I
that
wish
that
I
that
could.
that doesn't belong to the Germans? It actually belongs to African people because the point that's being missed here is the
No.
neglect to attribute. See, plagiarism deals with attribution, attributing the source from which you get something from, regardless of who you believe it belongs to. Mark Vigas took the time out to produce those glyphs in his work. He even has a watermark. So let me just show everybody the Mark Vigas dictionary I'm talking about. This is the older edition that I'm showing on the screen that has the yellow watermarks. His newer edition, which everyone should use, doesn't have any of this stuff in it and whatnot. So for somebody to use it in 2022 is to be outdated. But in this particular dictionary, you see here the watermark. He put the watermark there for a reason. So just like people watermark their videos, that if somebody were to share the video, the watermark and the branding goes with it. So he did the same thing for his dictionary, the previous editions. And so there's no way around it. Whether we believe that these glyphs belong to African people didn't put it in this book. African people didn't trace it out and put it and format it in this way in this book. So it's still the guy's work. So that's a lame
No,
excuse, Reggie.
I think okay.
Yeah, and real quickly, just to address,
No. Let me speak.
because
Let me.
you say
No,
something.
wait.
Okay, I'll let you speak, but I'll address what you said after.
Okay, so thank you for letting me speak. So, uh, I don't think it's lame. I think, if anything, at the worst case, is a miscitation, but it is not plagiarism, right? Now, when we pull up, if we pull up your work, right? Okay, so then the problem is it's a little bit different on page 53, right? When basically there's German text that you could not, that it's just not yours. It's straight from the TLA. So I think you are right that I should have cited that glyph. I don't think that you're wrong with that, but I don't. It is not on the level of plagiarism. And if you took the time to look at my article, I don't know how many citations I have, maybe 75 citations. Um, if I missed a citation, then at some point I will try to fix it. But that is not plagiarism. So grammar mistakes is one thing. Plagiarism is another thing. Citations is another thing. In the scheme of things, your particular work. See, I can't deal with a SAR, but in your work,
Wait. Pause right there for 1 second. I just want to, because I want to make it clear, because what I'm hearing from you, instead of you just and then we got a bot in the chat, if somebody could take care of that. What I'm hearing from you is that you're comparing and contrasting what I showed in 5 minutes of looking at your text on the screen about Vigus, and then you're comparing it to in page 53 of our work, but you're making them separate and distinct. When in fact, if you use from a dictionary and didn't cite it, whatever you want to call it, if you don't want to call it plagiarism, that's cool with me. But whatever you call it, let's just call it a miscitation, right? That's what you want to. That's what you call it. Now, what's strange to me is that you won't give us the same description as a miscitation.
Okay, I understand. I understand.
So just so that people can see what you're talking about.
Different. I do think it's
just so that people can see what it's talking about.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, just let him show it, and then I will speak after, because you did say that I can address after. Yeah.
I just want to show people what you're referring to when I have in the square brackets the citation of the Waterbuck. WB is for Waterbuck Volume 5, page 125, entry number 12. That's what this means. Then you have another citation here, and then you have another citation here. Now, so what you're saying is that what makes this different from yours and mine.
I'm trying to share the screen. I'm trying to look at your screen. So give me a quick second to find.
No, you have the book in your hand. It's page 53.
Yeah, but I'm looking at. I want to look at what you're looking at. I have the book in my hand. You know I have it. So that's
no. I know. No, I'm saying if you want to see
I want to see what you're showing. So go ahead, talk. It's my fault. I shouldn't take away from what you're trying to say. Go ahead.
Okay, no. All I'm saying is that whatever you see it as a difference. And so here's the thing. If you hold up, I got if you copied and pasted and took a screenshot from Vigus Dictionary and you cropped it down so it can fit in your sentence,
Hmm.
then it gives the appearance that you're passing that off as your own work if you do not give a proper attribution of it. That is the basic general definition of plagiarism. And we know that plagiarism has different degrees of plagiarism, right? We have, soft or indirect or passive or, all that kind of stuff. But regardless, though, if you use somebody else's thing and it could come off as if you're passing it off as your own, then that is one of the basic definitions of plagiarism. And so you taking a screenshot from Vigus dictionary and putting it within your sentence, even with the watermarks and stuff, it comes across as if you did those glyphs and designed those glyphs. Like, so for instance, see on my page here, I did those glyphs. That's my work. Like all these glyphs you see, I actually did it. I actually know how to use the software to produce it. Even the transliteration, even the fonts and everything. That's me. Now, what you're citing is that you're saying that because I have this as an example here, citing the Waterbach dictionary and three different citations for this Kim Ware entry, you're saying that that's different than what you did. So you would lean on calling this on page 53 plagiarism, but not yours. And I'm saying that that's
watch
illogical.
this. I'm gonna show you the different. I'm gonna show you different levels. So let's say I agree. I miscited. I did miss to cite Vigus, right? And so I am not disagreeing, but people have different renderings. So I did take his rendering from his dictionary.
Is that not plagiarism?
No, which is pretty much free, right? His Vigus dictionary is pretty much free.
TLA is free too, though.
Still plagiarism.
So free.
I admit, watch this.
Yeah.
Watch this. So I admit that I did not cite that. How many times in this whole course of materials, and I'm that you could say that this is plagiarism, because first of all, the glyphs are in fact African people's glyphs, so they're not unique to Vigus, not Gardner, not Budge, not anybody. It is so these are not unique.
So why cite anybody who use African glyphs then? Why cite anybody?
Oh, because
you see that doesn't make sense.
No, wait, yes it does, because watch this. So
Oh
then
my
if you go
gosh.
down, watch this. If you
Come
go,
on, man. Quit trying to get out of it, bro. Nobody's trying to charge you with anything.
if you keep going down, right, like if you look at your piece, right, like the problem with using African words from Europeans, right, everything in your table 6 has no citation, right?
Wait. Let me go to table 6. Hold on. Let's go to table 6. You said table 6, and notice how you can actually even say that it's a table 6. I just had to throw that in there. But
You made your own table, Joe?
That means it's cited.
You created
Yeah.
That means
tables?
it's cited.
Let's let the brothers cook,
No.
man. Let's
yeah.
Mind your business.
So So
you as well.
none of these are cited because this is me.
You as well, dude.
This is me right here, Reggie. So I can actually read the glyphs and know that that's duat. I can read the glyphs and know that this is irim. I can read the glyphs and know this is Emykhet. I'm the one that put the Y in there because I know the Y is omitted in the actual glyphs. I did that, Reggie. I know this is Ankhet, the horizon. I know these things. This is from my mind and my work. I don't have to cite anybody because this is from me. That's why.
Yeah, okay, real quick. Oh, hold on 1 second, because I think Reggie is trying to confuse people here. So what I would like you to do
this is not.
actually,
So,
wait, hold on. No, let me just talk.
Okay.
Yeah, you are. So let me just at least prove it.
I'm
If
not
I don't
trying to-
prove it, then you can come back after. But at least let me get my thought out. So if Ujao
But you
can go
don't
to
start
Reggie's,
it. It would be good if you don't start it with a negative. You're biased.
no, I can start with the position.
She calling
and
her
then
like she see her, yo.
Listen, I can start with the position and then I can actually
All right, so
double
once you
back
start
on the
with the
position. So at least let me So Ujao, could you please go to one page, to Reggie's paper on page 128?
All right, give me a second. So you might as well keep talking. I'll do it.
Yes. Okay. Because on that page, Reggie has a table as well, and on that table, because what Reggie is trying to do is actually say that because he's and he did say that word for word. We could go after on the video once it's finished and listen. He said that because he did not cite a glyph, and that's where he's actually having a misunderstanding. It's not about glyph citation. It's about when you take the screenshot is a picture. You are very careful enough to actually cite every other screenshots that you took of images, right? You cited those because those are screenshots of images that somebody took, obviously, and you did not choose not to cite them, even though those are, when you say that these are African people's things, there are pictures of African people's things that you did cite. So we can't use that argument when it comes to the Vigus dictionary. But you're misunderstanding the fact that you actually took somebody's word, screenshot it, and it's terrible because it's actually watermarked, so we can actually go back and see what image you took, and then you did not cite it. But then when instead of just accepting that was actually a fault, according to what you've told us in the past of what is false, right? You go and actually hold on. I'm not finished. I'm not
talking.
finished.
I have to understand what you're saying. I do have to understand what you're saying.
All right? Go ahead.
So here I do have, so if I'm trying to follow you, right? So I do have citations on the bottom.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have pictures in your article, correct?
Oh, okay. So
right, and you cited.
Wait. Let's just deal with.
Can you let her get her point out first so she can tell you what she's trying to say?
I'm trying to read what's on the screen, and I'm not listen.
It's not what is on the screen right now.
I can
just listen to what she's saying, though.
No, but I'm not talking to you. I don't have anything to do with you. If it's the person I think it is, I have nothing to say to you.
Yeah, let's just no, Sean. Let it unfold. Let it unfold.
Chill out, Sean.
Okay, so Reggie, what Emykhet, so you could pick up what she was saying is that, and here's where the faulty logic comes into play, and I want you to hear me out. So your excuse today is that Vigus, the glyphs doesn't belong to Vigus. It's an African writing system and everything like that. It's for African people. And so you're saying that as a justification not to cite Vigus. So it's like split tongue, because in one hand you admitted, rightfully so, that you failed to cite Vigus. But along with that, you offer an explanation, an apologetic explanation as an excuse to say that the glyphs don't belong to Vigus, it belongs to African people. But yet, when it came to Faulkner and the TLA, you actually cite them in the superscripted thing. Even though you don't mention Faulkner by name, you probably have it in your endnote, superscript 46. But you cite them, but they're using African writing as well. So the logic is inconsistent. And at the bottom line, it'll be better if we don't have this oppositional stance, and instead of you being petty and going through a book and not addressing the information, and you identify the preliminary misspelling of that word, and then the TLA, which is a database, by the way, and stuff like that, and try to cite plagiarism. You and Ned Neb did that a while back. Instead of doing all that stuff, for the dramatic effect of the circus community, why can't, like you told Sister Emykhet, why start off with a bias or a negative? Because I can charge you with that same thing. You're biased, and you're negative because you came at our book with negative stuff. You didn't even go through the content, or even be like, all right, well, hey man, whatever.
Yes, and then because I'm not finished, so hold on. No. Listen, y'all cut me off. No, at least you know that you cut me off. I didn't finish. This was just one example. No, I'm not finished. I am.
Let Reggie respond, sis. Let Reggie respond, sis. So if
so I don't understand what this is. You give it to your man, right? For him to speak, you yield to him. He speaks, and then when I come back to try to talk, I can't talk. You want to continue. So if you
We
want
letting
me
you
on the
talk.
show,
No,
listen. If you want
okay,
me on the show,
but okay.
fine. I'll
Remember, I
be
did
willing
let
to
you
be
talk
on the
when you cut me
show.
off.
I'll be
So
willing
remember
on the
that.
show. But Emykhet, the only reason why you're on the show is because you're biased. It's not
Okay,
because of this
so
work. You're not involved in this work. So I can speak to Ujawa, and I can also speak to Asar, because fundamentally, if he feels that I did something wrong or petty, I could talk to Ujawa, because that is who I did it to, right? You have nothing to do with it.
okay, so I'll correct that in a minute. Let me just finish first. So I brought up the first point, which you say these are African people's things, and clearly you did actually cite other African people's things. So we can throw that reasoning or that excuse out of the window. Now, the second thing I was going to address was the fact that where you actually cite Faulkner, what is the difference between what you see on your screen and what was on Ujawa's paper with the TLA?
Okay, so where I say this Kim, this glyph and all this, I say Kim is in the Thesaurus Lingua Egypta, and I cite it, right? And then I have another one that says Kim is in the Concise Dictionary in Middle Egyptian. I cite it. The difference is pull up Ujawa's. Since you want to see it, pull up Ujawa. Pull up Ujawa's. That page, that is page number 53.
Page 53.
Okay, so let's go higher to the point that we're talking about, to the citation.
Okay, so right here. Talking about that right there.
Okay.
Or that one right there.
Yes, any of the two.
Okay, so great. Okay, so this author, where you got it from, he drew up this source in this particular, in Goma, Bessalon, whatever, that book, right? Waterbush, that's where he is. So here you actually took this from where? I have to ask you because you took it. So I'm assuming that it's the TLA, but where did you take someone else's complete citation?
Wait. So just to be clear, right?
Yeah.
You're saying that this right here is
and
pulled.
and the glyph after that, all of that, and the glyph, the whole line. So the whole line into to the period. That
Okay.
that
No.
whole citation.
No. See, Reggie, the difference is like I actually type out the glyphs. So
No, I'm
this
not talking
glyph.
about the glyphs. I'm talking
Okay,
about
you said the glyphs.
talking about the Waterbush 5 125.12.
Yeah.
That's your
Yeah.
format or whose format? That's the TLA's format.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
But that's a standard format.
So that's actually
Wait. One second. Hold on. Before anybody jumps
do
in.
I have to argue with? Because if it's
No.
how can I say if it's a whole execution squad, that's
no, it's
fine.
not. It's not that type of party. No, it's not that type of
no,
party.
don't do that.
So
Don't do that.
3 people.
It's not that.
So
No, it's
a
not
Saul
that type
can
of
chime
party.
in when he wants to talk. A Saul says in the deep voice, it's the standard. Yeah, it's
He has a deep voice.
excited.
What, you scared?
Okay, 'cause I know you don't speak. I know you don't speak Greek, and I know you don't speak Coptic, and to be accurate. So I know it came from somewhere else. Okay, so fine. Let's just say you missed a citation, a big one, and let's say I missed a citation. If you want to say a big one, fine. But I don't.
No. But hold up. But here's the thing. And I'm gonna say this because Emykhet didn't get a chance to
I don't know
express
who
her
she
full
is.
Okay, that's
How
fine.
many people? Wait, can we have some rules? I would address her conversation this time, right? going forward, just so I'm not confused and I don't feel attacked, can I just talk to you? And if a SAR wants to talk, fine, right? Anybody
Okay,
else
but
who's not
yeah,
directly
after
related to this,
okay, and Reggie, that's fine, but the
that's fine.
sister is definitely gonna have the opportunity to get her thought out because
Okay.
she was cut off. Okay, so
Okay.
but
But let's just
so I'm gonna give
wait,
her
hold up. Let's be crystal clear, right? Let's just be crystal clear for the audience, right? So I'm gonna just show you how biasness works. Emykhet is your student, correct?
Ujawu, he's
wait
going to
one second.
Here
continue
you go
to
with
No,
your
no,
do
no,
monkey in the
this.
Sean,
water
Sean, don't
shit.
do that. Don't do that. Listen. Everybody
Emykhet,
mute.
wait, hold up.
Everybody mute.
I don't
Everybody mute.
understand why Emykhet is actually even in the argument.
Because okay, but listen,
Why?
I'm I'm gonna I'm gonna
Yeah, explain.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, she can explain herself because I mean she's a grown adult. So I'm gonna give her the mic in a second, and then she can explain why, and then let her finish her thought, and then you and I can continue the conversation. So here's the thing. The point is, in 5 minutes time, I found mistakes in your work,
No,
grammatical
no,
mistakes,
we
spelling.
understand
Wait,
that.
can I finish?
Address to
Can I
me.
finish?
Wait. No, I want you said that you was going to do something, sir. I need to know, even though
What?
I'm going to listen to what she has to say this time. Can you address to me in the public what is her rationale? You could
I
say
already
because she's
said.
a member of the show. You could say
I,
she's a student. You could say that she's your lady. I just need to understand why she is so uh what is in it for
okay.
her?
I understand. Yeah,
Hold on, hold on,
I
hold
understand that.
on. Wujawa,
I
can I just
understand
say
that.
this one thing? Can I just say this one thing? It's irrelevant because she's a co-host of this show. This is her platform. This is her and Wujawa's platform. They host a show every week. So she has a right as a host of the show to ask you or address anything regarding your work or the topic of the show.
Okay.
Period. And so
So her star.
when you listen, no. When you are on pseudo killers, everybody and their mama jumps into the show. Nobody says nothing.
Her
She wants
Instigating,
star.
to address
cursing,
something, and then
Her
you
star.
and
I'm
everything.
talking a
you
star.
are you have just let her speak
Okay,
without
so
interrupting her.
no, I
Just let
won't. No, I
her
have a
speak
problem.
without
I don't have a
interrupting. It
problem. I
is
didn't interrupt her.
irrelevant.
I
You've
interrupted
been interrupting her for the
Ujjawa.
longest. She has yet to finish her thought.
No,
Just
I'm
let
going
her
to
speak.
allow, but I just want the people to understand that first of all, this is Ujjawa's work. This is and part of this on another chapter is Asar's work, right? Those and it's not her work, right? So she is a host on
Nobody
this
claimed it
channel.
was though.
She is a host on this channel, but respectfully, I did come on to talk. So I would say that I don't have to continue to talk, even though it's a fair conversation. I don't think it's an unfair conversation, but I just would like if it's your work and you was talking about my work. She has no work.
Okay, but yeah, actually she does. But hold up. But see, here's the thing.
No, she has no work in this book. Stop it,
Okay,
Ujaru.
no.
Did she help you write this?
Wait, listen. No, but I'm
She
saying
has work though.
you. Wait, what's
No, but what
you
I'm
just made
saying
it.
is we're only
Wait. I'm
talking
just clear.
about.
Hold up, Reggie, for a second. I'm just clarifying, cause you and I can, if it's just me and you having a conversation, we could talk on the phone. But obviously, we're having this conversation in front of people. So you just said she has no work, and you put a period on it. I'm just
Okay, I'm
clarifying
gonna qualify
that she
it.
does have work. She
I
does
tried
have
to
work.
say it. Watch this.
That
I
that that
said
that
it.
is championed and supported by Dr.
You
Ricchetti. I
you
meant, by the
are
way.
removing it. I
By the
said
way,
when I first started, this is about
her
you
work
was
is peer reviewed by
criticizing my
Dr.
work.
Ricchetti. I meant.
Okay,
You
can I finish my point at this
wait. Okay, yes, you.
because I've been interrupted. Reggie said I am biased. I shouldn't be in this conversation, but he came on our channel. But one thing that you're also forgetting, and maybe because you don't know. You wrote this. You write a paper. People publish works because they want other people to read and other people to critique. Now, my critique comes in various forms. First, I am published. my publications, I know exactly how things are supposed to be cited, right? So when I'm speaking about these citations, I'm not just parroting stuff because I've done it myself. Secondly, on this particular paper, other than the citations which I have experience in, I am actually qualified to speak because you wrote this paper for people like us who can actually read Sesh, Medew, Netcher, go into your article and critique it. So that's what I'm doing right now. If you don't want people like me to do this, then don't publish anything. But when you do, people like me are going to do this on different channels, including our channel that you hopped on. So me critiquing stuff has nothing to do with either being biased or being whatever, because the point that I'm actually pointing has nothing to do with biasness. These are your errors, and you are the one who told us what kind of errors these are. Now, to finish my point, the difference between your citation of Faulkner and Wu Zhao's citation is that yours is a screenshot. Wu Zhao actually redid that whole work, but he did cite. Only difference between yours and his is that yours is actually a screenshot, his is actually not. And if you actually show, you will see they all start with the glyphs, they have the transliterations. You do a very good job of actually citing where you took it from. You go to Wu Zhao's work, same thing, the glyphs, the translations, and then the citation. So if you're going to say that Wu Zhao did wrong to do that, you cannot say that he did wrong to do that when it's exactly the same thing you did in yours. Only difference is that yours is a whole, you lifted the whole person's work and put it there, while Wu Zhao actually redid it. But they're all still cited. So the only thing you actually have an excuse of attempting to even tell us is that it is wrong to redo a work when you're going to cite it, screenshot it like me, because literally there is no difference. We see that yours is Faulkner's and how it looks. But we know that that cannot be an excuse because we read books too, written by people in this field. And what they do is actually what Wu Zhao did. What they do not do is what you did, which is screenshotting. But at the end of the day, I'm not saying that that's a fault. I'm just saying that you have no business actually saying that Wu Zhao's is wrong, because the only difference between your citation and his citation is that yours is a whole lifted screenshot, while his is actually a redone work. But all the citations are still there. If you do not understand this, that's beyond me.
Okay, I heard what you had to say. So just some minor points. I agree that I should have cited the glyph from where it came from. However, and I did say that if I do get a chance, I will attempt to fix that by an errata. And obviously, there are some editing issues that went away. But if you took the time to look at the work that I did, the work that I did is I tried to heavily cite what I did for the amount of pages. And I admit that I missed something, but it could be cleared up as an errata. I do think that that is a little bit, I'm just being light, different than what Wu Zhao did, where he decided to completely not cite the TLA, right? And so, and then the other things that's in the book, right? He has very little citations or footnotes in general. He has a bibliography. But I will accept the fact that I should have done a better job of citing. And if you see almost every other piece I did, except for glyphs. So I made a mistake on not citing glyphs. Where exactly I got the glyphs from, but and I admit that that's an error. Now, if you were honest, I'm talking to Emykhet, you would be honest because it's, you find no fault in your teacher's work or your friend's work, right? You find no fault at all. So you put it as like everybody should know what to do, but then I don't think that you was around. I don't know if you was around when he was writing his work. But nevertheless, people can have errors, but I think that mine is way different than what you call plagiarism. But nevertheless,
Okay, so all right, so let me address that because you and Ned said the same silly stuff a while back. So here's the thing, the TLA. Let me ask you a question, Reggie. When did you first learn about the TLA and started to use it? Just out of curiosity.
I probably learned started using it more around Kim and on trial. I think Jonathan Owens helped me with the TLA. Mhm.
Okay, so are you aware that the TLA is a search engine?
Yes, I'm aware that the TLA is a search engine.
Okay, like Google Books is is a search engine,
No, it's
right?
a little bit different because they tell you to cite. They actually say in the TLA to cite the limo. They actually say that.
Yeah, okay, but you do understand that the Wörterbuch, are you familiar with that? The German
Yes,
dictionary?
yes, uh-huh.
Okay, and that's the actual source, right?
Yes, I understand that.
So so in the book, page 53 that you have and looking through,
Mhm.
um, I cite the Wörterbuch, page 125,
Mhm.
which is what's on the screen right now. And so if people wanted to see the Wörterbuch itself, this is what I have on the screen. And I don't know if people can see my cursor, but this is page 125 of volume
Mhm.
of the volume where we have Kemet, the terms for Kemet and so on and so forth here. So the source is actually the Wörterbuch dictionary, which
Mhm.
is WB, and I'm showing the source. So that is actually is cited, the Wörterbuch as a
That's
source.
sophisticated. I mean, I'm just making
Wait,
listen.
but
The
but
difference
hold on,
between
but
me and you.
wait.
Okay, I'll let you
Uh,
go. Go ahead.
yeah. I'm just saying because we're not the only ones having the conversation. So I'm trying to make it clear to everybody who's
Yeah.
listening. So so when you see a citation of WB, the volume, the page number, and then the entry. So let me actually go back to that. I'll show that in a second. But in that, and I have a SARS comment there. Um, the 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 TLA is not the source. So we cite the sources, and so the Wörterbuch is the source. The Pust book that I have about toponyms is the source, and we cite those, and I have them, and this is what I'm showing on the screen is the actual source that mentions this particular word. It's written in German, but this is actually the source itself. This is the Wörterbuch itself. This is the page number that was cited itself. This is the entry number. The way they sort it, because the Wörterbuch is written in 7 volumes or 7 or more volumes, they have the page number, they have the volume number first, the page number second, and then the entry. So this would be entry 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 entries on column B. Same thing with Budge's dictionary. You'll see page number and then what column the word is in. Budge, page number, column. And so that's how you cite it. This is standard. This was Asar was saying. This is a standard way of citing the actual sources. So there's absolutely nothing wrong. Now, if you want to be petty, which is what I'm calling it, then all I'm saying is that for you to point that out and be petty, which is cool, and point it out on page 53 of our book or my portion of the book, then what I'm saying, which I find strange, is that when it's pointed out in your book, that all of a sudden you got all kinds of excuses. You actually even said that the glyphs don't even belong to these folks. That is African people stuff. And for the life of me, I don't understand why would you even stretch your mind to come up with that excuse instead of just saying, you know what, y'all, you're right. Let's work together and advance the information instead of and stop being petty as I've been and whatnot. And let me get on board with actually advancing information. Because the only reason why I'm bringing all this up is because because of your pettiness. And because everybody else around you, especially when you're on the pseudo killers, all the instigation from Kent and Sheffrin and even Ankh and all that kind of stuff. Now I understand that you were punching back at Sean, and I don't have I don't have any skin in that. But I'm saying you brought up our work in that conversation. And like my opinion about the conversation is goofy. Like that's some over the line, especially when you mention the feds and suing people and all that kind of stuff. Like I don't get down with that.
Wait, let's just stop. So you're conjoining two different things. When I said, so when I talked to them about what they was doing, my issue with the person that you're talking about is his continuous harassment. And if I choose to, and I want him to keep talking. All I want him to do is keep talking, because in the court of law, the federal court would be the venue, right?
Yeah, but why you bring that up though, Reggie? Like the federal,
but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Me saying that I am being harassed by some person that I have, and he is harassing me because he's defending your work, right? And it's cultish. It's cultish.
No, Sean, listen, Sean
I don't
is
know
a
who
grown.
you're talking about.
But Sean is a grown person.
Okay, let's just deal with me. Let's just deal with me and you, and don't conjoin what I said, because whatever I said on that show, I basically gave the person fair warning, right? That at this particular point, it's harassment, right?
Okay, let me just say that I get that part of it. But the only I'm saying I get that part of it. That's why I said I don't have any skin in that. The only reason why I brought that up though is because the reason but wait. Let me just say
get that up now.
Hold on, it may be a delay.
About being goofy.
I think it's a delay.
No, about being just about being goofy. There's an issue about being goofy. If you want to talk about being goofy, okay, my article is on syncretism. I see the ancient people of the Nile forming a concept that ends up as a place name, but I am talking about these concepts prior. Goofy is when the whole article is to jump out of the window and say Kim has nothing to do with being black, right? And to bring us into this conversation with someone else's work. Asar has his own work. His work is his work. I don't think that you're directly related to comparative linguistics or any of that. Then I don't think that comparative linguistics has anything directly to do, except for maybe a hypothesis, with the deciphered language, right, that has vocabulary words. I don't think that we have to do comparative linguistics on that. I haven't seen where in your book you pretty much go to a trebus, right? And you go to some you make it a toponym, but you don't deal with what was happening to the word before it became a toponym.
Okay, so let's deal with that. So let's slow it down, because so now, all right. So here's the thing. This is the part of the conversation that I would have loved to begin with, but so I want to segment. I want to segment. No.
So, yeah.
No. I'm not saying I did. I'm saying I want to put a hard stop on the previous stuff, because all I want on the previous stuff is for when I call him goofy. When I say goofy, I'm talking about the mannerisms, the behavior, and all that kind of stuff that I've seen. This is not coming from anybody. Wait. Listen, let me just finish. Can I finish?
You're trying to call. Listen, I didn't call you goofy.
And I'm not calling you goofy. Did I? Wait, Reggie.
Let's just talk about that we have a disagreement.
Reggie.
And let's talk about the disagreement. And I said that I should have cited that I
Reggie,
should
let me
have
let me just
cited.
get this out. Let me get this out because it's
Yeah, but
unnecessary.
it's,
Listen,
I'm getting
listen, hold
confused
it.
because you're
No, no,
conjoining things.
no. I'm trying not to. If you would allow me just to finish real quick.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so all I'm saying is I'm clarifying what I mean by goofy. Number one, I did not call you goofy. Now, what you did on the pseudo killer show is that you call my definition of Kemet as Riparian as silly. So and stuff. But I don't take that personal. I don't see you calling me silly. You said that the translation I'm giving as riparian land or riparian country is silly. So I'm just showing you a comparison and contrast where I don't take things personal. Like you could say it's silly all day, every day. I'm not going to sit here, play victim, and complain. So what I mean by goofy is that the conversation has become goofy, not you
Okay, okay.
or wait, or an individual.
Ujao,
So
I haven't.
so
I disagree with you, but you really can't say that Brother Reggie has disrespected Ujao. You can say we
I'm not
argue
saying.
hard.
Listen, I'm
Okay,
not
so
saying. But
just
wait, I'm not saying you
for the
have.
audience sake, we're giving him a lot of information about about how we deal with each other. Okay, I get that.
Okay, but my point
Ujal,
though
can I ask you a
is that
question?
wait, hold up, Sean, because see, you're gonna trigger something. So hold up, wait, Sean, you got hold up, Sean, you could listen, but you gotta sit
No,
this
no, no.
one
I
out.
got to ask you a serious question though. I do.
Okay, go ahead.
It ain't got nothing to do with him, right? So on the page that you have on your screen,
Uh huh.
all right, the paragraph next to the image.
Uh huh. I'm trying to, but
Is
Sean,
that
I'm trying to. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Ask your question.
okay? All right. I'm asking you. Is that not a direct quote from somewhere else?
Well, I'm gonna come back to this. So I heard your
All right.
question, and I'll
All right.
come
Thank
back.
you. That's
Okay, because
fine.
I'm okay. So Reggie, I'm trying to. So all I'm saying at this point is that I want to have a hard slice in the conversation because now you're asking what you last said. You're asking about the content now. Now we can get off the other stuff, and I was just giving you my overall opinion of the conversations on other channels. The last one with the pseudo killers that you were involved, and I know that the intent was really between you and Sean at the time, and I don't have no skin in that. But but the but my I do have an opinion about the behavior and what was said and stuff. So that's all that. So I want to end that and move away from that now, and also move away from the whole thing when it comes to our work or my work. The whole thing about peer review versus journal not peer reviewed and the plagiarism not plagiarism stuff like that, because nothing that you have said, and I only took 5 minutes to look at a couple of pages just now.
You
Now I
keep
read your whole
saying
article.
that well, first of all, here's the thing.
I read your whole
Just allow
article.
me, allow me. Thank you. It's in a journal so people can read it. I
Yep,
understand, and so that's fine. And it's also in a journal so people can critique it, right? But
exactly.
if you take out all of the noise, right? If you
Okay.
take out all of the noise, then it's just critiquing the academic work, right? And and finding mistakes, right? And things like misspellings and things like that, right? That fine. I could build on a errata sheet, but
Mm-hmm.
there are things that I purposely did not do. There are things in where when we actually look at your work that it is purposeful. So I could say to you, I miscited. I should have, and I could say a whole bunch of stuff that you will disagree with, right?
Yeah,
But
like the African, it belongs to Africans, therefore I don't have to cite it.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
definitely crazy. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
no, the glyph itself, the meaning of the glyph, right?
All of
Fine.
this belongs to African people. So why cite anybody?
No,
You see what
no,
I'm
no,
saying?
no, 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 no.
you
That's not
you
say
are crazy
that.
for that.
No, now I'm
Listen,
not
I
crazy.
I am saying it to your
I'm
face. You
not
are
crazy.
crazy for that.
No, okay, so watch this. Wait, let's go back. I said that
You
there's
said it
something,
belongs to African people, so it don't
the
belong to
glyphs,
Vigus.
the
It don't
glyphs,
right. It
the
don't
glyphs.
belong to Faulkner. It don't
You're
belong
right.
to the Germans.
You're right.
So why cite
But I
anything?
did also say, watch this, because you keep beating a dead something, a dead cat in this case, right? Keep beating that. I said, if you look at my article, I attempted to cite, and I might have missed a citation. It was unpurposeful. Like there's transliterations and things like that. I didn't cite every transliteration, but I tried best. So I admit that there are some citations, some things that I should have cited. Got it. Now, but you're doing this to show that you read the TLA and you're saying that you could just lift something from the TLA completely and not cite the lemma?
No, that's not what I'm saying,
Oh,
Reggie.
because yes, I'm listening now.
Wait. Okay, so
No, I'm
that's not what
listening.
I'm saying. What I'm saying, that's why I asked you earlier that
Oh,
how long have you been using the TLA? Because the TLA is a search engine. I have the actual sources. Wait, and I showed it on the screen. Like I have the actual sources, and what Asar said is absolutely true. There's a standard way to cite these sources. You do understand that, right? Just like the APA and the MLA structure or citation procedures, they have a specific standard way that they want things to be cited. Well, when it comes to this kind of work, there's a standard way to cite these different sources, especially inline citation. And so I'm showing the actual Waterbuck source that is the actual source. And if you want me to pull up Carlson Poost's book on toponym and everything like that, I can do that too for everything I show. I got it all. So I have the actual sources. The TLA is simply a database. That's it. It's a database that people use to if you know how to use it, search out whatever it is you can. It's a search engine, just like Yahoo and Google search engines, and so on and so forth. So for you to dwell on that, to me, I'm labeling that as petty. And so I'm saying is that if that's the case, then I can walk through your work and I know I could find a whole bunch of other stuff. I only took 5 minutes today while I was live just now to point out stuff like this right here. Like this is like light work. This is quick stuff. Now I didn't even get into which is what I would like to get into for the advancement of the topic is the actual content. So once we can get off the other stuff and trying to point fingers at who's published, who's in a journal, and who plagiarized or didn't quote something. Once we can get off that and stop being goofy, that's what I mean by goofy. If we can get into the real nitty gritty of the text of the actual work, then I'm all for that. And so if you're ready to do that, we can do that.
I can be on for half an hour, but the issue is I think that you are again beating a dead cat. The cat that you're beating on, one is the citation issue. There are a few places where I miscited, and I could have cited better. I admit that, right? And
But see, what I don't like.
Wait. Okay, so what don't you don't like? What don't you don't like? So I can address.
Okay.
That.
Okay, no. The only difference, Reggie, and I'm saying this with all sincerity. What I hear you doing, I don't know if other people hear this. See, when it comes to you, and if I point out something, you diminish it, and I'm listening to you carefully. You say I'm beating a dead cat, and then you say, well, okay, I admit that I miscited. But then when you talk about our work or whatever, you use other accusatory terms like, oh, it's plagiarized. You totally lift whatever, and I show where you lifted Mark Vigus dictionary
We're trying
with
to
his own watermarks.
We're
Like,
trying to handle
how much more plagiarized can it be? You
Okay.
totally
So
lifted
now I
Mark
see.
Vigus
Now
dictionary.
watch this. Now I see. Now I see. Now you're being completely saying I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but you keep beating this dead cat. I said that I missed that citation. I did say that,
Is it
right?
plagiarism?
Right. No, it's not plagiarism.
Okay, but ours is. So
Oh,
if I wait, hold on, wait, I want to get this straight. So if I miss a citation, let's just say I did. If I miss a citation, it's plagiarism. But when Reggie missed a citation, it's not.
no, here's the thing, but you don't understand.
That's
is that-
hypocrisy right there,
No,
Reggie.
the thing is, you never admitted. See, the difference is, I said that I missed that citation. I should have.
Oh, wait.
You don't. You say it's a database. You and your partner say it's a database.
Reggie is off the
You don't,
chain, boy.
right?
Wait,
So-
hold up, Reggie.
so-
Wait.
you here's the difference. I admit, and you say you don't have to. So there's a big difference because you're saying it's a database and it doesn't have to be cited because it's a database. And there's a big difference between that.
Okay, but
But no,
reason why I'm
is
laughing.
it or not
Wait.
a big difference?
The reason why I'm
Should you
laughing.
have cited it? Should you
No,
have cited it?
wait a minute, Reggie. Wait. This is why I'm laughing. It's because you actually believe that the admission of something changes the fact that it's plagiarism.
So
Here's the logic. I go to the store and steal something. As long as I admit that I stole it, I no longer stole it.
no.
What kind of logic is that?
No, because now you are really messing up the law, right? You're really messing up the law.
No,
You can make an
I'm
admittance
dealing with logic.
You can make an admittance. I made the admittance, right? But your situation is you don't feel that you absolutely have to, right? And there's a big difference.
Because I'm citing the actual source, Reggie. I just showed you the source I have. Want me to show you all of them?
Yeah, let me, if you want, because you're continuously beating a dead cat. So go ahead. So you want to show all the sources of my work. And so when you finish,
not yours.
fine. When you
No,
finish,
not yours.
When you finish, right?
No, that's not
Just
what
tell me
I'm
how
saying.
much time you want to spend on this, and then we could spin on your work.
No. You misunderstood. I wasn't saying yours. I was saying that I have the sources that I actually cited. I cited the sources. I cited sources, and I have the sources, which is why I cited them. And I said, do you want me to show you those? But
No.
listen,
No.
I think it would be better time spent for us to get into your syncretism and get into the context, because you said that. Now I heard you say that the Riparian meaning that we give to the word kemet is silly, and you made a joke about it and everything like that. Now,
I think the argument is silly.
okay, so what I want to ask you though is now let me ask you this: do you remember it was me, you, and Ankh, and I believe it was Sister Naya on the phone, and this is when the argument about the meaning of kemet first came up, and this, I think it was before you actively got involved in it, where you didn't know what a toponym was. Do you remember that?
You called me up in the morning, right? And
No, that was Ankh that did
it
that.
was in the morning. It was
Yeah.
in the morning, and you asked, how can I ask you? You said, Brother Reggie, do you know what a toponym is? So I'm laying in my bed. So I said, no. But if you would have said, if you would have just said a place name, that would have been fine. So I didn't know I didn't know the technical definition at that time. But that doesn't mean, obviously, that doesn't mean I got a little education. It doesn't mean that I wouldn't have looked it up, but I wasn't available to actually look it up. Okay.
No, and that's cool. I mean, we can all learn stuff, and we don't have a command of every.
Point?
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna get to. So my point though is that at that time, and I still think right now, my thoughts haven't changed on this. I don't think you understand the argument because you didn't fully understand that we were arguing or coming up with a meaning of a place name, an actual place name. So
But
and
wait, wait. Before you
this
go
has
further,
relevancy.
let's just
Okay.
be honest. Kim
All right.
does not have association with black, according to you, right? Your position is I think on page what is it? Page I think 10. Let's just see.
You're on page
It
10.
says
All right.
what's in a name? The meaning of a Kemet. In this text, Imhotep rejected the idea that Kemet either the black land
Wait,
or black people.
are you talking about the SARS thing? Because earlier you separated.
No,
Is
it's
that a
yours
SARS?
and a source.
No, but earlier you separated, you isolated mine as mine, and SARS as a SARS, but now you want to
Well,
just do it together.
so okay, so
So
I'm just trying
I'm
to
just
figure
saying,
out.
just choose. Is it our work, or are you gonna deal with a SAR on his and mine on mine, and Sanjetti on Sanjetti's, or how you
No,
want to do it?
I'm just trying to figure. I'm just trying to say what your position is.
Okay, I can
So,
tell you. I can save you the time. I can tell you.
well, the audience is here. What's your position?
Okay, my position. Actually, I put it on the screen. I make it real nice and easy for everybody so they can see it on the screen, really big. They can see it. See it. This is Wu Jiao's position, and it has been, and it will be right here on the screen. Kemet, as it's rendered in the glyphs that you see, those three variations, Kemet is the Riparian land or the Riparian country. And I also define it because, in my experience, a lot of people, everybody that I run into with this topic, they have never heard of the word Riparian. So they got to go look it up or whatever. So I save people the time and I show the definition of what a Riparian is. And so that's my position right there. The toponym or the place name Kemet has the meaning of the Riparian country, the Riparian land. That's my
Okay, great.
position.
Okay, great. So what I'm confused about is if you could turn to page 12 on your book and put it up. 12 book on this book.
Okay.
This is
Let
the
me
book
get
after the
that up.
conference. And
Let me
remember,
get that.
some of these things was written at a particular time period, right? So I heard this argument going into the conversation with Dr. Mario Beatty, who
Wait, what? I'm
y'all
sorry.
not
Say the page
stand
again. Say the page again.
page 12.
12. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Is it up?
No, I'm putting it up now.
Put it up on screen.
Yep, I'm doing that right now. Give me a hot second. Share the screen. You said page 12, and voila, here you go. Page 12 is up. All right, where about?
On the bottom. Keep
On the
going
bottom
up.
of page 12?
Wait, there's a private chat. Well, okay, so great. Okay, so it says, okay, so this text, a contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place.
Wait, hold up. I'm trying to find. Let me catch up to you. Where are you?
It's the last. It's the second to the last paragraph where it starts the principal purpose of this text.
Okay, I got you. All right, go ahead.
Okay,
I'm just make sure everybody else can read it.
Okay, so this text, a contribution of the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet 2019 is not intended to be a complete argument regarding etymology of Kemet. This will take place in Imhotep's 2019 mentioned previously. For now, we define Middle Egyptian Kemet to mean a riparian land, a pasturage with an abundance of grass and water, with cognates in Sumerian Keduro, damp ground, irrigable land, and Chilumbo, sea Nakanda, piece of land, part of the land being plowed in a day. In other words, farmland. So there's another part in it when if I can
Let me
find
just
it.
say that is my position as well.
Okay, so you're going to have to, at some point, that's your position? So is Sumerian an isolate language?
It's considered an isolated language, yeah.
Does it have cognates? And is ancient Egyptian or the Medew Netcher or however you want to phrase it. Is that an isolate language?
Sesh, Netcher, or Rodney Kemet, it is a dead language, but it's not. They don't consider that an isolate language.
Okay. Has it been? How can I say? Has Sumerian been reconstructed?
I don't know. Those questions would be better for Asar.
Oh, but no, you
Asar,
agree with the
Asar.
SAR. But
No, no,
you
no.
agree.
I'm saying no, no. Listen,
You said this is your
my
position.
listen. Okay, I'm gonna tell you because prior to you having me show you page 12, I
Yeah.
showed this on the screen.
No, I got that.
Clear as day. Right, right. So what I'm saying. So let me explain what my position is.
Yeah.
So Asar independently from me came to the same conclusion. When I say this is my position, is right here. This part right here. It says, for now I'm included in the we. Okay. For now, we define Middle Egyptian Kemet to mean riparian land, a passage of abundance of grass water, etc. That's what you saw on my screen before. Now, when he goes into cognates with Sumerian Kiduru, and then Chiluba, Chiankanda, and stuff like that, that is coming from Asar's research and Asar's work. Okay, so what I'm saying, if you have a question about that part of it, that's best to address to Asar.
No, but
My
I'm thinking. I understand, but
Okay.
I'm sorry. Uh, I think. Listen, it says, what is that? Go up a little bit further. Where because maybe a SAR is speaking for all of you. Where go to? It is this background
No,
that
no,
we.
I already said we right here. We
Okay.
define
Okay.
right here.
So
We
you.
define.
Okay. So you agree. You agree that Kemet to mean a riparian land, a pasturage with abundance of grass and water.
Yes, absolutely.
But the other part you don't know
No, no,
about,
I'm
which
no,
is
no,
cognates
no,
in Sumerian Kaduro, damp ground, irrigable land, and
no. I'm not
Chilanga.
saying. No, no.
Oh,
I'm saying. I'm not saying I disagree with that part at all. What I'm saying is that if you have further questions about it, that's Asar's
but
lane
how
to
I'm asking
elaborate
you, how could you agree with it?
because he demonstrated
because
to
I
me.
showed the work. That's
Yeah, he
why.
showed the
No, I'm
work.
asking. No, that's you, Asar. Piece of Sar. That's
No,
you.
no,
I'm asking
peace.
Ojawo,
But
how could he?
No, no,
How
but
could
wait,
he
wait,
but
wait,
agree
wait,
with it?
Reggie, hold on. Sorry, Reggie. Let me say this, Reggie. This will clear it up. So we're reading this.
Mhm.
The reason why I agree with it is because Asar has demonstrated the work. What I'm saying to you though, if you want further elaboration on it, because that's Asar's forte, I said your questions will be better served to ask him. It doesn't mean that I have to be able to elaborate on all of that to agree with it. I was already convinced by seeing the work already. And he showed the work. He showed some of it in this text.
Well, I don't agree. But let's go. Let's go and just read the for the
Okay.
audience sake because they
Let's
didn't write a book,
let's
right?
let's round back to
Wait,
why you
there's
don't agree
another part
later.
of this. No, there's another. Okay. No.
No,
You're not reading.
I'll have a quick question because I'm reading alongside of it.
One second, Brent.
Um,
Huh? Yeah.
yeah. I would just say just a
Brent,
small note.
if Brendan could Reggie, let's because you and I both have been hogging it. So if Brendan wanted to say something real quick,
No,
just allow the brother.
just a small note.
Okay, go
Um,
ahead.
just in terms of because I'm reading alongside of it, and it says I guess there was a reference to a future volume. I don't know when this one was written. It says a contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet. Right. It
it's in
says that a lot of
2019.
yeah, and it does says that hey, in a future volume, then I will explain further. Um, has that
Yeah.
particular work has that particular work
That,
been published yet?
well, two things. I have a whole chapter on Kemet that I addressed some of the stuff that's in the 2019 book, but it's an entire argument. It's in my 2020 book, Aluja Volume 2, into religion and philosophy. There's a whole chapter on Kemet. In in September, I will be releasing the full book. It's a 3 volume series. The It's titled Race and Identity in Ancient Egypt. The first volume, volume 1, is towards a meaning for the place name Kemet. So this one's going to be like over 500 pages, and it has the full and complete. And I can't even say it's really the full and complete. There's some parts that are going to be in volume 2 and in volume 3. Volume 2 is going to be other scholars, who will be contributing to the volume, and then volume 3 would just be primary source facsimiles, for important questions and source material for the lay person. So as I stated, I'm not sure if you were there and I made this commentary. The contributions to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet, that's our notes, what you're seeing in that book. We put that together, we compiled that together in 1 week specifically for what was supposed to be a debate in New York at the ASCAC conference. So this is why you see in the text, we're saying that, we're kind of holding off on some things because there's a larger work coming. We only put this together so that people will know at least our positions and some of the knowledge for how we came to this conclusion. And so this notion that, for example, that Kemet is referring to some type of land and things of this nature, there are many scholars who have come to this conclusion independent of one another. I'm the only one who has just done a full analysis, book-long analysis on the subject. And so all of that is cited in the text. And so I just wanted to make that clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just one other thing, because I'm actually reading through the text myself. I got it the other day. Say I appreciate the work, brother. In terms of the proto,
can I ask some real quick? Is the version you have, is the word preliminary misspelled at the top? Just I'm just curious.
No, I don't know about that, right? It's like I don't do all that.
At least you have page numbers.
But I would say this, I just want to just ask just one additional question. Hold on just a sec. In terms of the proto languages, I guess you would say between Egyptian, some of the Niger Congo or the Yoruba languages and stuff like that, and because I'm not an expert in any of this linguistic studies, and I guess you would say Sumerian. Do you believe this is for Asar? Do you believe that there is a proto language that can be reconstructed between those three?
Yes, indeed.
Because what I'm looking at, the sound correspondence is there. And I'm trying to kind of understand. Is like, okay, normally, when you do those, there's an underlying, I guess you would say, a parent language, right? And then you do the sound correspondences. I may be wrong, between the daughters, right? But my question is like, if you have ancient Egyptian language and then a Yoruba or a Niger Kordofanian language or something like that, can you really do that?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. And the issue here is, forget what you think you know about classification, especially with African languages. I would highly recommend, and I'm not trying to sell you my books. I'm not trying to push my books, but my book, Aluja Volume 2, that came out in 2020, I'm having a debate with Dr. Wesley Muhammad on the origin of the name Allah and its possible relation with the god Ra in ancient Egypt. There's so much that had to be explained in that argument for people to get that I dedicated a chapter on the citation, and all I'm doing is citing the linguistic scholars on the faultiness of the classifications as we understand them now for African languages, right? And why the reworking of the classification of African languages is justified. One of the things that I also cite are the conversations which note that all that matters is that you are able to establish systematic, non-accidental, recurring sound meaning correspondences between languages. That's it. Everything else is, I'm not going to say a hypothesis, because a lot of linguists use scientific language incorrectly. So you have a hypothesis. The hypothesis is, for example, that Sumerian, Ancient Egyptian, and the Yoruba languages are related. From that hypothesis, now we do what is called the comparative method. I just did a show yesterday introducing the comparative method to some new people who are coming to the conversation, right? And we're going to do a series on this, and they've been given homework and all that, and to know what the comparative method process is. But it's comparative method that justifies a hypothesis, and we also use it, of course, to falsify hypotheses. Once you used it enough and you're able to establish grammar in morphology and in the sound system, the non-accidental, hello? Oh, hold on.
Yeah, you
Yeah, we
see,
can hear you.
yeah, we can hear you.
We ain't gotta agree with you, but we
Says,
hear you. We hear you.
No, this is good.
We hear you.
Oh, sorry, you still there?
I think he may have.
He probably fell off. So Brendan, until he comes back, if you don't mind, we could put that on pause for a second.
Yeah, for sure.
So okay, so Ojao, so getting back to this, that is your definition stripped of that Kuduro and Sumerian cognates. That is yours. So
Yeah, I came to the conclusion let me just explain.
Independent.
I came to the same conclusion independently, and it was reinforced by Asar's comparative work.
Well, can you explain? Can you explain the if you continue to say that, how is Kemet a cognate of Kuduro?
Okay, you have the book in your hand, and
Yeah.
Asar. Okay, let me point to you where some of the work is in the book, and I think that was why Brendan was asking that question and brought up the mention of the future work, so that he could fully do a full book long treatment on it, which is what is coming out in August, according to what Asar just said. But let me scroll down and go through and tell you the page number between the cognacy between Sumerian and what's Egyptians called Chikam and Proto-Bantu, etc. So in one table, table number 3 on page 26 is a section setting up the sound phonological.
Can you show it?
Sound
to
meaning
the people?
correspondences.
Can you show it to the people?
Okay, yeah, no problem. Let me post it up on the big screen. All right, so this is table 3, Proto-Bantu ng, which is N and G, being corresponded to the in ancient Egyptian what will be the vulture glyph, but we transliterate it as what's called a diacritic 3. It looks like number 3, but it's not. And with Sumerian. So we have Proto-Bantu, column 1, Sumerian, column 2, Chikam, which is ancient Egyptian, in column 3. And the last column are the corresponding consonantal values.
Good. So where's Kuduro? Where's Kuduro?
No. This is okay. Kuduro is not in this table. I'm just showing you a table of.
Okay. So is Proto-Bantu? Proto-Bantu, is that reconstructed?
The asterisks that you see here are indicative of reconstructions. Yes.
Is there a source for this? Is it sourced? Is any of
Yes.
this source? Is there sources
Yeah.
for any of this?
Yeah.
Where?
Yes. Yes. Uh,
Show me.
give me 1 second here.
Show me a citation.
All right. Let me let Asar back in. Just pop
No,
back in. Okay. So
no, I'm just saying. I mean, for the people that's looking, forget Asar packing in. I see a whole bunch
no, no,
of
no, 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 no. No, I'm saying
flipping.
Asar. Wait, wait,
Say
wait.
some
No,
English.
Asar dropped off, and I had to allow him back in.
Oh,
Like,
sorry.
dang, Reggie, I can't do that. you, you don't you don't want Asar to come back in?
No, I didn't. I wasn't in your mind, so I apologize.
Oh,
I do
okay,
apologize.
okay,
I apologize.
okay. So so I'm sorry. So ask me your question again.
Yeah. So this Proto-Bantu Sumerian Sikam, right? In Cognates.
Yeah.
How do I know that any of this is? Is there any citations for any of these sound values? Like, how do I know that any of this is makes
Okay, you
sense?
know what? I'm all right. I'm glad you asked that question because this is the difference between actually doing the work
Mm.
and showing the work and understanding it, because you're asking for a citation as if Asar took this table from someone and he didn't.
No, I'm not
Okay.
doing that. I'm just
Okay.
trying to
What are you doing?
understand how you understand it.
Okay, I understand it because I know the basics of comparative linguistics, how sound and meaning correspondences, regular sound meaning correspondences are established, because I understand the form and meaning side of what's called a word, which is really a sign. I understand these things from my background where I can meet Asar at the table and I can understand. I perfectly
Oh,
follow the
okay.
work that's
So
being made. So
Sumerian,
so so wait, wait, wait. So
I
for
didn't
so for
know,
example,
but no, stop because I
okay.
didn't know that we have sound values for. I know for Akkadian, right? There's much
Wait,
more work done in
somebody has
that.
to mute. I think somebody
But
got
I don't
some
see
background stuff.
when you say Sumerian, right? I didn't know that we had sound values in Sumerian. I know we have it in we may have some values in Akkadian, but this is a
Okay, but
Sumerian. I
Reggie,
don't know anybody in the
okay,
world. Yeah, go ahead.
so okay, you have to understand some of the basics about
Yeah.
phonology. So here's the thing: in any given language, you have a phonemic inventory of a language, which you have a limited number of sounds, and you can, even without knowing how the sound
Hypothetical.
sounds.
Can you say hypothetical?
No, 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 no. I'm saying factually, every language
Mhm.
has a limited number of sounds. Like English has a limited number of sounds in its phonological inventory. Arabic has a limited number of sounds in its phonological inventory. Those two inventories of phonology overlap heavily, but there are some sounds in Arabic that are not existent in English and vice versa. Okay? So, but in order to tease that out, there's below the level of phonemes, which is
Hey,
what you
listen,
act.
wait
I mean,
one
still.
second. No,
Oh my
people are
goodness.
wait. What 1 second or so. I mean, on Ujawa. Can you tell your lady, your woman, or your student, Emykhet? She seems to have a lot of stuff to say in the chat, influencing the channel, right?
I
So,
would say
uh,
don't pay attention. I don't know why you paying attention to that.
okay,
But
no, but
you
okay,
talking about this comment right here?
uh, yeah, and much more. That's unprofessional. That's unprofessional. Just listen to the argument. Why can't she be disciplined? But you're gonna co-sign that because y'all have a friendship.
No,
But
no,
I'm,
no, no,
I'm
no.
saying,
See, wait, wait, ho, wait, because you said that earlier,
yeah,
and I haven't said anything to that. You accused her of being biased and everything like that, and I had
yeah,
to accuse you of being a little sissy cryberry baby when it comes to stuff like that. So I'm
yeah.
calling you a sissy crybaby. You an old man crying all the time, and so you need to stop and cut that out. Grow some skin,
You can't
Reggie.
say that to me. You can't
Yes,
say
I
that to
can.
me.
I just did. I just
Okay.
did.
So you know
I
what?
just did.
Look,
Okay,
so
so now, so are
because
we?
you're
Wait, wait. Are we?
protecting.
Are we
No,
gonna move past it
there's no.
now?
Hey guys,
No, we
Are we
can't.
gonna move
Hey,
past
listen
that?
to the
No, no, no,
conversation
no.
because
No,
you
I'm
know
saying.
what? I don't want to
Yep.
disrespect. I wanted to.
Okay.
I
But I'm
just
saying
made
it's
that.
all
But if you
good. It's
saying
all.
a
It's
sissy
listen, Reggie. It's all
crybaby,
good.
I don't want to.
No, it's all
I
good.
don't
It's all
really
good,
want to go
Reggie.
forward with
Don't
you. It's
run.
just
Don't. I don't
unprofessional.
want to say it so
No,
you can
no.
get off.
Because you know what? You could
Here you
when a
go.
person is
Here you
telling
go.
you that you are
Here
being
you go.
directly
Good gracious,
disrespectful,
boy.
because now you're calling me a sissy and a crybaby, right?
Yes, I think
I
you
thought
are.
it was fruitful. I thought it was fruitful, but guess what? At the end of the day, let me just say this:
Yep.
my
And
work,
now here's
if
your
they have some
speech to
errors,
leave. Here's your
watch
speech
this.
to leave.
No, it is my speech. It is my speech to
Watch.
leave, right?
Watch. Everybody gonna watch Reggie leave.
You watch? No, because I am.
Watch.
Watch
Oh
this.
my
Yep.
goodness.
Watch
Watch.
this.
Here it comes.
So
I will tell you this.
he's gonna prove just
No,
how
no,
much
no.
right I
I'm
am of being a
gonna say
sissy.
this because I don't want, because you called me a sissy and a
Here we
crybaby.
go.
You didn't want to have to
Here
do
we
that.
go.
You didn't do that, right? So I'll tell you this: when I'll be looking for your work in any journal and a source work in any journal, if you want to review my article in a
I
journal,
already
you
did.
can do that. No, in a journal. No, you're doing it on YouTube, right? You can,
No, no, no.
right?
The
I'm saying I
journal
already
ain't even
reviewed your journal.
active.
I
But
already looked at your journal.
right. So if you and you could do it anyway, but the more professional way to do it is first have your own work and get your work somewhat accepted if you don't respect the process that I did. But if you want to call me out
But
my
hold up,
name,
No,
Reggie.
you
No,
didn't.
no,
or
no. But
call you
Reggie,
out your name, and I'm not
don't.
doing that.
But
It's not
listen,
professional anymore.
okay, but Reggie, what I'm saying though is that don't use that as an excuse to leave because I did it because you're
I'm
gonna prove what I'm saying. Wait, listen, Reggie.
no, I'm trying
Listen,
to get
Reggie.
somebody off the
Because
phone. So
okay,
look,
but hold up,
listen
wait,
this.
listen,
No, no, I don't have to
listen. You
listen to
don't have to
you.
leave. Okay, you
I'm
don't have
calling.
to.
I don't
You
have to
don't have
listen to
to.
you anymore,
You
right?
don't. Okay, you don't have to listen
I don't.
anymore. So wait, Sean, listen. Don't do the sound effects. Everybody mute, because I don't want to add to this. Because Reggie, I called you a sissy and soft because you complain about everything. Like the whole thing is
I
about
have a right to
complaining. You're
complain.
complaining,
Hey, listen. Hey, check this out.
and you
We'll find
can,
another. We'll find another
and you
time,
can.
maybe
But
another
wait,
forum. But no, I don't have to
wait.
wait. Watch this.
Wait,
I'm going to
because
say
listen,
I
you
am
don't
leaving.
recognize. Listen. You said that
I
Emykhet is
am leaving.
biased. Okay, you can leave, and that's the excuse. That's what I say, sissy, man. But anyway, so to finish what I was saying, and that happens every time, crying all the
Yeah,
time.
listen, remember how many times Reggie disrespected me up in here when he got on this channel? I didn't even say a peep because I understand it's all jokey joke. He can bring all that women stuff like that's your lady, your buyers. I don't know who you are, like all that. I just let it slide, because obviously I'm trying to get to a point. But the thing is, if you're going to come here and have people critique you, you get people to critique you and stick to the information. But Reggie's been trying to throw jabs here and there, and I understand that's the environment. But I just keep it cool because my point is to actually get the information out. And I see Sheffrin in the chat talking about this man code, but this is not a street. This is scholarship. So there's no man code in when you're doing scholarship. This is about scholarship code, if you want to call it that, and saying that, I should not speak or I should not say this. Now, listen, my comment, I stick to it because everything I say, I can actually provide evidences for why I say what I say. Reggie kept asking about the table, or that Wujao just showed. Previously or prior to that, he was actually having issues with understanding why his citation is no different to Wujao's citation. The only difference was that his was screenshot and Wujao did his work. He actually did what every author does when they deal with Sesh, Medew, Netcher. They actually make their own glyphs and then they write the translation. Even though you're actually citing from another source, you literally actually make your own. These are just basic stuff that you learn how to make your own glyphs, how to cite things. So I understand. My comment came from the fact that I've been sitting here quietly listening to how Reggie is actually asking his questions, which is very evident that he does not understand that people out here can actually make their own tables, do their own, find their own cognates and put that in a written work, because he kept asking where is that coming from? Why is this is not sourced? And he did that also prior to with Bujao's work, that he still doesn't understand that Wujao's work is actually sourced correctly, cited correctly. Only difference is that Wujao did the work and actually did that. So when I say that Reggie has a problem understanding this, because he actually just screenshot, and you also on his paper, he did not make it, where he's actually just screenshotting stuff and then taking those images, literally images, and then putting them on his paper, which nobody literally does. So I said what I said based on what we've seen that cannot be denied, that Reggie is actually asking these questions because he does not understand that some people actually do the work. Now, he needs to stop looking at the chat. But if he does, and a point comes through, which is a fact, there's no need to get mad at it, because that's actually an informed, that's actually my informed opinion of what I'm actually saying, because that's actually, I can back it down. It's not something I just pulled out of thin air. It's actually things that he's demonstrated and we've all seen. So I don't need all that, people coming in and talking like I should not speak and bringing the fact that is that you're a lady and whatnot and all other stuff, because I'm well educated. I got my degrees and I'm actually well invested in this particular field of study. I've studied for the last 7 years and I keep continuing to study with it. And nobody is going to come here and actually try to tell me yeah. So yeah, I don't need to get all kind of heated, but yeah, one thing I'm not going to accept or even actually entertain is somebody trying to play my position and my intelligence down because I'm a woman and I'm speaking in it. There is nothing to do with gender in this kind of discussion. It's about your intellectual ability, and we're going to keep it at that. If you're going to play the victim, play the victim. If you don't want people to criticize you, do not publish your work.
That's where I'm at. But
all right, so let me say something. Let me say something, y'all. Yeah, I promise I'll give y'all the floor back. And we got somebody new on the channel. So let me say this. So here's the difference, and I'm gonna say, because I'm not gonna apologize. I unapologetically say Reggie cries because he's telling me to tell another grown woman to do something. And so here's the thing. Here's the difference. And see, nobody calls this stuff out, but I'm gonna shoot it to y'all straight. I saw the video on the Pseudo Killers channel when Reggie was showing off and performing with all the side panelists, with Kent and Sheffrin and everybody else, when they were talking, cursing and stuff like that. He was saying our definition is silly and stuff like that. And I know how it goes. See, and that's cool. That's all fun and everything like that. But when it's done on him, he cries. Period. You go to any video, Reggie's always crying. Oh, I did this. Rub elbows with Leonard Jeffrey, stuff like that. Oh, he disrespect me. You hear the word disrespect come out of Reggie's mouth about 9 times out of every video. So I'm just telling the brother to stop crying. Stop crying. Stop looking at the chat. If the sister says that Reggie wants tables and whatever the case is, stop crying. Grow some. Get thicker skin. That's just the bottom line. And if you got a problem with that, you got a problem with that. But it is what it is. Because him and Ned can make a video and go in on our book and talk about this, that, and the third. You don't see me crying. You don't see me crying today about nothing. So I'm saying stop crying. 50 plus years old and crying all the daggone time. People got to stop and call stuff out like that. And everybody that's being apologetic, oh, that's wrong for that. Oh, shoot, fire up the pseudo killers. Pseudo killers on deck. Kick rocks. Kick rocks with all that stuff. The link is right here. Y'all could come in and get some of this too. Bottom line, people be tripping out here, man. People be taking things all sideways and stuff like that. And everything. I know Ankh is hold up. Ankh is on here, the Pseudo Killers channel. Everybody, that whole last video where everybody was instigating, put a battery in Reggie's back and saying, oh, F them dudes and this, that, and the third. That was all uncalled for, but ain't nobody saying that. Even if it was a beef between Reggie and Sean, the platform was used and everybody went all out and got sideways. I heard Reggie talking about calling the feds, doing the feds, filing lawsuits and stuff like that. Kent was like, F those dudes. And Sheffrin, or one of them, because I don't misquote, one of them was like, man, back up on them. Put the car in reverse and stuff like that. All that instigation, but nobody's saying nothing. And we all supposed to be cool. That right there is crossing the line. Ain't nobody saying nothing. So yeah, what's up?
So we got 2 issues. You got a clown in the chat, right, called LA, Oklahoma. That's your boy, right? And so it's a whole lot of chatty patty people that kind of add to the disturbance. Now, the second point is Emykhet, right? The whole thing about Reggie it's about respect when it comes to the women. This has nothing to do with her propensity to inform people on the information. Everybody know Emykhet is qualified, right? Like nobody's saying that. But the conversation past that, and you just proved it. You just proved that the conversation is past a scholarly thing. It's on some, we're in the middle of the street talking shit. And so the women, when it get like that, the women get behind the men on that. And then Wuja handle that. So he was simply saying, why is Emykhet diving in the middle? Because we talking shit now. Somebody might just get cussed out. So instead of doing that, he was making reference to, look, check this out. Like, why is she in this conversation? When we get from the scholarly conversation, which y'all was trying to get to, right? And we just back and forth like this, man, we don't have no women in this, man. Like, I learned, like, when I'm in the street, when from anywhere, if I'm addressing a person, right, I don't address this woman. That's just a rule, bro. Like, I don't understand how everybody lost their rule. If we're in a scholarly conversation, which she is certainly qualified for, that's totally different.
Wait,
like you said, on
did
the
Reggie address did Reggie address Emykhet?
Bro, that's not the point. The point is, man, you know Emykhet is lethal with her tongue, yo. She's lethal with her tongue.
That's the point.
But that's a personal issue.
Come on, man. See, so now
Hold
y'all
on,
both
hold on. I gotta re-emphasize this. Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
This is listen.
It's ridiculous. Assad,
this is their
Assad,
platform.
Stupid, bro. Okay,
no, it is their platform.
If it's their platform, then you can't cut in the middle of me talking.
But you can't come in crying either.
I wasn't crying.
Reggie called into the show. Reggie called into the show.
I'm not screaming.
He wasn't invited.
I know what you mean. Stop screaming. Tell Assad, shut the hell up.
No. You address me, so I'm addressing you, Ankh. You address me, so I'm addressing you, Ankh.
Nah, nigga,
this is LA, Oklahoma. Hold up. This is LA, Oklahoma.
So you came at me sideways and me trying to settle the situation over the woman.
No.
And you know that, bro.
But listen, Emykhet say all the time. Emykhet say all the time. She grew up with brothers. Go ahead. I'll let you finish. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Finish, bro. We talking about the conversation is sideways at this point. And at this point, put your women in the back. Because somebody might get cussed out.
Okay, I hear you. I understand that.
But the conversation didn't go sideways, huh?
It didn't.
This is not the pseudo killers. The conversation didn't go sideways. It was a calm. It was a calm conversation. There was no disrespect.
No, yes, it
was. Huh?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Well, it was not sideways.
So every time you came out with a female, every time you came out with a woman, or out talk a woman, you gotta bring in some gender role where you gotta curse her out.
It's not a gender role.
You can't run
don't
every
have
time,
a woman in the conversation.
Can't use that for an
like y'all not understanding this, man. It's
no,
just me.
There's something that you're missing.
Y'all serious right now, man.
We understand completely. Hold on, let me just say this. We understand completely if this was street rules, but the conversation didn't go left. It was actually a civilized. No, that was at the end. I'm talking about prior to that. Listen, but that's only because of Reggie's action. Now, prior to that happening, the conversation was civil. No one cussed anyone out. No one was doing any slide talk. It was a good conversation. He's just responding and getting sensitive because of a chat comment. There was no injustice, but this is what we have to keep remembering. Listen, brother. Listen,
Come on, bro.
This is Emykhet and brother Wujaru's channel. Listen. You gotta be quiet. You gotta listen. You have a problem with listening.
You're not being quiet. You dove in. Come on, bro.
Brother,
you can't dive in and tell me I gotta be quiet.
This is why you can't understand stuff and why you're all over.
I can't understand. I'm all over the place.
Yes.
I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna show you who all over the place. Go.
Now.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let
so
you
now. So listen.
In the LA, you need to back up out of that though, bro. I've never taught you in my life. You need to mind your damn business, dude. Mind your business, yo.
You still talking?
Go back into the chat where you belong at.
Okay, so now when you are a guest in someone else's house, you don't come into their house trying to tell them what the rules are. This is Wujawu's and Emykhet's channel. They host
Why
this
you keep
every
saying it
single
though?
week.
Why you keep
That
saying that?
is,
You should
listen,
probably act like an
listen,
Asada,
no,
bro.
listen, Unc.
If it's rules, then we all need to follow them, right?
The
Like, I'm
rules were
not cutting
being
you
followed.
off
Unc, you just cut me off. See, this is you. See, you're so used
because
to
you
the pseudo
initially cut
killers.
me off. No, that's not. See, Asad,
You
I
are
know who
used
I'm talking.
to the
I know who
you
I'm
are
talking
used to
to.
the
I
drama
know who
and
I'm
the
talking to.
crybabiness that
And
the
you
pseudo
not.
killers have,
And,
and you think that
and you
every
not.
disagreement
And you not.
is in fact.
Oh my
No,
God,
I'm
man.
not. That's why I don't watch y'all channel. I
That's
don't
why you
deal
get
with
stumped
y'all
on.
like that.
All right, so I make sure I won't watch y'all channel. See, that's the nonsense right there. See how silly it is? Asad, I was speaking.
Yeah,
Wuja
that's
let me
not
in, and you
right.
cut
No,
That's
me
not
but
off.
you
right.
stopped
You
speaking,
cut
and
me
I
off.
was speaking. You
I
just
did not
interrupted me.
stop speaking. I did not stop speaking. As a matter of fact, I
Yes,
let you
you
know I
did
didn't stop
stop
speaking.
speaking.
I did not stop speaking. I was in the middle of talking. I had 2
Oh
points to make
gosh.
on this scholarly channel. Now it's oh gosh. See, that's
Okay,
the
so
bull crap.
let's let Ankh
Listen.
talk, because one thing we don't want to do is actually people to actually add other things that make people forget what the conversation is about. That's not
I
what we're
have
gonna
not
do. So
forgot the
Ankh,
conversation.
so
It was
no,
very important.
so
And it was
hold on.
simple.
So just speak your piece and then let us know when you're done.
Right, but Asad can't come in with the rules of who channel it is and breaking the rules
All
the whole
right,
time.
we know that.
It's crazy. Listen,
All
my
right, so
point
listen,
is the
everybody
Emykhet,
mute themselves except for get it all out, and then I'm gonna
appreciate
respond to
that.
what you're saying.
There you go. I appreciate. Here's my point. We all aware who Emykhet is. I got her books. I support her work. Right? I learned from Emykhet. So that never was the issue. Everybody know what the issue is. We all grown men around here. Once we get to doing a little bit too much, the thing turns sideways. Y'all was throwing shots at each other. This what I'm gonna say. If I'm with my woman on here and somebody start throwing shots at my woman, this don't got nothing to do with the academia. Don't do it. And so to keep that from happening, the same thing the wild ass Coon Chief X did. Who appreciated the way he berated Emykhet? Who amongst y'all on this channel appreciate the way that dude did that? Right. Okay. All right. I stepped up because that's some bull crap. That's nonsense for men to do that. So to keep that from happening, right? When the conversation leaves the realm of scholarly control, man, just get her. Say Emykhet, chill for a minute. You gotta be able to do that. And if she mess with you for real, she gonna listen to you. All
No,
right. Well,
no,
Wait,
no.
wait. Everybody stay muted, please. Stay
Hold on,
muted.
who is this person?
No. Don't get
This
distracted,
guy?
Unc. Don't get
I'm not
distracted.
just, but I just
Okay.
want to know who
No,
is this guy on the scholarly channel
Don't
deep
even
down
worry
out the
about it.
window though? No,
Nope,
because
don't even
remember the
worry about it.
pseudo killers do
Nope,
certain.
don't
I
worry about
gotta
it.
worry about it, bro, because you gotta practice what
Nope,
you preach. Get your
nope,
mans in them, yo.
nope.
Sure, go get LA. Go get that dude.
I already muted
How come
everybody.
the
It's
meta
all
Netcher
on
ain't
you.
help that dude out to chill? He
Okay,
started the whole thing because I simply
okay.
said, man, we not trying to go.
You're
I
distracted.
don't want it to turn. I'm right where I need to be, and I'm saying what I need to say. I'm simply saying, like there are situations where men do not address women. I don't know what part of the world y'all come from, because if you address it, the thing goes to another level, a level that you cannot turn back. That's why the comment was made. Not because somebody's taken away from her academic paralysis and her books, which are well easy to read. So no, that wasn't the point. Was the thing gets disrespectful around here. Now on that whole pseudo killers thing, hey Wuja, I don't know about everybody else. I'm saying when your
Wait,
book popped
if
up
you
on
don't
the
mind,
scene,
hold, wait. If you don't mind, let's. I want to address that too, but let me address what you said about, because it's two separate things. Let me address the Emykhet
yeah, but
thing.
you said it 100 times how everybody
No,
want to know everybody.
no. Let
Well,
me get my turn. Let me get my turn real quick.
Address
Let me get
that.
my turn real
And
quick.
stay right,
Okay.
hey Wuja, stay right there, because you know how
Yep.
Chief X disrespected that black
Okay.
woman,
I
dog.
got you. I got you.
And
So
that shit's out of
here's
fucking order, bro.
okay.
So
But
how many
here's the
times
thing.
that got to happen?
Okay. So here's the thing. So this is the difference. I don't know how long you were listening in on the conversation when Reggie was on the panel, right? But from the get-go, Reggie had an issue with Emykhet saying anything. And Reggie was saying, and I'm paraphrasing, everybody can rewind the video. Reggie accused Emykhet of being biased. He stopped her. He cut her off from her having her build. He cut her off several times. And he insinuated that she doesn't have a right to speak, because Reggie wants to deal with just me and or Sar, and he was like, well, what is her? I mean, it got to the point where Reggie was questioning why she's even speaking at all on this topic. And he said that it's not her work, or did she help write the book, or did she help write something? These are things he was saying. And so, as Asar rightfully said, this is our channel. We do co-ed things around here. We got feminine, masculine. We do both. It's not just a bunch of dudes on the panel all the time. It's me and her mainly as co-hosting each other this channel. So she has every right to chime in on the subject matter that we focus on, which is ancient Egypt, is culture, is language. Reggie wrote something about the culture and language. We wrote something about the culture and language. She has every right to chime in on whatever. So that's how it started. Nobody ever said anything. She was cut off. I'm up here saying, okay, let Reggie get it all out. I'm telling Reggie, hey, let her get it all out. And to the point where Reggie, I had to say that to him. Like, listen, okay, we're gonna just focus on me and you, but at least let her finish her thought. So I had to actually step up and say that to him. So he's implying that she don't have a right to say anything because, one, she's biased, and that she's a student or my lady or my student and all those different things. I didn't say anything about that. And see, y'all don't see that as being disrespectful. And that's cool. I got thick skin. I didn't say nothing about none of that stuff. All right. Now, what you're saying is that women should not, basically, it sounds like you're saying women shouldn't even be involved in these conversations. I disagree. I run my stuff co-ed. I don't leave the women out. Now, I notice y'all have CK, and I think that's the only sister that's associated with the pseudo killers stuff. So I'm glad that y'all do have a sister and whatnot.
Man, you got document, y'all. You got a couple women. Like, come on, man, stop.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about pseudo killer regulars, man. Of course, I know Dr. Mad and I know Naya and everybody. Come on now. What I'm saying though is that on this platform, on this channel right here, Emykhet has been on every show.
Yeah, that's not.
You
why
go.
You
Wait.
like
But
hold
hold up. No. But hold up. What I'm saying is that for anybody to come on here and insinuate that she can't say nothing, that's a problem. But I don't get all sensitive and say, oh, you disrespecting and stuff like that, and then leave or kick people out or block people or whatever that's in my YouTube powers to do. I don't do none of that stuff. So all I'm saying is, what I meant by sissy is I'm telling Reggie, from a man to another man, stop crying. That's it. And so if he wants to take it as me calling out his name and this, that, and the third, hey, so be it. But here's the thing, because sissy or whatever, if he's saying something about something about, because here's the thing, but I'm gonna keep it separate. If he said that she's biased or a student or a follower, now he didn't say the word groupie and whatnot, but anybody can read through the lines like, oh yeah, you're gonna come against me because you're under the spell of Wujao and whatnot, and this, that, and the third. But I never took it there at all. None of that stuff.
So he throwing shots at your woman though. You get it? That was the whole point, though.
But wait. But all I'm saying is that
What's the point,
but that's not a reason to not have women involved. And I'm never going to shut down. Wait.
So
no.
You act
Okay,
like
listen.
You run. You forgetting the history.
No.
See,
you
run.
Listen.
You forgetting
No.
Hold on.
Listen.
You forgetting Sajeti and Sajeti wife. And Reggie them all got into a situation. Let's not act like we don't know this, bro.
No, I wasn't. I'm unaware of all that stuff. No, you say I forget, but I'm saying I can't forget something that I wasn't aware of.
So I wasn't trying to. Okay, now you're aware of it. So he has a history, right, of dealing with people, and that's all fine.
Reggie's still in the chat. Like Reggie could come back here and we could pick up where we left off. But everybody's making this out to a big deal, and that's what I'm saying. This so-called conscious community is goofy to me. No. I'm saying it's goofy to me. It's goofy.
It's only goofy when it don't turn the way you need it to turn sometimes.
No. I'm saying
that's not
it's
fair,
goofy.
Yo. We all
it's goofy.
Listen,
I've been saying it's goofy for years.
Wow.
I've been saying it's goofy for years. And you of all people know it. You of all people know I've been calling it circus since forever.
Listen, Reggie, I sat here on the panel with Reggie while he was throwing shots at me. You did not hear me crying one bit. I took it all in because I understand that this is we're having, because he came to our channel while we were having a discussion. So he actually just came in. You know, it's not like we invited him to speak his mind and he got disrespected. No, he came in while we are speaking and we are qualified to speak. But then he kept disrespecting me. And I understand that that's what some men do. I understand. I've seen it all around. This
I
is not the
bet you
first
Reggie
time.
can't see Emykhet on the language either.
No, I know
Now
that.
what?
This is why
See, that's a different
listen.
conversation.
Now listen.
So am
So
I?
I took
Wait, am I wrong? Though,
listen,
Emykhet? Am I
no,
wrong?
listen. I took it all in. That's why I'm saying this is stupid because I can actually take this kind of shots being thrown at me. I'm used to it. You know, I'm used to it in scholarship. I'm used to it being an MC. I'm used to it. This is just you have to have thick skin when you do these things because some people do not take critique well. So and obviously nobody likes critique. I don't like critique, but at the point that it's being given to me, obviously I'll feel bad. But after the fact, you gotta accept it. You know, as an artist, that's part of the game. People critique your work. As a scholar, that's part of the game as well. People will critique your work, but it's your work. It's not you. Once you have that understanding, you can take it. That's what I said. Reggie kept throwing shots at me. Shepard threw shots at me. A lot of people throw shots at me. I could take it. Chief X went all wild. I could take it. You know, that I just backed my eye and that's it. I understand that's the conversation, but I understand where I'm in. We're talking about things that I'm actually qualified to speak. So I let Reggie do what he does, and then I chimed in. Once I chimed in, even though I was being interrupted, I accepted it, and then once I got the opportunity to finish my point, I went all quiet, right? So all this time they've been in the discussions and I've been in the chat. And everything that I write in the chat always, I can always back it up. I will never say something that is not as real as what I've seen. So if Reggie was taking it personal, that's up to him. But I would just say that having all this discussion about it is actually very useless. We need to go back to the discussion of what what the topic was about, because I think this is a very poor exit strategy. You know, when you're on a hot seat, and then using me, as your exit strategy is not impressive. So let's get back to the conversation because this is very silly. I can take critique. Everybody else should learn how to take critique.
And also to add to that is the brother Reggie is still in the chat. There was no reason to leave the panel. The only way is in protest for me saying that he's silly, and that in and of itself proves my point. That the crying part of stuff. It's like, why get off the panel for that, but still stay in the chat and type and spend time here? I'm saying, Reggie, if you're in the chat and you are, click the link. We could pick up where we left off. Now, if you're so offended by what I said, then come in the chat and then let's have a one-on-one. Everybody's can mute themselves. I will kick everybody out, and then me and you, one-on-one. Everybody, that's what you don't have to worry about it. And I will
I don't
I will
appreciate
stop
being
the
kicked
chat.
out.
I will
offended,
turn the
and I
chat
would go
off.
in the chat and start crying.
And you know
I
what?
just left you there.
We had a real. I think we were getting to a substantive conversation about the Proto-Bantu, the Sumerian, and the ancient Egyptian at some point, right? In this
My
whole
bad. My
conversation.
phone got hot, and it started shutting down. So when you heard me saying "oh" or whatever, like it was shutting down because it was hot because I'm outside. So that's what happened. I do apologize.
No, not that. I'm just saying, just in general on the panel, I think we were getting to a point where we were setting aside some of the, I guess you would say, conversations that weren't really important, right? We were going back and forth about grammatical issues. We were going about back and forth about, accusations about plagiarism, which all of that you have to be extremely careful about, right? Again, when you're talking about accusing somebody of plagiarism, it not only lends to, I guess you would say, the academic integrity of the person that you accuse, it lends credence to yours as well. So you're putting both of your I guess you would say, reputation on the line when you start doing that. But we were actually talking about it's these sound correspondences, and we were getting to a place where we were actually working out some of the conversations about the text inside of these works, and it gets derailed. You know what I mean? When we start having these back and forth conversations about this stuff that really don't make any sense, right? So that's I think in terms of for the audience, like a person like me, I'm a person in the audience. I'm a guy in the chat, you know, that had these. I was very interested in these conversations. I got involved in these conversations because I wanted to learn more, right? I'm not an expert at any of this, right? I'm not an expert in, you know, languages or anything, but you know, hey, but I'm just saying that's the takeaway for me, right? It's like, hey, when we start going at each other necks about this stuff, right? It just takes it away.
Yeah. So with that being said, so that's
on all sides, on all sides. And I would say
but the funny part is that people are saying it here now, but when it's done on other platforms, nobody speak up. And so this the thing.
And I said that.
See, man.
Now, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
No, I said we can come back to that. I'm waiting for that.
But I can't tell. It don't seem like we coming back to that. It seems like we just skirted off into the alley somewhere with that.
No, we can come back to that. So Brendan, after you finish,
now Brendan can address that. Go ahead.
No, I give an example. We talked about the accusations of plagiarism. We had that conversation on the last Pseudo Killer show, right? And we talked about it, how, you know, we walked through the process and all this stuff, and we talked about it on both sides, right? And the errors and the flaws that could be on both sides, right? There's accusations on Reggie's side on plagiarism that could potentially be error. That could be an error, and there was some errors that potentially errors on Sean's side as well, right? We talked about both of those. You have to be very, very careful on that stuff, right? You know, so we talked about that.
Okay, so
let me make my point.
I hear you. I hear. Okay, you can go in, but I want to make the difference is that you had two subsequent shows. You had a show subsequent to the other one. Mm-hmm. The first show, in terms of the plagiarism and dealing with Sean and Reggie, I don't have, you know, I'm not in that. But what I witnessed was terrible. Mm. So the pledge, like pulling up the database and stuff like that, when it wasn't even properly discussed on how those databases work and stuff like that, to say, oh, it's 67% plagiarized, and everybody's like, ooh, ah, and the chat was ooh and ah, and I'm reading the chat as I watch the video, I'm scrubbing through the video, I'm like, man, that's not cool. That's just not cool.
This was a response.
It was a response to Hootie did that.
This was
like,
a
is
response.
y'all gonna be funny right now?
No.
That was a response to the chefs.
I did that after, though. You do confuse, bro. I did that after.
No. Y'all have y'all chronology. Listen. Y'all listen. Hold up. You all have the chronology. You have the chronology backwards. What I'm saying is the first show, Reggie was on the platform, and he had a presentation, and he
talk about that though.
And he was going in on Sean. He went on not only on Sean but also Kofi and Sutek and other people and stuff like that. Yeah. Right. So no, I'm just straightening out you all's chronology here. I'm talking about that first video. I'm talking about that. Okay, that's great.
Talking about that first video.
Yeah.
So you talking about that tool, right? You talking about Reggie? Reggie did what he wanted to do.
Yes, right? On the first show, right? On the first show, though, right?
Correct. But when Reggie pulled up your book, I was like, "What you doing, Reggie? Nah, knock that off." So no. I ain't worried. I'm not worried about Sean. Me and Sean been into it, so I ain't give a damn about what Reggie did to Sean work at all. I can say it real clear as day. So what? Now I'm saying, but don't hit me with the charge about when your work came up. I was like, hold on, dog. Like that. First of all this shit was a surprise. Simple as that. I had no idea that's the way Reggie was going with it. But he went with it. All right? He went with it. Now, when he went with y'all work, I was like, nah. Come on, yo. So you can't keep saying on this show, right? That this now if you expecting me to protect Sean, then you slap crazy.
No.
That wouldn't even make no sense, bro.
Okay,
so
I'm not
why wouldn't you protect me, huh?
But wait,
why
hold on,
would
hold
I,
on. I don't
Sean?
But
want to
we
get.
did. We did.
Why would I,
Right?
Sean?
No,
At,
no, no, no,
at the,
Brandon.
See y'all.
I just
Y'all
asked a
about to get
question. There's
into it.
no argument.
mhm.
Ah, man, get
I
out of here.
apologize.
Listen, hey, Wooja, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to make a point, bro. So when it
No,
came, you
I
can't
heard your
keep
point.
saying that we was cheering. We was not. We was not.
Okay.
I was like, nah, what you doing,
Nah,
Reggie?
I
No, no, no,
watched
no,
it.
no,
Y'all
no,
was
no,
there.
no, no. Yeah, but
Bro.
Oh, no, but hold
see,
on,
that's
hold
not
on.
that's
I'm
not
gonna tell you,
being
hold on.
that's
I'm
not
gonna
that's
say
not
this then.
that's not
No, no,
right.
no.
That's
I'm
not
gonna
right.
say this. Hold on. I'm gonna give you something real
The
right.
instigation.
You can't be. What
Hey,
instigation?
what I'm gonna do?
Instigation
I'm
on
gonna
the
pull up the
subject.
video.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna play some
Whoa,
clips.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
That's
whoa,
how
whoa,
we
whoa.
demonstration
Whoa,
beats
whoa.
conversation.
Whoa. Let's do this
Demonstration
though.
beats
Don't
conversation
get
in these streets
no.
right
Pull it
here.
up.
Hold on.
Pull
Don't
it
get it
up, and then you
confused.
can pull up
No.
the
Yeah.
subsequent
Pull
work
that
as
up.
well.
Yeah. Pull that up. Yeah. But don't get it confused with the disagreement of the name Kemet and all that. Don't get them two ideas
I'm not.
confused.
No, I'm not. I'm
Right?
not.
Because that's
I'm not.
what we're talking about. The
No, 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 no,
conversation
no,
between
no. We're
Reggie
actually not.
and Sean.
We're actually not.
We're actually not agreeing with that though. See, we're not agreeing with Unistar's stance on this round.
And
That's
that's
the
fine.
real. That's the
That's
real. Hold on, no.
that's
So
fine.
that's what we're talking about. So if you got somebody doing some
No.
extra, then we can bring that out, bro. I'm saying
Okay.
what my disagreement is.
Okay, but so just so we're very clear, I understand the disagreement with the actual work itself, the content of the work. That's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking
You talking
about
about the
when I
plagiarism? I ain't aiming nobody.
no no
talking
no
about
no
damn
no
plagiarism.
I'm talking about this is my opinion about that first show, and y'all keep bringing up the second or subsequent shows. I'm talking
Nah,
about
we
that
talking about
first
the
show.
first show when Reggie dove out.
No,
When I said what I said, and then Reggie
yes, but
went
wait,
after me. That's
let
what you
me
talking
okay,
about.
let me just
Correct.
finish. All right, let me just finish. Right. So me and you are talking about the same show. All I'm saying though, it doesn't matter who's protecting who. What I'm saying is that where it went wrong and why I have a bad taste in my mouth watching that show is because one, it was a lot of instigation going on from the other panelists and stuff like that. Reggie was giving a presentation, and he was allowed to bring up like the whole plagiarism thing using the database without explaining how the database works. So it left an impression that, okay, Sean, and they were talking about Sean's work, copy and paste it in there, not knowing that the database just searched for anything where it's located in, and it would create a hit. Every book, you could put any book in that database, it's going to say it's plagiarized. But is it really plagiarized? No, because the tool is only used to narrow down what people could download once it lists those things out. And then you have to manually check if proper attribution is done. That's how that works.
We had to clean that up.
I know you did that. You did that
We had to
subsequently,
clean that
right?
up.
Brandon, to your credit. Listen, I understand that, and I
Okay,
understand you want to keep saying, wait.
Take that into account, though. Wu
I
Jia.
am, but
And
I'm
for the
going
record,
in
I cleaned
chronological
up after
order.
my Facebook post.
Wait, but hold up. But here's the thing. I am, but I'm going in chronology. I'm saying that, but here's the problem. Wait. But listen, here's the problem though. If we can just stop being goofy with everything, then you wouldn't have to clear it up because the first
the
first
issue,
thing.
right?
Wait a minute.
The issue. The goofy word
What's
is the
the issue?
issue.
Okay,
Because you
goofy.
do the exact same thing,
Goofy.
but you do it with white gloves on. It's still goofy, and you act like nobody.
And that's
you are
but
doing
but
a
I'm not
song
crying.
like
Listen.
King Goofy.
Listen.
Y'all King
Okay.
Goofy with it.
Okay.
I like the way
Great.
y'all do it, though. Hold on.
Okay,
Listen.
but cool.
I like the way y'all listen. I just like the way y'all do it. Emykhet is ether with her tongue. See, ether, bro.
Okay,
She know how to get you.
but
So
here's the difference.
No, Wuja, it's not a difference. In your mind,
No, it is.
and you in the star mind, right?
No.
When a person buys y'all books, listen, bro. And a person buys y'all books, and y'all say they goofy, they don't understand. It's just like me saying, "Fuck you." I just do it different. It's the
Okay,
same
Put too much
effect.
on it,
No.
man.
But
It's the same
here's the
effect,
difference.
though.
No.
Listen, it's
Here's
no
the
different,
difference.
Wuja.
No,
Wuja's no
let me
different. The
no,
difference
let me
is in
tell
your
you.
mind.
No, let me tell you what the difference is. You can see what I do as being goofy, and you can tell me that to my face or right here, right now. The difference is I'm not gonna be crying about it and bump off, but I don't cry about it. Like anybody right now can say, "Well, Joe, what you do is goofy." I'm not gonna sit here and cry about it and complain about it all the time and woe is me and play victim. I don't do that. So everybody has their opinion to the behavior and what people do. I got mine. Everybody else has theirs. I don't expect everybody to agree. If people think that right now that I'm in the wrong, that's okay. I'm like, okay, either you want to talk about it or not. So, Unc, I hope you can hear me now. What I'm saying is the difference I was talking about is that you can actually and honestly feel that what I do is goofy. And you can say it on right here on this channel right now in my face or on another channel. The difference is I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to bitch, moan, and groan about it. That's what I don't do. And that's all I'm saying is that people are crying about this stuff, knowing that this is how this whole environment was created in the first place. So if you're going to participate. If not, then kick rocks. That's it. Stop crying. And Unc, I don't know if you're talking, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, it looks like I don't know if his voice is his volume is out. But yeah, I would say this, right? In terms of
he has to go out and come back in.
There's a lot of, I guess you would say, fingers to point on both sides, all sides, right? All this. I would really, really like us to say, okay, well, let's get back to the information, right? Getting out to this extraneous things about, okay, well, is someone plagiarized? Do you have a grammatical error in your work? All this stuff, it completely derails all of the conversations.
As we witness it right now.
Who started that though? Who started that?
And especially, I would add another, and I would add another thing, right? In terms of discrediting others, saying that, okay, well, what you've done isn't really, I guess you would say, academically credible, or the journal isn't credible. All these things, they derail the conversation, right?
How?
Away from what's being said, what's being proposed, right? As opposed to saying, okay, well, let's deal with the information directly. Right, I think that's how we completely got derailed off of these conversations.
Hey, Brendan, can I ask you a question?
I'm glad. Hold up, Sean.
Yeah, for sure.
So Wu-Jack,
No. I want to let brother Sean ask a question.
Y'all can't hear me.
No, all I wanted to do is to make sure that Unc can be heard because he had to leave and come back. But Sean,
listen,
go ahead and answer.
All I'm saying, all I'm saying,
all right, go ahead.
I don't
pick up where you left off.
Listen, you made a statement that's controlling the narrative in a real weird way, yo, and you have the ability to do this. Your statement was, if I think what you're saying is goofy, then that's my opinion. No, I'm simply saying throwing a shot is a shot, whether you throw an overhand right and the person see it coming, or you throw an uppercut and the person don't see it coming. It's called a shot. And I'm saying you have an elegant way of throwing shots, and that's okay. I know how you want to solve fights. I'm cool with that. At the end of the day, I'm your brother. That ain't gonna never change. You know what I mean? I cheer for y'all. I support y'all.
Just like I said, that real black atheism is goofy, right? If I tell you, I say it all the time, right? And that's my point.
But that's not the same. That's not the same thing. That's your personal opinion. Nope. If you're saying
everything is a personal opinion, huh?
No. We're talking about. We're actually talking about like a measure of disrespect and a measure of character. You're basically trying to say that what y'all do is very scholarly and non-disrespectful and non-circus-like. I'm telling you, it's the eloquent circus. That's what I'm telling you. So instead of wearing tennis shoes, y'all niggas wear dress shoes. You're still in the premium circus.
I'm fine with that.
So that's not an opinion. That's the way we all fight. We all got our way to fight, bro. And the fact that you think that you're not throwing blows is crazy.
No, listen.
With that.
No, I shoot it straight. I will tell you, and I've done that. He left out. I have told time and time again that real black atheism is goofy. Now, I didn't use the word goofy in the past when it comes to that. I said pseudo. That's some pseudo stuff that came up with, the real black atheism. Now, if I say that, I'm not throwing a shot like an innuendo type of shot. I'm shooting it straight. I'm telling you straight up and down. There ain't nothing to figure out. I'm saying, listen, that real black atheism is some pseudo bonkers. Okay,
and we can tease that out.
Whoa!
We can tease that out.
Hold up, wait. But here's, I can hear you. I can hear you. So here's the difference: is that I will say that, and then obviously I don't have to say it's my opinion because it's coming from me. So if I say that, the difference is, you can hear me say that, and you won't be crying about it. You don't cry about that and stuff like that. And all I'm saying,
I just come back and see the chefs is a bunch of bananas.
Okay, yeah, and hey,
with the corn stalks hanging off of it, kind of
right,
like
and then when the rubber hits the road, either you could back up what you're saying, or I could back up what I'm saying, or both,
strap it up,
and both.
I can definitely back up what I'm saying. Back it up.
Okay,
see,
I can back up what I'm saying. I stay ready. We can do this right now if you want.
You should probably stay ready for Smash though. Smash on your head. Let's not get away from that. Let's get back to the
No. Hey, listen. That's
I'm beating both y'all. I'm gonna say that just for the record.
That's all right. But hold up. No. Wait. All I'm saying is that like here's the thing right here, is that Reggie, there's 10 spots in here. Reggie can come back in here at any point in time, but he's not coming back in here because he feels disrespected, right? Now here's the thing. This is what I call double.
That's probably wrong. You're right.
Wait.
You're right.
This is wait. Here's the thing. This is what I call double standards, right? Because I've seen videos where Reggie will go off the meter. Even on that first video, he was cursing everything like that. I pull this highlight this comment right here. Reggie says during the conversation I was professional. Now on this conversation, he was professional, but to say that. And in other conversations, Reggie be blowing his lid and going all the way off, whether it's complaining or not, cursing and stuff like that, especially on that first thing. And so my comment is that, listen, stop crying about it. Stop crying. Now I said stop being a sissy about it, and then that's a trigger word. So be it. So here's the thing. Reggie has every opportunity to come in here, and I said that if he comes in here, me and him can talk only, where everybody else will be kicked out and just be me and Reggie. But he's not coming in here because it's really, really not about. It's about some other stuff. And this is what happens all the time. We can't get to the information. And Brandon said this a second ago. We can't get to the information because people are all for the drama. But here's my problem with that. Is that it doesn't come up until somebody says something like me. So for example, that first show, the opportunity was right there, but it didn't happen. It took drama first, and then to come back with a second show to try to clean it up a bit and explain stuff like y'all said and whatnot, a subsequent show. But it's always
you said,
like that.
Said again, slow it down. You said it takes you to say it for us to clean it up. No, we was in real time.
That's not what I said. What I'm saying is that I'm the one that's always saying, let's get to the content of these arguments. Let's forget all the drama. Let's forget all the goofy stuff. Let's forget all the silly stuff, the drama stuff, the circus stuff. I'm the one that's saying that. I'm on record for saying it for years. I'm the one that's saying that all the time.
Everybody said it though. Reggie just said it a different way though.
But let's be honest as well in terms of.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Right.
All right. So I just want to because I'm trying to give the conversation clarity for myself, because Brendan, I see the position that you're actually taking. So I want to know, before I said anything, before I even did a video, right? Just a conversation that Reggie was having that had nothing to do with the Shemsuheru research team or their book on Garfield's channel. Have you read, or Ankh, have you read, or anyone on that side, have y'all read, did y'all read Reggie's work? Did y'all read Reggie's article? Anyone?
Nigga, I don't agree with Reggie's article.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say if you agreed. I didn't say if you agreed or disagreed. I asked if you had read, prior to me saying anything, had you read Reggie's article?
Man, I read the work, yo. They forced me to read. I read it last week. They forced me to.
Okay, so you. Okay, all right. So you read it last week. It was recent.
Yeah, and I knew it wasn't a counter to what Sindeti book was. I knew that. Like, I don't know how y'all make that assumption. I never thought that. But go ahead though.
Okay, so the reason that I'm asking is because it seems like this is everybody's first opportunity at Reggie's article. When he first got it published in the journal, he tagged me on YouTube and in a comment and told me to go check it out. And I did. I just didn't say nothing then. But in that same comment thread, I told Reggie, I said, you know, I'm going to go through this and pick it apart. I just never said when. So I don't want anyone to think that this was just some off the wall random thing. Like, he knew that I was going to have something to say, because what other people don't know is we sat in the back of Garfield's car after ASCAC, and I argued with him saying some of the things that I said in the video that I did.
I don't think
went
anybody
on a tangent to try to defend.
Can I say something? I'm sorry.
We agree. It's all your
No,
fault.
I don't think anybody has a problem with the academic critique that you gave, Sean. I think the biggest problem, I guess you would say, I can only speak for myself, is the criticism directly in terms of saying, okay, well, you know, in terms of the acceptance of the article in the academic journal, you know, it was sort of like an innuendo saying that, well, yeah, it was a buddy type thing, and it lends credence to saying, okay, well, this academic journal isn't necessarily up to snuff, right, in terms of its, I guess you would say, its integrity.
And it's
right?
not. And it's not. I will second that. And it's not.
Okay. That
it's
is
not, and I can show it.
Okay, and that is the problem we have. That's the problem we have.
Brendan, guess
what? That's the problem.
Assad gave a better explanation on why
that's the problem.
His thing wasn't actually
that you have
because of.
Yeah, I think.
I don't mean to cut you. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm not okay. All right. Have you known that they're not even responding to articles? Are you aware that journal hasn't responded to submissions in over 2 years? Are you aware of that?
Maybe it hasn't. I am not. What I would say here's what I'm saying. Right?
Peer review process. Familiar with their
I'm very familiar with the peer review process to get into the academic
peer review process. No. I'm talking about this journal's process. Are you familiar with this journal?
Can y'all wait? Hold up, Sean and Brandon. If y'all can stop for a second. There's a delay, Sean. Your signal is weak, and there's a delay because by the time you hear Brandon, you're talking. It sounds like y'all talking over each other, and I know y'all don't mean to do that. So Sean, your signal or something is going on. So y'all kind of make some adjustments. But go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, not. I think it's Sean's signal.
No.
I'm looking at
Ujah was right. Yeah, Ujah was right. Go ahead, Brandon.
No. I would say no. I'm not familiar with their particular peer review process. I don't think any particular academic journal, right, officially publishes say here is our official process until you submit. Right? Are you familiar with their process?
And that's a good question, because when Reggie was on the panel, Ujah did actually ask if the article, the paper that he submitted was peer reviewed, and Reggie didn't really answer that. So,
usually it's standard. Standard.
No, I'm hold on. I'm just saying that. So really, we don't know. Reggie also hasn't given any information on what kind of peer review was done on this.
Usually.
So nobody knows in this particular.
Usually, if it's an academic journal, you go through an editorial process, and then once you get through the editorial board, right, you go through the peer review process with the people that I guess you would say formal peer reviewers, right? And then once you get approval there, then you go back to I guess you would say the people who do the final reviews, and then that's how you get approved, right?
Okay, Brandon.
I'm just saying that specifically for this particular article, we can't speak on it at this point because even Reggie hasn't told us.
That's just in general.
Brendan, I submitted to the Journal of Pan-African Studies. So you asked me if I have. I've submitted work to them. and I wasn't going to tell nobody that. But I submitted.
So why you say it?
Look, no. I mean, we're having a conversation because I've been waiting really long for a response, and we haven't got a response. So it's like I'm beyond that point of no longer sitting on it no more to see what their actual process is. We haven't got a response. It's been a while, and I've been just sitting and collecting data. Like my data is how many days am I going to get a response from them? Once I get a response from them, what was the response, and then what was the next steps? Then after that, what was the next? After that was fixed, whatever that needed to be done, what was the next steps? Like actually going through the process, documenting this, just collecting my data. What I've realized is, and then it dawned on me after I talked to someone else, is that well, no one's responded to anything in over 2 years.
Okay, so listen. So here's the thing. Brand, hold up. Hey,
made me go get honest enough.
Hey, Ankh, you gotta mute yourself. Ankh.
Oh, my fault.
Can you mute yourself?
I didn't know y'all could hear me.
Yeah. Now I hear the background stuff. Oh, he left out.
Yeah, I would say that's crazy, Sean. Yeah, it should
okay.
At least. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Okay. So I'm trying to bring the conversation back to what we were talking about, and evidently it's gonna be without Reggie because he refusing to come back, which is fine. He's offended, and I understand that. So me and him will work that out. But here's the thing, the issue about the peer review process and whatnot. Even right there in the comment section, Reggie was saying that for me to publish something and whatnot, and then he'll read it. But we already published something, and so if we've already published something, but yet he's still saying publish something, then he can only mean get something in a journal before he will address it or whatever, or discuss it and whatnot. When he's actually holding in his hand, he already has a copy of a publication, one of the publications that I'm involved with. So that tells me that there's a reliance on getting something published in the journal. Now, if I take that,
he's reading your word, brother. He had it. Reggie's reading your word.
No, so, I just said he had it in his hand, Brendan.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm not saying he's not reading it. I'm just telling you what he's saying, what he said in the chat that you may have missed. I offered Reggie. I said Reggie and Wujao only. We can continue the conversation right now. I said everybody else will be gone, just me and him. And his reply was, we could talk at another time, publish something. And so I'm saying that we already have something published on the topic that he had in his hand. That he had his camera on. We could see he had it in his hand. I already knew he had a copy of the book. I already knew that. But for him to still say publish something, then I can only take that to mean that he wants something published in a journal, because I'm looking at the fuller context of what he said on other videos where he's saying things like get published before coming at me, get published in a journal before coming to me, and this hyper focus on being published in a journal, just in general, right? That's how the climate has been set up. And you've been there and witnessed it as yourself, where the whole peer review and journal thing has been the highlight of the recent conversations on these videos, right? So
yeah,
right. So what I'm saying is that instead of going through all of that, why can't we deal with what's already been put pen to paper already? Reggie's article, we already dealt with most of the stuff in his article. People don't even know about that. It's videos we already did on Reggie's presentation about the things he put in his article, about the black bull, syncretism, and just that. And we've addressed many of his points that he already that he covered in the article. It may be new to people, and I think that's why Sean asked Ankh, when did he read it? He didn't read it till last week. So it's new to people in this conversation, but it's not new to me. It's not new to Asar or any of us. So I'm trying to get to the information part of it. So on the Pseudo Killer show, Reggie also said that the definition that I have on the screen for the place name Kemet as Riparian is stupid or silly. Now, I didn't take him as calling me silly or stupid or bananas or whatever, or all the adjectives that he used. I didn't take that as he calling me that. He's saying this is and plus, you know, I understand how scholarship work. I never personalize information for anybody critique information. I take it as attack on me. But I'm saying Reggie said that, right? And so I'm like, okay, cool. You feel that it's silly, stupid, or all the other adjectives you use in regards to this, fine. Let's unpack and let's have a conversation about it then. That's where I'm at. That's where I've been at with all of this. But in between all of that stuff, it's the hyper focus on peer review, publish, and then people are under the impression. And if I poll the chat just so people watching now, people, and I know this for a fact because people come to me with questions, they think that Reggie's article is actually addressing our position, and you know, our book, when it's not. As Reggie said today, but that's the impression that people are being given, and it's not being clarified or straightened up because of all the extra drama stuff involved. So I'm saying we could keep it nice and smooth if we only deal with the content of the information and forget about all this adversarial clicking up goofy stuff that I call goofy. If people are offended by the word goofy, hey man, just be offended then.
And Wu Job, that's a great point, because I think what I think may have gotten lost in terms of on the pseudo killer shows, and when we start, I guess you would say, defending, right, the peer review process. When we start defending all of these things, it's not about Reggie's works specifically, right? It's about defending the peer review process inside of academia as a whole, right? Mm-hmm. So that's really the broader context in terms of what we were trying to drive home during that entire conversation, right?
Okay,
it's not about the correctness of Brother Reggie's work. It's not about the incorrectness, right? It's not about the back and forth between what you guys have going on about the Kemet Black and all of these different things, right? It's a broader conversation that the pseudo killers is driving home. You know?
Yeah, and here's the thing, and we said that,
and maybe we didn't do a good job at describing that and expressing it.
Let me give you my opinion on that.
That may be our fault.
Mm-hmm. If you don't mind, let me just give you my opinion on that.
And we could definitely fix that though. See what I'm saying?
Okay, great. Let me just give you my opinion on that. I understand and I know enough to see and detect where you all are defending the peer review process as a whole, and how it is beneficial as a beneficial tool to quality control. So I understand that. We actually said that today, but here's where I have an issue though. And although you all did that, you have to look at where it was close, like the clothes that it was surrounded by, or the environment that point was surrounded by. And I don't know if it's young. Oh, and so although you made that point, the point was put inside of a container that was full of drama and other stuff going on.
Yeah, that's when we do that subsequent show, right?
Okay, so here's my. Okay,
sure.
So all I'm saying, so it sounds like you probably agree with what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that a better job needs to be done to make these points absent of all what I refer to as the goofy stuff. Now, if people don't like that word, then fine. Depending on who I'm around, I'll choose a different word. But the drama stuff, because people tend to be okay with that word. But the dramatic stuff, the drama, and all that kind of stuff, absent of that, the point could be better taken and better articulated, and that's the pitch I'm on. That's what I've been on, and so what I don't like is when the drama, it's when the good points are made, but it's surrounded by all the drama, and then people miss out. It's not fair. It's not fair to the audiences that people are having on these different channels. And I know because people come at me with it. I don't even be seeing the video live, but people be giving me timestamps and asking me questions, stuff like that, in my Facebook Messenger or my email on a regular basis. Sometimes I get a lot. Sometimes I don't get any. But I can tell when something popping off because of that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
And same way.
that's it.
Yeah. Same way.
But wait, I
I'm
want to
sorry.
say this.
Yeah,
I just want to say this about the peer review process. What I also see is that it's being weaponized in the conscious community debating circuits. The peer review has been weaponized to where it's gotten to the point where, without saying it verbatim, people are basically implying that if you don't get peer reviewed or put in a journal through a peer review process, then we can't take you or anything you do serious. Now, although that was not said verbatim like that, that's the setup. That's the setup. Wait,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Yep.
So really, what y'all really trying to do is, let's just get to it and let's stop playing. Y'all trying to remove that process so that
Nope, not
y'all
at all.
work can just be okay. So do me a favor. This is how we're gonna do this.
Not at
right?
all.
I think this is fair. So give me a list, right, of academic professionals that agree with y'all stance, right? Give their qualifications and what they said about the work. What part of they agree and what part they disagree, and I'm cool with that, bro.
Wait,
I don't
what
care
are
if
you
they
talking
from
about exactly, though?
Kalamazoo. I'm
What
say it
are you
again.
talking about exactly?
On our conversation. You know what the conversation is, right?
No, I'm saying agree with what exactly?
Come on, Wuja, man. The whole thing, bro. The whole make a brand new language phylum. The whole make the change the place name. All that. So it's simple for me, right? At this juncture, 8-9 years later, just give me a list of academic professionals that agree with y'all stance.
So I did that in a presentation.
No, man. Come on, man. Stop. Nope.
But
yes, he named.
Nope. Nah, I don't want to hear the name. I don't want to hear the name. I don't want to hear that. No.
You just asked Wujawu for names.
I said
Look, I'm only just trying to help, bro. I'm not trying to instigate.
I'm saying a list, bro. Anybody can say anything out their mouth at this point.
Okay.
And anybody can call anything goofy at this point. I'm saying for the listening audience, if a list was compiled of what these scholars wrote about the work, I would read it and I would transmit it to the community and say, look, this is what this is. That's
okay,
simple for me.
Wait. I just want to be clear because we discuss a lot of different topics, So I just wanted to know, when you ask me that you want to see a list of some scholars that agree with which one. So that's what I'm saying, because as Sean said, there's been scholars cited, quoted, and listed, throughout these conversations over the years. So now if you want me to like consolidate a list for you and stuff, yeah, if I have time or when I get time, I'll do that. I don't have no problem.
Is that on the language filer or is it on km.t? Because you said different things. I was just trying to make sure that we know.
I think he's trying to say the whole body of work, all of that. He's trying to everything.
But that's done in the work itself. And what I do know, and I'm gonna wait for Ankh to get back before I say that. But what people have to do is actually read what people put out. Like, I know for a fact that certain people have not even read, for example, Asar's Aluja Volume 2. They may have bought it to support, and they'll show a picture, but they haven't read it. They haven't read through it. Just like last week, Ankh, like for example, Ankh in our text, and if he's here, Ankh, if you there, he come back in. Ankh, you there?
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So Ankh, what I don't know if you heard me. What I said was, if you're asking me to compile a list of scholars that agree with some of the different points and whatnot, when I get time, I don't mind doing that. But in the meantime, though,
why would I say that though, Ujab? But why would I say that? Because it's groundbreaking, it's brand new. For the first time in the history of planet Earth, that this particular idea was put out forth in the universe. So at this point, just do that.
Okay.
You do agree, y'all got groundbreaking work, bro.
Wait, but I'm saying, but hold up.
Hold on, am I wrong?
Wait, but here's the thing. No, but see, I want to remove the ambiguity though, because we're talking about.
I just said, am I wrong? We not ambiguity. The whole language. So Asar's work is based off of changing the whole language thing, right?
And Bowley did it.
Reclassifying.
Yeah. So
Whoa, let me finish. Hold on. So the audience can really get something out of this. So his work and his work that is being put forth now, it's all hinging on the fact that the African language family has been changed over and replaced. That's what's really going on for everybody that's listening, right? So if that has occurred, then
Not quite though.
subsequently, well, I'm close to it then. Remember, I'm close to the situation, right? If that has occurred, I understand. So all of Asar's work is based off of the fact it's hinging on that Mboli shit was right? And then he worked on that and added to it and changed some things over, right? So suppose Mboli stuff was right.
Not quite though. But go ahead.
But I'm close though. I'm damn near lighting up a cigar on that one. I'm simply saying that the work is groundbreaking. That's what he's working on. And so when you got groundbreaking work, yo, you know how I go in science, right? You know, or in academia, when it's that groundbreaking, bro, you got to be that more crucial in a situation. That's the point I'm making. We don't want to make that. We don't want to lose that point, yo.
Okay, so now I heard your point. So here's why I kept saying what I was just now saying, is that, and this is why we have to be specific, because Asar is not inventing a new language family or anything like that. So Asar just took the title given to some genetically related languages, and he changed the nomenclature from Negro Egyptian or Negro Egyptian to Chiena Intu. Okay, so
but
that's
they related? That's the question. Are they related?
Wait, one second, one thing at a time. So I'm just clarifying that for the audience as well.
You're begging the question.
Wait,
are they related?
No, I'm not. I'm not begging the question at all. I'm just clarifying what Asar switched up in terms of the language family, the label. Okay, so Negro Egyptian coming from Obenga, Asar has changed that terminology to Chiena Intu. That's for the audience to understand. All right. Now, to determine the genetic relationship of languages, you have to use the tool of historical comparative linguistics. And you have to utilize that tool and systematically examine and analyze various different elements. And somebody got some in the background, man. Can you mute?
All right, my fault.
Okay.
My fault, bro.
So
nobody else did that though, Wu Jia? Just curious. Just real quick, because I know you like to really explain stuff detailed. Nobody has ever done that in the history of linguistics. Nobody.
I'm about to tell you.
For me.
Yep, I'm gonna throw that in there. Definitely. Right. Okay. Just answer Brendan and Ankh at the same time. So
Obenga did it. Yeah.
Huh?
No, I just said you just said Obenga did it, but you know.
No, he actually didn't. Yeah. What I'm saying, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be misunderstood. I never said Obenga did it. What I said was the name Negro Egyptian was used by Theophile Obenga. The name, okay? Asar has taken that name, Negro Egyptian, and has renamed and proposed a new name for that, Chiena Intu. This is in Asar's work. All right. Now, as far as the relatedness to your second part of your question is, you said, are they really related? In order to determine if they are related or not, you have to use the tool of historical comparative linguistics. Just like if you want to know if two human beings are biologically related, you have to use the tool of genome mapping and take a DNA sample. Okay. So there's certain tools. Wait. Let me answer. I am answering it. So the African language phyla that we have come to use, and it's everywhere, and everybody and their mother use it, was never established using that tool to establish genetically related languages. So when you see Greenberg, and it's specifically Greenberg's classification system that everybody uses, his system was never ever done based on a historical comparative method. Linguists know this, but people still use the nomenclature and the classification system in all their publications. So to answer your question directly, Ankh, no one has started from scratch to establish the genetic relationship between the various different African languages. This is something that ain't
what was your question? I'm saying the
I
historical
misunderstood.
method.
So clarify.
No, the historical method that Asar and you are using. Are you saying that y'all are the only two people standing on planet Earth that have done that? That's the question I'm asking. And so you're
Okay.
basically saying, no, I'm fine with that. I ain't mad. I just know where I'm at. That's all. I
No,
just
no,
like
no,
to
no,
know
no,
where
no,
the
no.
weight I'm
I
at.
don't know. No, I want to make sure I'm answering what I think I'm
Right.
answering. So the
Yeah, you
historical
said
comparative.
it.
No, the historical comparative method is used by linguists who do comparisons. So
So
a
why
lot of
don't they do
linguists.
it? So why they stand away from it? That's a
No,
good
it's
point.
no, it's
Why ain't
it's
they
it's
doing it?
not. No, it's not that they stay away from it. It's the fact that um, Greenberg's classification system is being utilized, and the focus is has not been on African languages. It's been on Indo-European languages and other languages. That's where a lot of the linguistic work has been done in those areas. When it comes to African languages, they didn't put the same rigor in terms of their analysis of the various different African languages. Okay.
So no African on the continent who got degrees now is doing that. They
Yes.
just scared. What? They
No.
scared?
Yes. No, they're not. And
Are
there
they
are some
coming up
that's
with the
doing it.
same conclusion as y'all? So you saying they basically y'all all coming to the same conclusion? So yeah,
For
give
the
me a
most.
list of them.
Okay. Okay. I'll do that for you. I'll do that for you.
Yeah.
So in 2010, this is for the audience. In 2010, and we got a bot in there. I don't know if y'all somebody took care of the bot. All right. So in
Yeah, it's
2010,
gone.
okay, in 2010, Jean-Claude Mboli published his work that took him 10 years to produce. He started in 2000 and he finished in 2010 and got his work published. It's a over 650 page book examining from scratch. He totally dispensed away with everything Greenberg did. He made no assumptions. He started from scratch and he analyzed six languages at first, and then to confirm his findings, he added an additional 8 languages to go through the same process to see if it can work, to see if it could be duplicated. And he does all of this from cover to cover in a chronological order, as if you're standing there going through the process yourself. Okay. The problem with his book that people have had is because it's done in French, and a lot of people in these YouTube streets don't deal with French, don't speak French, so it became a taboo. And so, but in his work, it's called the origin of African language, I believe, would be the English. It's titled in English, and his work was definitely peer reviewed, definitely whatever. It's actually in college library bookshelves and so on and so forth in multiple countries. All right, so now his work is very important because for the first time we have a book long thorough analysis from scratch of the various different African languages that he examined, which was 14 in total. And he
So
explains the
are there
entire
any reviews?
process.
Are there any reviews in English on the book by some linguists, or everybody just ignores that?
Yeah. Matter of fact,
I'm curious.
yes. The answer is yes. And Mboli
Okay.
shared a few of them, and so
Okay.
I will try to dig it up. Osar may have it more handy than I would, but Mboli shared some of the reviews
And what
and
were
or
they saying?
critiques that he received.
And what were they
They
basically saying?
Does
they
the work?
go ahead.
Why do
I'm
y'all think
sorry.
this can't be done?
No, I don't. I'm not
Wait.
saying it
I
can't
don't
be
know.
done. I think
Go ahead.
it may have already been done. I'm asking a question.
Yeah. What's
Um,
your question?
in terms of are some of the Sumerian languages included in his work?
No, he didn't do the out of the 14. It wasn't Sumerian. Wasn't one of that's G.J. Campbell and Dunn that did some
Okay.
work on Sumerian.
Okay.
But in terms of embolic, but see, you have to understand
Mhm.
there are multiple linguists that are involved in this process, and the works is relatively new in terms of in the year 2000 and forward. The work is being done and being published, but it's being published among francophone speakers, and and we don't tend to pay attention to books that are not written in English and whatnot, especially coming from African scholars. And so you have Oscar, not Oscar. I'm about to say Oscar. You have a couple of authors that are published that have examined independently of Mboli, independent of Asar, and they come to the same conclusion for various different elements, linguistic
So
elements about these languages.
real quick, Wuja. So basically, so far the consensus is what? That it has not been overturned so far in this
No, that's
process.
not true.
It's not
That's
agreed.
not.
So it has been. So it has been overturned.
Okay, let me
So
answer
the
that.
consensus is, what is the consensus on the Afro-Asiatic and what we're talking about, the Negro Egyptian? What is the
Okay.
consensus? Where are scholars leaning to at this point?
Okay.
Honestly speaking, bro.
Yeah, I'm always
Because this
honestly
going,
speaking.
if you say it wrong, it's gonna cost you.
Okay.
That's the thing, it's gonna cost you. The
Okay.
credibility is on
So
the line now.
great. My credibility is always on the line because I'm always honestly speaking. So here's the consensus as it stands right now.
Okay,
The consensus among linguists who actually are in the field of historical comparative linguistics, which is the field to determine language relatedness, all of them agree that the existing language classification system that was introduced by Joseph Greenberg is not a genetic language family system. It is simply based on mass comparisons and topological analysis. And everyone and their mother knows that that is not the route to go to
that's
determine
trickology.
genetic relationships of these languages. But
That's not fair,
because,
Wuja. That's not
wait,
fair,
how is it not
Wuja.
fair?
That's not fair. Give me that answer, man. Come on, you gave me like if I was like an average listener, yo, you would have me with that. You didn't answer the question, not unless you was gonna finish
Wait,
and
no,
answer it.
no, listen.
You listen to
Okay,
me.
but I'm saying, but hold up, but right now it must be
Huh?
a situation where I answered
I'm
you,
just
but
saying. You
you
did
don't know that I
you
answered you.
saying yeah, you answered me, right? But you flim-flammed it like. And when I say flim-flammed it, I'm simply saying, I said, what is the consensus on the Afro-Asiatic languages,
It's
right?
not a
Being what it is.
it's not a
And
language family. It's not. The consensus is that it is not a
I didn't
genetic
ask you
language
that.
phyla.
I'm saying, no, I'm saying is when you compare the two, what is the consensus? What is academia choosing? You know, come on, bro. The two things we're
Well,
talking
maybe
about
ask
here.
your question differently because I
I
definitely
actually no,
answered your question.
I thought I asked it. I'm gonna say it again, so I'm gonna get it right. I'm gonna catch up with you. I'm saying when we read our textbooks, right? When we do our studies, all right, we see that Afro-Asiatic, right, and Nilo-Saharan, all that stuff right there is accepted in colleges and universities around planet Earth. We see that. Now we got this new thing coming up, right, with Jean-Claude Mboli, right? And he starts out with a thesis of, and he talks about, you know, the whole thing. I'm saying in academia, is that accepted over Greenberg's information that we find in academia, or is that's the question I'm asking? Which one are the linguists leaning to? That's what I'm asking. Don't give me that they
Okay,
didn't do it. I'm saying which one. So maybe they didn't do it, and they're still leaning to the Afro-Asiatic. You know what I mean? Language problems, and you know what I mean. I could accept that, but I just need to know what are they leaning to, Wujan? Not the fact that they didn't do something, which I couldn't prove, right? Which you still got to prove to me. But where are they leaning to, bro? That's an easy question. Just say
okay.
they
So
lean
mute
to
yourself and let me
Afro-Asiatic
answer.
or they lean to that. All right, go
Okay,
ahead.
mute yourself
So
and let me
After you
did I
answer.
answer
answer,
your
and I
question,
ask
Sean?
Uncle a question.
Yeah, I got it. But hold up, let me answer
No,
this
I'm not
question.
answering. No, you cannot ask me no question, Sean.
Wait, just if you mute yourself, and I'm only saying that because you got background noise coming
How I
on.
can't ask you a
All right, so I'm
question
gonna
then?
answer you. Hold up. Let me answer Unc's question. So, and I'm sure I got his question. So the short and skinny answer is that you're not gonna find the label of genetically related African languages in textbooks in colleges or accepted by colleges in their textbooks like you will with Afro-Asiatic language phyla. You will not see that at all.
I
So
appreciate it. Now, see, now I can appreciate that,
wait a
bro.
minute, I wasn't finished though. I wasn't finished. All right, because I want to make this crystal clear of what I was saying. Because now you can probably be able to kind of add on and learn some little add-on things. So here's the thing. So Chiena Intu is something new. The name and everything is new, The work is fairly new from 2010 till now. So we're 12 years in terms of this work. Right now, Mboli has championed his work, and it's found its way in colleges, in some colleges. As I said earlier, Mboli has shared the different colleges in different countries, not just one country, but in many countries. Colleges have accepted his work in terms of the origin of African languages. But in terms of instructional textbooks and everything like that, people are still riding along with Joseph Greenberg's classification system and nomenclature. So you will see Nilo-Saharan, you will see Niger-Congo and Afro-Asiatic and so on and so forth. You will continue to see that right now. Now, in the future, that may change. So that's what you'll see. But now, here's the thing.
So thank you. So all I
Well, hold
want to
up.
say is y'all cannot get mad at me. I can't be, nobody following that process can be considered a goofy. And that's our stance right there. That is I'm staying right there until that process is overturned. Then, so actually, we're not goofies. We're not. Hold on, Buddha. We're actually none of them things. We're simply waiting for the process to play its way out. That's all I'm saying, brother.
But but here's
so I'm right though, Anna. Hold on, am I right?
No,
no, you're not.
Not being a. Okay, y'all
No.
bananas.
Let me
you didn't do that. You didn't do that with the vaccine.
Wait, Sean.
No, yeah, just let him explain.
Man, come on. You're about to introduce something totally different. Don't do that. Listen, so Ankh, listen to me.
I didn't do that with the vaccine.
No, listen, see, now it's going to be talking about the vaccine.
Well, what about the vaccine, Sean?
No, don't ask that. No, don't ask that.
Listen,
I'm about to kick everybody off who is not me, Ankh, because I don't want that to happen. Please, just don't do that. Nobody, because I don't want to get in the habit of muting people and all that kind of stuff. So listen, Ankh, because this is a moment for clarification for everybody. Because if you wanted to ask me the question, I could just call you. So this is for other people listening, right? So here's the thing. So in terms of goofy, you and nobody else is goofy for what you just said. So I don't want you to bring up goofy in that context at all, because that's not the context of the word goofy. I'm the one to be using the word goofy. That's not the context that I use that word in. So I don't want you to feel like you gotta defend that in that context at all. You have a right and you should question and the whole nine. That nobody's goofy for stuff like that. But here's what you gotta understand though about it, is that you gotta understand what the language classification system is. Because what you're waiting on, you may never find because you're looking for the wrong thing. So this is why I start off by saying that the language classification system that we are familiar with is from Joseph Greenberg. His language classification system is not a genetic language classification system. It never was. And so scholars and linguists know this. And even the textbooks that use it know it. So it's not to say that it's wrong. We got to describe it as it is. So to illustrate my point, and I want everybody to be crystal clear on this point. So let me see if I have a visual on here, because I went over this before, and I had a visual before, and I do not see it. I thought hold on, I might have it. If I have it real quick, here we go. I'm going to show this on the screen, and I'm going to use this to illustrate my point, and I hope that everybody will get it from me making this point. Just bear with me real quick. I'm going to be fast as possible so that people do not have to wait at all. All right, so I'm just going to add this to this right here, right quick. Okay, so y'all can see my screen. Let me make it big. All right, I think make sure Ankh is here so he can see it. Yep, and I see Pan African's comment. I had it up here because I was going to address that. But okay, so I'm going to use this image to illustrate my point. This is so people can catch up to what we're saying. So when it comes to Joseph Greenberg's language classification system that we're all familiar with, those are terms like Afro-Asiatic, Nilo-Saharan, Niger-Congo, Khoisan, etc. Right? That's where we get that from. What Joseph Greenberg did is the equivalent of taking a group of people, and because a group of people have red shirts on, grouping them together, and that's what you see on the right hand side, and then taking another group of people because you have identified them as wearing green shirts and putting them all together because the commonality is the color green or lime, whatever color that is, and put them together in a group. That's representing the picture on the left. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. We can accurately say I have two categories here. I got people with green shirts and I got people with red shirts. So we got two separate categories. I label one red shirters and I label the other one green shirters. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Now, and that's what Greenberg did. Now, here's where the problem comes in. The moment I step further than that and say everybody that has a red shirt on is biologically related, connected, and are one family, now we have a problem. Because I didn't use the proper tools to make that determination. So at best, I can use a surface or what's called a topological comparison and come up with the green versus the red. But if I don't use DNA swabbing, if I don't take a DNA sample from all these people and check and sequence their genome and check the relatedness of these people biologically, I can't therefore make a claim and say that these people are biologically related. I can't make that claim. So this is what people understand. People who actually do linguistics understand that Greenberg's classification system is a classification system, but it's not a genetic one. It is a topological or mass. It was produced by mass comparisons. And that is what it is. So if people understand that, then we can call it what it is. But what people are doing in the conscious community, they're confusing a typological born classification system with a genetic one. The genetic one was never done, ever, until in recent time, right now.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
So is that clear? Wait. I want to make sure. I want to make sure that was clear. It was that first.
No. You actually, you're super. Matter of fact, you're so clear. But I'm just saying, my children, they're in college, and I can't have them stand up in middle class fight in that situation. So until that actually getting to the books, I'm gonna have to just slow roll it a little bit. You can understand that, though, right?
Yes, but Unc, see, you're proving that you don't understand. There's nothing to fight.
I don't have to understand. All I gotta do is
no. What I'm saying,
evolution is this, right? Hold
no,
on.
what I'm saying
is this.
Okay.
That's what it is. That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm not saying you wrong. I'm saying I hear everything you're saying. I do. I hear you. And I do understand. But I don't understand to the point where I'm ready just totally disavow textbooks and into the system get changed out there. That's just where I'm at. You can't be
but Unc,
I'm cheering for you, bro.
No, understand this first, Unc, though. Understand this, that no textbooks is making the claim that it's a genetic relationship. So there's nothing to fight. What I'm saying is that it's people that are thinking that Greenberg's classification is a genetic one when the textbooks don't say that. It's not. The textbooks agree and say it was produced by mass comparisons.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Ankh, so when you say you're going to continue using it, in what scope are you going to continue using it?
Because I like the Afro-Asiatic because it talks about his origins or purported origins, right? Which is in hill country, Ethiopia. You know what I'm saying? It traveled to the Nile. I'm with that. I'm just with
So
that.
you're not going to be using it in regards to classifying languages as is supposed to be done, when you classify languages via the comparative linguistic method. So you're saying you're not trying to use, or you're not going to be using that in that particular scope of discussion, but on other
I'm not.
particular discussions.
Okay, so Unc, what I want to do, just bear with me for a second. I want to share this with you and everybody in the audience, and I hope everybody understands this. So look at the screen. Just let me know if you can see the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I also have a question about genetic relationships between languages when you get a chance.
Okay, no problem, Brandon. I welcome it. So So, Unc, can you see it? Because Unc, you're the main person I want to be able to see this. Did Unc leave? Unc, you're on mute if you're trying to talk.
Yeah.
I'm on mute. I'm right here. I'm listening to y'all. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I asked you, can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the
There it
screen.
is.
I can see the screen, but I was trying to find what to talk to come through the background. I'm looking. Go ahead.
Okay, you can see it. All right, I just want to make sure you can see it. All right, so now let's read this together. This is from Wikipedia, right? Let's read this together. It says, mass comparison is a method developed by Joseph Greenberg. That's the individual I was naming, right? To determine the level of genetic relatedness between languages. It is now usually called multilateral comparison. This method is what? Rejected by most linguists, though not all.
Thank you.
Okay? So just stopping here right here, just stopping at this first paragraph in an all accessible Wikipedia article, everybody and their mother can see that it says most linguists reject the multilateral comparison method to determine genetic relationships between languages. This is widespread. This is the consensus. You ask for the consensus. This is the consensus.
So you know I'm smarter than that, though, right? You know I'm smarter than that, right?
Okay.
You know I know that it's more toward them, that statement you're making right there. But carry on. Go ahead.
Okay. No. I'm saying we're reading this together. All I'm showing is that because I don't want people to think that this is some renegade, fly by night, unique thing to Imhotep or whatever the case is. This is something that is widespread and it's known among people who actually do this kind of work on a serious level. So without me boring everybody and reading the whole mass comparison method, I offered that example with the red and green shirts so that people could get the gist of it visually. So what I'm telling you is that there's nothing to fight because people understand that the existing classification system is not based on the historical comparative method, which is the method to make that determination. That's all I'm saying.
Rujal, you just
wouldn't they
ran. Rujal, you just ran directly into what I wanted to ask you the question about, right?
Okay, go ahead.
In terms of how do we establish the genetic relationships between these language families? You just mentioned, you said, okay, well, we cannot use mass comparison, the mass comparison technique, right?
Right.
And then I'm looking, I say, okay, well, we inside of the works that you guys are doing, you guys have the sound correspondences method, right?
Well, no, it's the historical comparative linguistic method. That's like its full title. Yeah.
Right. The in terms of within that, right? Are there, like, I guess you would say, like many different, what are the techniques inside of that? I guess you would say that historical comparative method that you just sort of illustrated there, right?
Okay, I can give you.
I know one of them is the sound correspondences. What are the others?
Okay, I'm gonna give you, because it's not as simple as me just saying it in a 10-minute conversation. It's like a whole thing. So to give you the short and skinny of it is that you have to establish regular sound and meaning correspondences between two or more languages. That's number one. I mean, that's one thing, not number one, but one thing. And then two, once you start to establish these correspondences, you have to also analyze different units of the language. So you have to go on the level of morphology and on the level of syntax. So morphology is from the word below, and syntax is from the word and greater units of meaning. So you can look at different morphemes within comparing two or more languages and go morpheme for morpheme, not just the sound or the phonology. You have to also deal with the phonological analysis and then the morphemic analysis.
Right.
So
those structure and all this. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All of the inflectional endings or the infixes, what do they mean? Are they how do they behave and things like that? You have to compare all of these different things between languages. Greenberg did not do any of that. Okay, this was a what they call now a multilateral comparison, and it's been heavily criticized and published about. A lot of linguists have written books criticizing his method in terms of establishing genetic relatedness, but in of a topological analysis and everything like that, it's perfectly fine because that's exactly what it is. You see, and so that's what I'm trying to convey to is that you're not gonna fight what it already is. The only fight it is just to call it what it is to stop thinking that it is a structure or a classification system that reflects the genetic relationships. Just understand that it's a classification system that is superficial to topological elements of these languages. So, for example, if Semitic, the Semitic languages of Arabic and Hebrew, they normally have a triliteral roots within their lexical inventory. Ancient Egyptian has a lot of triliteral roots in its inventory. So based on me taking note of that, I'm like, okay, let me lump them together. Now they're not directly related, but I'm gonna lump them under the same parent or whatever, and say, okay, these are branches of the same Afro-Asiatic language family. You see, and that's not how that works. And everybody and their mother who deals with linguistic knows this, especially since 1950s.
But I have this question. Can you really do a sound correspondence between, I guess you would say, languages that aren't considered in the same language family, right? How do you do that? Unless there's some type of like an in-depth analysis that's available. How do you do that? So that's my
Okay,
the root of my
and
question.
You see a saw comment?
and I understand. No, I don't see his comment.
Yeah, I would really I was before Asar jumped off because I know he's isn't I think Asar he's experiencing computer software, and I wanted to ask, does he use computer software to do some of the language comparisons that he's doing?
Well, yeah, if he pops back on here, I'm sure he can probably clarify that for you. But let me
I was just
Hey,
curious.
Wuja, you said something that was so clear. Remember that Wikipedia article you read,
yeah, I still have it on
and
screen.
you said the consent, and you said they all agree. So now we got to ask the question: then why is everybody ignoring what you just read? Because based off of what you
They're
just
not.
read, it should be very, very simple. Listen, it should be very, very simple to overturn the textbooks and all that at that point. Like we should be able to read. Like you should be able to send me 10 articles on how they reframe the whole language thing. Bang, bang,
No,
bang,
but
bang,
see,
bang.
all
If
right,
it was
but
that simple, no, you
nah,
hold on. You get my point though, right?
yeah. But let me say this,
I
and I
said
want
you
you
don't
to
get my
listen.
point though.
Yeah, I do.
See,
I
you
do.
trying see.
No, I do.
Yeah,
I
I'm just a
do.
regular dude, bro.
I
You
know,
gave me
but
something
listen,
so
listen.
clear, yo, and at that point, yo, everybody should see it. Everybody that do the linguistic things to say, man, this has not been done. This has been falsified, and it's not what it need to be. Like that's easy, Wuja. At that
Okay, so
point,
here's okay, so listen to me clear, and Asar is on the panel, but before Asar speaks, let me just say this to you. So here's the thing, you keep you saying what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying clearly, but what I need you to understand is that people already have the understanding that Greenberg's language classification system is not a classification system that reflects genetic relationships between these languages. It is a topological system, a classification system, produced by the mass comparison method, or now they call multilateral comparison method. This understanding is already known. So
I
there
know. So
there there's
shouldn't it change then? Shouldn't that whole Afro-Asiatic thing change then? Or
no, but
am I mixing it
but
up? It shouldn't.
no, but what no, what I'm saying is that topologically or mass comparatively, if that's such a word I could say, there's nothing wrong with what Greenberg did. If you leave it there. So so so
See, now
so
we hedging. I like this conversation. We actually, I think people listening. So you saying really that Assad's work, and he can explain it actually has nothing to do with the Afroasiatic family. So
No,
now
no,
I'm
that's
starting
not.
to think, well, why in the hell would he argue with that then?
Nah, that's not. No, what? No, the point
If
is,
it doesn't have nothing to do with it, then why would he
no,
have
I
to
showed.
argue? Just leave it there and keep riding,
Okay,
right?
okay, hey, if what color shirt you got on right now?
I got on
And
a
and
gray shirt.
just humor me. What color shirt you got on?
It's gray.
It's gray. All right, I got a gray shirt on too, right?
Okay.
And let's say me and you go to the store, and somebody in the store assumes that you and I are biological brothers, based on the fact that you and I got the same color shirt on, gray. Your shirt is gray, my shirt is gray. So the person assumes that you and I are biological brothers. Are they right or wrong?
Because they're assuming something? No, they're just assuming.
No, I'm saying, are they right or wrong that you and I are biological brothers? We're not.
They would be wrong. They would be wrong.
Huh? They would be wrong, right?
They would be wrong. They'd be wrong, yeah.
Okay, but now, so they would be wrong if they made a claim that we were biological brothers. But if they made the claim, that we are shirt brothers, based on shirt, they would be correct, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so now that you got that point, what I'm saying about
So
Greenberg,
you got to stop right there. I heard you. Let me say this. So then the person made that claim would be a nut if he kept arguing. If he understood that, then why are you arguing? If you now understand the correction and you now understand that we're not biological brothers, we're just shirt brothers, then why are you using the shirt brother argument against the biological argument?
right?
Like,
Nobody's doing
why
that.
would the person do
Nobody, listen, nobody's doing that.
Man.
It's only the people in YouTube land that's doing that.
Well, we the only
Bingo. Now,
goddamn
man,
people you
I'm
talking
proud
to.
of you. I can
Because
honestly
I'm a
say
sharp nigga, I really listen. You
I'm
need to
proud
be.
that you finally got it
Right.
just now, right there.
Finally got
We gotta
what?
celebrate
I'm
that.
saying it. Yeah, we can celebrate it, but I'm saying,
Spark up the cigar.
But the way y'all putting it out make it seem that way, Woo-Jah. Woo-Jah, come on, yo. I bet you there's a lot of people right now saying, huh?
Nope. Don't do it. Don't do it. So sorry. I don't know if you heard Brandon's.
No, I got
said
you. My
Brandon.
point.
I'm sorry,
I
Brendan.
hedged it out. I'm good now. Don't mess it up, Assad.
Excuse me, Brendan, for
Don't mess it up.
I'm about to go back to square one.
No, I got it, Assad. Don't do it. Don't confuse me. I got it.
Because Greenberg tried to make a genetic argument. And, this is why in the earlier part of the conversation, I recommended that everyone read chapters, I think it's 8 and 9 of my volume 2, because see all the citations. It's not even all just a nothing where you can see, okay, Brother is not making up stuff. Greenberg's method paired, for example, to astrology. In other words, pseudoscience, trying to use language of historical comparative linguistics when the language doesn't fit what he was trying to do. So, for example, he actually was trying to make an argument for a genetic relationship between these languages. And he created this phenomenon called a phylum. There's not even a family. It's a phylum, this super grouping of languages. And I did hear a little bit of Wujawu trying to explain the mass comparative method in contrast to the historical comparative method. And what people are not really kind of grasping, and this is why I had my show yesterday, is that in science, we experiment and we do them over again because we're looking for patterns in a way that you cannot argue that chance is the reason for the phenomenon which we witness. The whole objective of the scientific method is to eliminate chance and to falsify hypotheses. And so in linguistics is no different. And when we do the historical comparative method, everything is based off the sound meaning correspondences between languages. This was never done for any of classifications. It's all typological groupings. Of the link saying this. My book in front of me, I was on my computer that I could pull up the PDF. And so when people are trying to come
Which
and
book?
argue with us,
Which book? Which one?
Alluja Volume 2.
Oh, I got it. All right.
So it's going to be after it's going to be after the article on Kemet. I think Kemet is 8, chapter 8, I believe.
All right.
And then you're going to go second half of the book, and it's going to be the chapter after the introduction to the second chapter of the book. So it may be chapter 10. You're going to see me list and see all these publications talking about how none of Greenberg's are genetically related and how they are non-existent.
All right, I'm on it. Hey, look, gentlemen,
Yeah,
I'm out of here, man.
I think my question was about, you know, in terms of like establishing, I guess, genetic relationships between the language families using the historical comparative method. And you talked about the sound correspondences, establishing those. Is there any other, I guess you think, experimental approach besides using sound correspondences within the historical comparative method? Are there any other methods? Or is that
no, that's built on everything, the sound, that you can't think else until you establish the sound laws. And these are the formulas, the mathematical formulas that describe the relationship between the phones, between there's no getting away around it. There's nothing you can. That is your foundation. If you don't do that, you can't establish a genetic relationship. You can't even speak about a family. And that's, you know, when I heard you ask your question, that's when I go on, because you're what I don't think that you're getting is that they never did the scientific work. They are a family. That's why, like in the citation, I have listen to what I'm saying. This is why in the citations I have the you know, the authors, the linguists talking how Greenberg's methods is ecology. It's pseudoscience. So you can't take that. You got to get out of your, for example, that Chadic is a family. That's going to be hard for folks. That Afro-Asiatic is a family. Like, there has never been them doing the historical comparative method. That's why when Wujawu read, it says linguists reject this method. Most linguists are against these classifications. But leave it to you two scholars aware that this is the standard. And this is what we're trying to break y'all free from, that these don't exist. It's like trying to argue, and this is what in the book, and actually Dr. Shamarka Kate said, you know, I was beat too hard, but like trying to argue whether Santa Claus has on a Gucci belt or Versace belt when Santa Claus doesn't even. You get what I'm saying? So, like, you know, we continually have these conversations. Right. So this is why, and I think Brother Sean shared the link, and hopefully if he's hearing this, hear it again. On my show yesterday, I gave everyone a reading assignment. It's a chapter from a book on the comparative method and why the comparative method is important. And it goes through the steps there's in the comparative method. And this is why, like Wujawu said, you can't really discuss it in 10 minutes. It's not that kind of party. And everybody wants something quick, easy to microwave, and it's not at all. You got to start at square one and just learn about linguistics. Language and linguistics first, then learn about phonology, then you got to learn about semantics. Historical comparative linguistics is what quantum physics is to physics. And people jump over physics and jump over algebra and calculus, and we're saying, slow down.
Let me
Can
share
you
this
calculate this?
Let me share this.
This y, x plus b. Can you do this first? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me share this from. I just want to share this from Lyle Campbell's introduction to historical linguistics. This is an introductory level, and I suggest people get this book or an equivalent to this particular book. So I have on the screen. Let me get my cursor over there so I can find where I'm at. I have on the screen chapter 14, section 2.3 or section 14.2.3, right? Multilateral or mass comparison. And I just want to read this out of his book. Now, this is an introductory book, by the way. This is not the other book where he actually goes in more detail about all of this. But even in here, he mentions it. He says the best known of the approaches which rely on inspectional resemblances, and that's why I use my red shirt, green shirt analogy, among lexical items is that advocated by Joseph Greenberg called multilateral or mass comparison. It is based on, quote, looking at, and now we say that in these YouTube streets as lookership, looking at many languages across a few words rather than at a few languages across many words. And he's quoting Greenberg there. The lexical similarities determined by the superficial visual inspection, which are shared across many languages alone, are taken as evidence of genetic relationship. This approach stops where others begin, at the assembling of lexical similarities. These inspectional resemblances must be investigated to determine why they are similar, whether the similarity is due to inheritance from a common ancestor, which will be the result of a distant genetic relationship, or to borrowing, accident, onomatopoeia, sound symbolism, nursery formations, and the various things which we will consider in this chapter. And here's the thing. Since multilateral comparison does not do this, its results are controversial and rejected by most mainstream historical linguists. In short, no technique which relies on inspectional similarities in vocabulary alone has proven to be adequate for establishing distant family relationships. So people want scholars and want citations and quotes and stuff. This stuff is not even debated anymore among linguists. All right, so I want people to understand that. Now, this book that I'm sharing is Lyle Campbell's. Let me show y'all the cover so y'all can, if y'all want to get this particular book. If you do get it, get the latest edition. The third edition, Lyle Campbell's Historical Linguistics, an introduction. So this is an introductory book. Get this book, but get the latest edition if you want to, learn more about that topic. All right. Lyle Campbell is one of the people that people would consider an expert or an authority, not the, but an authority when it comes to these matters in terms of the criteria of the conscious community and the way people use experts and authorities. So anyway, just want to share that with everybody. Get that. So Ankh rolled out, but hopefully, I don't know if Ankh catch it. Ankh wants to get a list because Ankh hasn't read your book, Asar.
But I will say this. I'm more of a, I guess you would say, a novice in all of this, these conversations. But I would say I am reading you guys' work, right? And just to say that I'm not just completely just throwing anything out of the window, or I don't have a good I guess, grasp on my reading, you know, I do look at in terms of what you were just saying, Asar, in terms of like linguistics and some of the key components that you discussed inside of your work. You say you mentioned, you say, well, in some of the main pieces, you have to make sure that you consider the phonology, right, which is the sounds, the morphology pieces, the word structures, the semantics, which is the word meanings, philology and the text, and the history and the cultures. These are the big pieces that you guys mentioned inside of your works. So those are the kind of things that I'm looking at, right? And so in terms of some of the subsequent volumes that you guys are going to be releasing, that's what I'm looking for. So for sure.
All
Yeah,
right, let
I
me.
think it's important that people understand, especially what you just showed, that it's literally saying that, where Greenberg's method stops is literally where the proper method should start. So basically, he didn't even start yet. And that is what, I think if anything that the listeners watching, if any, they can have any takeaway from this is literally that the work with Greenberg, that work hasn't been done when it comes to historical comparative linguistics, because he stops where everybody else, where you are supposed to start with the methodology.
Right. And all of this stuff, right, that we're reading, and I just give just I guess you would say a tip, right, for the guys, for people inside the chat that get into these complex topics like this, right? Take notes, right? You got to be able to take notes, understand really what we call active reading. You have to do active reading and understand, look up words that you don't understand, because you can come back and really ask, I guess you would say, important questions. That's what I do, right? Things that I don't understand, I come back and I will say, hey, this is the piece that I don't really, that doesn't make sense to me. Hey, I'm going to ask a question about this particular piece of the text. So that's all I'm doing.
So let me share this real quick, and this is another 1997 work of Lyle Campbell. All right, where he's specifically talking about genetic classification, typology, aerial linguistics, language endangerment, and languages of the North Pacific Rim. All right. So this is 1997 paper. This is about 39 pages long. And so in here, he asks and answers the question on genetic classifications: how can languages be shown to be related?
Mm.
And so he breaks down, and I would recommend people get it, because I'm not going to read this to everybody, but I'm going to skip to here. Well, nah, let me see. Should I read this? Well, let me just skip to this part, because I mean, people could take a snapshot. I'm leaving it on the screen, but I'm just going to read this part right here, though. So he says, the method of multilateral or mass comparison is based on lexical lookalikes determined by visual inspection. Quote, looking at many languages across a few words rather than at a few languages across many words. And that's, he quoted Greenberg again. That's Greenberg's claim to fame right there. Mm-hmm. Where the lexical similarity shared across many languages alone is taken as evidence of genetic relationship. As has been repeatedly pointed out, Greenberg's, this is 1997, y'all, by the way. Greenberg's method stops after having identified superficial lexical resemblances where standard approaches start. These inspectional resemblances must still be investigated to determine whether they are due to borrowing, accident, onomatopoeia, sound symbolisms, nursery formations, or inheritance from a common ancestor. Okay, I can't make it more clear. Then it goes on, as founding authorities of our field pointed out, upon how narrow and imperfect a basis those comparative philologists build, who are content with a facile setting side by side of words, whose materials are simple vocabularies, longer or shorter, of terms representing common ideas, and then he bolds, surface collation without genetic analysis is but a travesty of the methods of comparative philology. That's enough said.
In other words, it's astrology.
It's pseudo. So when people say the comparative method is pseudo, no, you got it twisted. It's the other way around. The mass comparative method is pseudo. It's compared to astrology.
You know, and I don't know how many episodes, how many shows have we had explaining this, and like all this stuff. And this is the issue with our opposition, who just don't want to read our text. All this stuff is cited. I got Lyle Campbell cited all in the text, and other linguists cited in the text, and
So there
everybody
you
just
have it,
skip
folks.
over them like they just don't exist.
There you have it, folks.
Hey, I tell you, hey, I just say, hey, I'm not an expert on it. I'm reading it, right? So I'm kind of going through it myself, right?
But let me ask
So
you this, Brendan. Do you
yeah,
do
for
you at
sure.
least get that point right there that
Yep, yeah, for
that
sure.
that the Greenberg classification system that we are all familiar with, and we still call off out of our mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It is
Oh,
not a result. It is not a result of any genetic relationships. It is comparable to astrology.
Yeah, it's
have
not.
have have you seen you remember the show The Wire, right?
Mhm.
Do you remember the episode where Slim Charles is talking to, I forgot who he's talking to, but uh he says that famous line that because he said that we're going to war over a lie, and then it says if it's on a lie, then we fight on that lie. That's Baltimore street shit. That's not academics. You can't fight on the lie just because you started on the lie. And that's what a lot of folks are doing in this community. They're Slim Charles saying that we just fight on that lie because we already got started. This is not the streets. You do not start on the lie. You start on a solid, truthful foundation. And so when you saying language family to me, give me the textbook page numbers. Show me the steps where they justified this argument. Once you start asking for text and page numbers, you'll see very quickly, who really got that homework and who really understands. I ask linguists this all the time. I've even screenshotted it, and posted it on my page once. I'm in a Facebook group with a bunch of linguists, and I'm showing them Bantu, Egyptian, and Sumerian sound meaning correspondences that you cannot argue as chance. Instead of trying to refute my tables and show where I'm wrong, everyone is in a hissy fit. Well, these are different language groups and families. You can't do that. Says who? What science department did you hear that from? You always go where the evidence is.
Bro, hey, brother Asar.
Uh-huh.
Uh, in terms of the correspondence tables that you build, do you
Hmm.
do you use software? Do you build custom software to build out some of those?
Yeah, I built this software called Microsoft Word. You may have heard of it.
Oh man.
No.
That's
Look
that's
it up.
that's my
No, I'm just
software
asking.
for my
I'm just
tables.
asking
No,
if
I'm
you're
just
doing
being
like
funny, but
a database comparison or something like that. I'm just,
no,
because I
I'm
know
working.
you have an
Uh,
experience in computer software, so I'm just asking.
yeah, but you still that stuff I just work out. Like I don't know how many dictionaries and lexical word sources and the like. They're all always cited in the bibliographies. And I just make the tables. I just go and do these comparisons. Now keep in mind, I've been doing this for decades. So I've accumulated a lot of vocabulary words. And one of the things that I always do and avoid is using anybody else's comparisons because I don't trust them.
Right.
And this is, I've had to abandon Diop. I've had to abandon Obenga. I've definitely had to abandon Christopher Ehret and all them because I'm finding these fundamental flaws in their comparisons. And I'm not in their minds, and they're not, in many cases, they're not justifying these wide semantic inclusions, for example. So this is why it's important that, if this is just really interested to develop the competency in the field. So I've studied enough. I've interned enough. I've what's the other word? Apprenticed. I've took courses over years and did practice and practice and practice till I became very competent that I can go and argue against anyone, which I've done. And see, many people, they think that our lives exist strictly on YouTube. And that's the folly of all these folks. They don't know. They don't know that Mboli's been debating these folks on linguistics for decades. And I've seen the live debates. And all of them, he has them running for their tail. See, this is why you never, I ain't gonna say never, you rarely ever hear me promoting people's positions. I always refer you to research methods, text and the like.
Right.
So that you can understand how people to their conclusions and what are the issues and the techniques for coming to these conclusions in these respective fields. I can guarantee you that anybody arguing they got a whole bunch of books on stuff, but rarely got any research methods books on any of these fields that they arguing and debating about. It's and matter of fact, I'm gonna do a show on, one of my late mentors, Dr. James L. Conyers, who, when I was at the University of Houston and in Africana Studies, and be sitting in his office, he's also one of my frat brothers, so we would talk frat business and all that other stuff too. But he would always, he would tell me this: you live and you die on your method and your sources.
It's a fact.
That's all he would stress. He's written edited 4 or 5 works on research methods in Africana studies. That's his thing. I remember my first book. I came to the University of Houston and gave it to him to put in the library. You know what he does? He opens the book, skips past the table of contents, skips past the preface, skips past the intro, skips past all the chapters. He goes straight to the bibliography and goes down reading the bibliography. Close the book. Say you need more journal articles and put the book on the shelf.
Yeah, because you don't know enough. You haven't referenced enough.
Exactly.
You haven't shown enough. Right.
That was his thing. He's like, you always have to have a thorough literature review because you're always fighting somebody in scholarship, and you don't want them to come back and say that your knowledge of the subject is incomplete.
There you go.
That's why I'm a stickler for this. Like you can't argue with me on this stuff in terms of references. I got them sitting here waiting. That's why nobody debates me on this subject. We were supposed to have debates with folks, and every come to the last minute, they always drop out. We were supposed to have debates on this Greenberg and linguistic stuff. Everybody drops out because I got that homework.
Yeah.
So I threw it out the gauntlet. The gauntlet has been thrown.
Yeah, and people have to understand and just take the time, you know, and I get it. And so my gripe about the whole thing is the environment in which these discussions take place, because like what I've witnessed is time passing. So this conversation has started in its recent manifestation, like real recent, in terms of Chief X doing some videos about the blackness of Egypt, right? Because it kind of spins off and recirculates from that. And he did that late last year, from just December coming into January. So we've been 6-7 months into that. But we've already had these conversations 3 years prior, 5 years prior, and stuff like that. And it's the same people. Now I can see if it was different people, when people get exposed to information, we have to take that into account. But these are the same people making the same arguments, but they're just allowing time to pass by and then hoping we have amnesia and then rehash the same old arguments that got beat down some time ago. And because we're fighting for the attention of similar audiences, because we all have overlapping audiences, it becomes a game. And so people are relying on the ignorance of the audience to win something over. So the audience is not going to be privy to previous conversations, and that is being leveraged, in these conversations. And that's what I don't like. That's why I say it's goofy. The way that things are going is goofy to me, and it has to be straightened out. So why can't we just have a conversation and bypass all the one up of each other and this and that and the drama, and have a conversation like this? Like, we can slow it down and pull up books and read together, like I did, not in depth because it takes time, but I'm pulling up a few things relevant to what we're talking about right now, and it's only out of necessity to touch on something so people can go look further, because I can recommend, like, okay, I'm gonna show this, but get it and read it, read more into it and whatnot, and things like that. So anyway, like I had a quote up here from James, but it scrolled up so far I can't even get back to it, about this whole Kimmy.
I'm with you, y'all. We got to do a ceasefire. We got to have a ceasefire.
No war.
One thing
we
that people
fight on that lie. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying that what a lot of
people,
what a lot of people do not understand is that when it comes to information from the African side, whether it's linguistic, whether it's archaeology, just about everything, that a lot of work has actually never been done, and by those people that we might call experts in the field. And then only up until recently, you have African people themselves taking up these studies, whether it's archaeology, whether it's linguistics, and are just coming to the forefront. So when you hear people always arguing about, no experts agree with you, what is the consensus? People do not put those things into consideration to understand that that this work needs to be done. They're all pretty new at this point, and as information comes forward, people have to understand how everything gets even to be a consensus. At some point, where it actually becomes part of academic curriculums and whatnot. Those things do not happen overnight. But the point that needs to be emphasized is that there hasn't been a lot of work coming from those people who actually understand those languages themselves when it comes to linguistic and actually put in the necessary work. Everything else has just been shallow stuff that has actually become part of consensus, even though the accuracy might not be there. So when you hear and all these oppositions coming from YouTube, from people like Asa, who agrees with you, what is this about this Kemet, who else agrees with that? People just don't understand that those are new stuff, and that things actually take time, and we are still behind as African people, trying to understand African things and putting those things forward into academia is pretty new. There's not a lot of people doing that. So what we do not need at this point is actually our own people giving the pushback instead of actually taking the time out to understand what is this. Because a lot of people just argue. Some people are actually just on the opposing team. Like, they're just like, if anything comes out of Asar's mouth, out of Rujal's mouth, out of anybody's mouth, whatever that is, from that part of the crew, then it's automatically we're just going to oppose it. But they do not even understand the bigger picture of all these things that happen. For example, like the discussion with Kemet, we know for a fact that taking an argument like the one that taking Diop's stance and putting that into going with that kind of argument to academia, you already know that that argument is so weak that we as a people, we can't even use that. So when you have other people trying to bring other arguments that are more robust, and you see other people trying to just reject that without even doing the proper work to understand, is this valid? And that takes time. Everybody just jump on it and just be like, wrong by the third day, by the fourth day, because that's what you see. Something comes out on YouTube that, of course, this team actually writes their work first and then they put it on YouTube. We have this work. But by the next day, I guarantee you, I've seen it so many times, somebody will come out, Reggie and them will come out. Like, you literally think that they were actually also doing that work behind the scenes somewhere else for a couple of years. But they just come out and start opposing stuff. And you know that cannot happen. Literally, it doesn't take you that, you can't be that fast with opposing stuff within a week, something that is actually a work that took a whole long process. But we see that all the time, and I just want people to keep that in mind, that it's a lot of work. We are behind as African people in charge of this African languages and culture. We do not have that. But when you have a few people come forward, people need to take the time out first to understand if they're going to oppose it, why, if they're going to accept it, why.
What's today? The day of the week.
It's Saturday.
Well, I believe it's Saturday as well. And just the fact that you agreed that it's Saturday, there's going to be a YouTube video tomorrow that is anti us and Saturday, saying that we came to this conclusion, and that conclusion was not peer reviewed, that it was Saturday. And this is just how the community works online, and you just got to get used to it.
You know what I saw? That's a great point, because that's just not our community, right? You have these. This is just a broader thing that's happening these days, right? When you have a war on science, everything is about, everybody has their own opinion. Everybody's opinion is valid, right? There's no, in terms of a scientific opinion, the problem is that, no, in science, we don't debate about opinions. We debate about evidence, for sure. Right? That's what ends up happening. So the problem is that everybody wants to say, okay, well, everybody has their equal say in terms of how they view the world and all this. No. Science, there's a scientific body of evidence, right? This is what we normally, I guess you would say, this is what we deal with.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And but yeah,
I need some consistencies, Brandon.
What'd you say?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Asal. I was picking it, Brandon.
No, brother. I'm just saying, brother Sean, it's like, jump in for sure.
No. Go ahead, Asal.
No. I was just gonna say that the problem is that most of us are not scientifically literate in the sense that we may have had science class back in high school, and some of us may have had to take something in college if we went to college, and then after that we never engaged in it after that. So but with science, like, you have to be engaged in science to really understand why certain techniques and stuff are done and what the history is of. So one thing I like to study as well is the history of the discipline.
Right.
When you study those texts about the history of the discipline, no matter what the discipline is, you come to really understand the ebbs and flows and the faults and what they learned along the way to get to this point, and why they argue, for this to be how this became the standard versus something else in the past, right? And many people don't read for that kind of enjoyment on learning separate. And we understand, because again, when you get older, you have your lives. So if you a husband, you got your wife, and then kids, and then bills, and then neighbors, and then people at the job acting crazy. And unless like you are a teacher at a university where they expect you to write and publish and study and teach, like this stuff won't become second nature to you, right? So a lot of us are really kind of, for various reasons, we're kind of learning this stuff, kind of as a side thing, and because time doesn't permit for us to go in depth, it many people may have a hard time understanding these minute details that have great or larger implications in the data, in the work, in the analysis, I should say.
Right.
And we always got to keep that in mind when we're having these public discourses.
And you know what's a great example? We were having a conversation inside of our chat, and we were talking about how did science establish who was right in terms of the heliocentric model, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of science, right? How do we determine that the Earth was the center of the universe as opposed to the sun, right? How did we figure that out? Right? How do we figure out that the Earth was not the center of the universe? Right? When the entire, I guess you would say, the religious institution was saying, yes, this is what it was. This is the most elegant model, right? The Roman Catholic Church was saying that yes, this is the most elegant model, that the Earth is the complete center of the universe. How did science determine no? Right?
Oh, you want us to answer?
For sure. How did we do that? How did we do that? As opposed to when we're talking about the consensus and the scientific model and all these different things, right?
Well, I only, and I, I'm clear. I have a different understanding of consensus, and I know there's a general public understanding, but people confuse popular opinion with scientific consensus. Right. I only consider scientific consensus of all the individuals who actually did the work, who actually did the experiments. I look at all the experiments and to see what the matching conclusions, what are the patterns in the people who actually did it, versus the second layer, and it's just people agreeing or not agreeing. Right. Because at that second level, remember, and I always got to constantly remind people as well, that once you get into the higher academics, you really start to understand that there's really schools of thought. And there's these different schools who control certain resources and certain publications and the like. And they may not be, what's the word I'm looking for? Receptive to another school of thought in their perspectives. And they're always criticizing, school A, and school A is always criticizing school B. It's always these splits in academia. And what happens is, you know, the layperson may come across some information from school B and thinking school B is the consensus amongst, you know, all the scholars in that field, when in fact that's a particular school of thought. So for example, in linguistics, most scholars aren't really thrilled or supportive of the Nostrotic theory, right? This is almost this kind of world, you know, proto language, and they're trying to use information from so-called daughter languages to reconstruct this proto-Nostratic, right? There's a whole bunch of scholars that contribute to that, but then there's a whole bunch of other scholars who are anti-Nostratic. And so, you know, you got to understand, like, after you get to a certain point, it can no longer be about what this school of thought thinks, what this school of thought thinks, what this person thinks, what that person thinks. It is always going to be about the quality of the evidence. And that's where your competency comes in. And so scientists were able to come to these particular types of conclusions because multiple experiments by independent sources all converged on a particular type of analysis. And remember, in science, it's war. Everybody's trying to tear down your argument. And it's not out of malice, because in science, you only have one obligation, and that is to the truth. And the only way that we can get there, y'all remember the Matrix movie, Matrix 2, when Neo was looking for the Oracle, and he came across Seraph, who was sitting there in kind of lotus meditation position. And then when he walked up and says, "I'm looking for the Oracle," Seraph says, "I apologize." And Neo says, "For what?" And then Seraph replies back, "For this." And then he starts swinging on Neo. And, you know, they start to tussling and doing movie martial arts, right? Then it just gets to a point where they just stop. And then Seraph looks at him and says, "I had to be sure." Neo said, "Of what?" "That you were the one." And then Neo responds, "You could have just asked." And then Seraph says, "You really do not know a person unless you fight with them." And you know that when we get into conflicts with people, what's the first thing at least black folks say? "Oh, I see how you really is." Because in conflict, your true character come out.
There it is. We always say that, right?
Right? And so it is through that tussle that the real information comes out. And when you have all of these independent experiments and people who don't know each other or don't like each other, you know, come to a common analysis, they understand that the power of experimentation and independent corroboration, you know, has to be a staple of science. And it's over, you know, time that they refine these methods depending upon what specific field that you're in.
Right. You know, one of the great things about science, right, is that the scientific consensus is not a consensus of opinion. Just like you mentioned, it's not who all agrees, right, with one particular position, right? It's a consensus of the overwhelming body of evidence, right? So when we're talking about overthrowing the scientific consensus, right, there's a big burden, right? Because you have to overthrow the body of evidence. You know, that's why, you know, in terms of like when people say, okay, well, yeah, you got to show us the evidence. You got to, if you're going against the scientific consensus, you have to show us this and this and that, right? Because, you know, we're not arguing, you know, in terms of your opinions or what you say. It's the evidence, is because, you know, we always talk about the experts. The experts, you know, they've built a body of evidence. They've built, you know, a lot of, well, I can say not all of the the experts, right? Most of the experts in terms of the scientific community, right, they stand on a body of evidence. So those are the kind of conversations that we're having here, right? So but I would just add that as a piece of the conversation.
Sean, I know you wanted to say something earlier. I guess he left.
Yeah, Sean, you get the floor for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, I know I know Sean wanted to say something for the last longest. It's like
I want to invite you. I'm sorry, what's your name again? Brandon?
Yeah, Brendan. Yeah.
Brendan,
yeah,
yes.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
I want to invite you on my show in a couple of weeks. So that you can ask those specific questions and I can answer them live with the visuals.
Sure.
So you can that you can see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
because not only about linguistics, I have some I guess you would say questions about things we were talking about, science. I've been following your channel for a bit. Maybe I think that would be a great I guess you would say interaction. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm always down, and there's other. See, it goes beyond linguistics itself, and as a computer scientist, this is when you go to school, you develop a skill set, and there's a lot of overlapping in skill sets, or there's overlapping in terms of the academic fields. And so people like to think that everything is really separate, but in many cases that's not the case. And so historical comparative linguistics is really mathematics. And if you understand what math is and the process of logic in things, and this goes back to one of the questions that you asked earlier in terms of the sounds and comparing the sounds between the languages, and then asking about the isolate in terms of Sumerian, for example. This is one thing that you have to understand. Linguistics is not science in the sense that historical linguistics is not science in the sense that there's no experiments that you can do. You can only do experiments metaphorically. It's all logic. The only aspect of linguistics that is scientific is phonology, because you're actually dealing with the science. It's actually physics, and it's actually kind of a blend of physics and biology, because you're dealing with the science of acoustics, right? And then on a certain level, there's another aspect that is science, and that's when you're dealing with like neurolinguistics, or trying to understand, the parts of the brain that function in regards to thought and speech, right? Those are the only areas. Everything after that, you have to convert into signs and symbols, and you're comparing symbols. You never ever compare sounds. And this is something that people got to understand. In order for me to compare sounds, I would have to compare millions of people saying each word in their language. And then you would have to develop a perfect pitch ear to distinguish the different tonations or whatnot. Everything is an idealization in terms of the phones represented by the symbols. And because they're symbols, you can replace them with anything. All that matters is the matching patterns when you're doing historical comparative linguistics.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Go ahead.
In terms of, I always hear people say, "Oh, well, we don't know how the ancient Egyptian language sounds. We can't speak it. We don't."
Wait,
know
Brendan, are you self slandering yourself and calling yourself dumb?
I always do that because you know what?
Oh, no, I'm just checking. I'm just checking.
Dude,
I'm just checking.
I do not, dude. My ego is through the floor, right? My wife insists, she insists of it. So
So
I don't do that.
so if I said that was a dumb question, would you pull a
Not at
stunt like
all.
earlier? All
Not
right.
at all. Not at all. I just like I say, my ego is through the floor, and my wife insists of it. Right.
No, I'm
So
sorry, but go
in
ahead. Go ahead.
terms
You
of
sound you gonna ask one. Go
yeah,
ahead.
in terms of how people say in terms of like, hey, we don't know what the Egyptian language sounds. We don't know what it sounds like or whatever. Can we do? I guess you would say an accurate sound comparison, or would you would say you know, with the I guess you would say the Egyptian language, and the sound correspondences. How do we do that if we don't know what
Let
it
me
sounds like?
let me take
Well,
a stab at.
That's just
Okay.
a dumb question from Brendan.
No, it's actually not a dumb question because that's a question that people may not word it the way you did it or whatever or structure it,
Mhm,
but that's a question people will be having. Like, isn't a
mhm,
dead language? We don't know how it sound. How this and that. And
mhm.
that's why they call the process they don't understand pseudo. People think historical comparative linguistics is pseudo, which is the craziest thing ever. Um, but okay, so let me just say what I said earlier is that in every individual language you have a limited phonology, which are the available sounds within the language, and you can distinguish these sounds by doing the phonemic analysis, which means like a phoneme versus a phone. A phone is what you actually hear, is what's realized, and then a phoneme would represent the underlying abstract representation for that particular sound. So a single phoneme may have several phones that could represent it, and those are called allophones. And so when you examine languages, you can actually mark or make distinctions between a phonemic inventory, regardless of how something may actually sound in a realized way, that we hear in our ears or not, if that makes sense.
Brendan, do you agree or disagree with
Did
what
that?
Ojab just said?
No, I'm saying, did that make sense to you?
I didn't understand it totally.
Okay, all right. Let me do it this way. Let me do it this way with graphemes and graphs, right?
Hmm.
So, and this is how people can get it quicker.
Hmm.
So if I were to show you the letter B,
Hmm.
just a letter B, right? Now we understand in the computer age that we could change fonts. We got cursive fonts. We got sans serif. We got serif fonts, sans serif fonts, et cetera, right?
Hmm.
Now we call those fonts, but people in that arena will call them typefaces, typefaces and things like that, right? Now, if I were to write a word, now I did this before, but to save time, if I were to write your name, Brendan,
Hmm.
and every letter in your name, it has a character graphic representation, but I can take your name in real time and just change the font, and we could see the characters in your name change in real time. But it did not change your name or anything about your name by me changing those fonts.
Hmm.
So what that explains is that underneath the characters that we can visually see and those differences, underneath of that underlies a grapheme within the graphic inventory of a particular writing system. Okay, so I can type a letter B as a grapheme, but I can show you 1,000 different fonts that will slightly change that character and how it looks, but they all represent the letter B. But
Hmm.
when I say they all represent letter B, I'm talking about they really all represent the grapheme B. These are multiple graphs that represent the single grapheme B. Now, same thing with phones and phonemes. You have allophones, different sounds. Some like the K, aspirated K versus the non-aspirated K, whatever the case is, but it still represents the underlying phoneme of a K, which has a name. I usually use P, a voice bilabial plosive versus a voiceless bilabial plosive, the P and B. So what I'm saying is that we can detect and ascertain the phonemic inventory of a language based on, you know, some of the things I just said. So I just, you know, I don't know if I help
Yeah, that
you out with
makes
that.
that makes sense. Thank
But
you.
keep in mind also that when it comes to Egyptian, we're not totally clueless. So remember that the Egyptians had a school of scribes, and they also studied other languages in these schools, and they corresponded with other nations in their language. And those other nations also corresponded with Egypt in their language, in Egyptian language, or at least, you know what I'm saying, with certain names in certain instances, right? So we can get a very close approximation of what the sounds were for certain graphemes, also based upon the interactions that the Egyptians had with other uh, nations that spoke other languages. And so there's also internal correspondences, and of course there's Coptic, and then there's, for example, Greek, Armenian, uh, you know, the Canaanite language that they was interacting with, etc. You know, those things, you know, help us to, you know, understand the the range of phonemes that more than likely existed in any particular time. But regardless, it would not stop us from doing the comparative work, because what we do know is that every regardless of what the actual phone was, every grapheme represented a sound or series of sounds.
Mhm.
And if we are comparing it with other known languages that we know the sounds, when they match up consistently throughout dozens and dozens of lexemes and morphemes, it gives us an indication on the place of articulation of the sounds that we can also independently verify, you know, with the other information, for example, like the Armana letters,
Mm.
right? And get some insight on the language. And when these other languages are representing Egyptian words, they're also putting the vowels in. And so it's not that we are clueless. There's other evidences that we look at, but you know, but it even if we didn't have that, we would still be able to at least determine the relationship and probable sounds, you know, of the languages by its matching with, you know, other languages systematically. And so this is where the logic and the mathematics comes in, and everything. And I hope to be able to you know, make that more clear, you know, when we do have our interaction, and I can show you, you know, exactly what we mean by this, because no human being speaks their language. The language, you know, you got to understand that when linguists talk about the language, like if we talk about the Chiluba language or the English language, that is an ideal summary. It's like if we were to do statistics and we were talking about the mean, the average, the mean, you know, of a plot, you know, grid or analysis, right? That it's not exact, but this is what the average, you know, would look like on a graph. That's what we mean by language. When we talk about individuals, we say an idealect or individual lect, because you don't speak all the words in your language, and you don't pronounce it the same way that everybody else pronounces the word. That's why it's impossible to do a true scientific analysis on languages like that. You take a sample, and then you create an idea that comes approximate to the speech of the population, and then you create a symbol for it, or you attach it to one of the symbols. And it's the symbols that you are analyzing in terms of the patterns and the relationships. And as I stated earlier, you can substitute any of the IPA symbols for fruit images or wingdings font. It would not matter. You just got to know that this is distinguished. This symbol is distinguished from this symbol. And when we match, these set of symbols to these set of symbols in this language for these individual, graphemes that are distinguished, we see a pattern. This one always matches up to this, no matter what we change the symbol to. And so we got to understand this in terms of mathematics. It's patterns and it's logical conclusions. It's logic, because you can substitute. That's what math does. Like people don't know that y equals mx plus b that I mentioned earlier can also be stated in statistics. For example, y equals a b times x. It looks different, but it's the same. It's the logical equivalent to y equals mx plus b. And just because you change the symbols and even switch the coefficients and things around, it's the same formula. And so what people have to understand in this conversation is that you just can't study and just read the introductory books, on historical comparative linguistics. You also got to read texts on sociology, on neurology, on logic and philosophy, because all of these come into play when we're doing these analyses, which is why we get frustrated when people try to microwave and want 5-minute answers to questions that take courses to understand.
Yeah, I wanted to share this to give you illustrate an example. Brendan, is how we're not clueless on it. So I have Egyptian, Akkadian, Arabic, and Hebrew side by side for the same word.
Okay.
So we have the word for lip, like your lips, our two lips. And so in Egyptological pronunciation, we pronounce this first one as sepet. We just stick an e in between the consonants and pronounce it that way. Now, when we do that, we understand that it's just purely convention. It's not meant to be taken as historically accurate. But we can see the word in Akkadian as saptum, or actually it's shop. It's the sh sound on the beginning. I just didn't put the diacritic symbol above it, but it's shaptum. And in Arabic, it's shafatum, or not shafa, but safatum. And then in Hebrew, it's sapa. And so we can get an idea of the sound inventory for this particular word. And so whatever the glyphs are that represents these three consonants, when we see that glyph again, we can tentatively assume that it's representing a unique phoneme within the phonemic inventory of the language. And so that's how we can start to build and ascertain the phonemic inventory of a particular language, even though we don't know exactly how this was pronounced, because nobody speaks Old or Middle Egyptian today. You see what I'm saying? So there's many ways that we can do this, and this type of stuff is done.
Yeah. I was actually looking at
Antonio,
the tables that you guys had in the in the works. I guess what was it? These are the sound correspondence tables, and then you go through it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And for those who are listening, an example of the phonological work would be Antonio Lopriano. James P. Allen actually has a work out now that corresponds to Antonio Lopriano's work. His was late 1997, I believe, 98. And then you have Karsten Post, who actually did a phonology of the Egyptian language. So I would recommend people getting any one of those three I just mentioned to have a better understanding of how the phonology of the Egyptian was ascertained and how that's done.
Oh,
I just wanted to add that notice that Ujao made that table on the spot. I was actually compelled to ask if where the source of that table was from.
Yeah.
thank you, Emykhet. You have a for a source, right?
No,
So
seriously, because yeah, because that was actually what was asked three times, and that is actually what compelled Reggie to actually lash off
Right.
was the fact that I pointed out that he didn't understand that these tables actually are being made by Wu and Asa, because he did ask about Wu table, where's the source, and Wu had to explain that no, I did this by myself. These are my translation, and then lastly, he did ask about Asa's table as well as what is the source, and that is what I literally said that I think he thinks that because he screenshots his stuff. So the reason why he asked that is because he's like making an assumption that you can't do that on yourself, and if it's there on your publication, you must have got it from somewhere which needs to be sourced,
Making
and
sure
that's
you
what.
didn't make that up. Making sure you
Right,
didn't make that up,
right,
Wujao.
yeah,
right.
yeah. So the thing is that the table I just showed on the screen was something I was making while my screen was up. I was making that, so I didn't screenshot or take it from anywhere. These are things that I know myself. These are conceived in my mind. Now people can take it and go look it up. Look up the Arabic word for lips or lip. Look up the Arabic word, Hebrew word for lip or lips. Look up the Akkadian word. We could do it together right now, and just look it up, and see. Now, did I look it up just now? No. These are things that I go over enough times to where I have them in my head already because I've been teaching this for 10 years. So, and that's why I said your question is not a stupid question. I don't think of it that way because a lot of people have that question. They say, well, wait a minute. If Egyptian is a dead language, then how can any comparisons be made and blah, blah, blah. So, I go through that, answering that quite often, actually. And that's why I have certain things in my head. And I have actually, a slide for all of that, but it would take me time to pull it out and everything. So that's why I just typed it up in real time.
That's great.
But it's we could do it for many things. Remember in Egypt, there's the Amarna period, right? The Amarna period is a period of time where Egypt had heavy correspondence with the Hittite or the Canaanite or what's the word I'm looking for? Akkadians, and so on and so forth, right? And so the ancient Egyptians themselves, the scribes, they were multilingual. They taught other languages and they studied other languages and vice versa. So there's a lot of Amarna letters where correspondences are done where we can actually do a survey of those letters and see the corresponding Egyptian words to their Akkadian equivalences. Not a translation, but an actual transcription from Egyptian to Akkadian, which is a Semitic language. And so we can go from there, and that's what a lot of people do. Like, for example, the name Tutankhamen. Tutankhamen is found in the Akkadian correspondences. And so we can know exactly or have a much better idea of how it was pronounced, even the voweling in between those consonants that's not recorded in the hieroglyphs. So these are ways that we could do that. I see Emykhet put the word.
And you see how you just taught me right there, right? I think that's some of the things I guess you would say on with the pseudo killers, right? It's like they in terms of just saying, okay, well, y'all, you a bunch of big dummies, you don't understand that. You guys just showed me as me being honest and say, I don't know what any of this stuff, right? You guys just walk me through, right? A lot of, understanding of this, right? So I think this is some of the things that I think we need to start doing, right? Because I think that
I agree with you.
Exactly, right.
I agree with you, and I'm 100% in agreement with you, and And what I would advise though is I think what prevents this from happening, cause see, look how you and I are talking, right? You're not, and I'm not. We're not coming at each other in an adversarial positions at all, right? And so it cuts out all of the drama that as a consequence of adversarialism. And so I can try my best to explain something. You can do your best to structure your question, and vice versa. And you see what I'm saying? So it's a much better experience this way, and that's what I advocate, and what I'm saying that has to be done. And that's it. That's my stance.
Right, and even if I, we were talking about, hey, if I disagree, hey, I don't think this is that. This is, hey, in terms of, hey, if I know something that's different, put it on the table, right?
Yeah.
These are the kind of the conversations we really need to have, right? So as opposed to just at each other's throat, boom, 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 you know.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I did put up the word for sepet on the that which I was showing, just so you needed to see the glyph on it. And that's, you have it that spells it out. You have different monoliterals of
I don't know what you guys have up there.
No, but I did put it out for anybody.
I'm completely lost on this.
Brendan,
That's
but
the
you're
word
honest.
yeah, but that's
I don't know.
that that's the one that was on the table that Wujao created, and I'm just going to emphasize this also for the point that we put the glyph, because see, people, all these conversations where people cry a lot, and I don't want people to actually try to think that they can get away with stuff like that. Because see, we put up the glyph, I put the glyph, Wujao put the table. These are things that we normally do. Okay, we can do it on the fly. We can make our own tables. So when somebody points out stuff like this, instead of actually getting upset that somebody pointed out a fact that you did not know, that people can actually create their own tables, put their own glyphs, instead of just crying and then trying to find an exit strategy, the best way is just to say, okay, I see what you mean, or and then just keep it moving. But I'm actually just emphasizing this also to point out that, because I know people use this like excuse about us being followers, being biased, we're just students. But at the end of the day, that's to cover up the fact that we can actually have this conversation, because when we talk about these things, we actually know what is actually going on, with this kind of stuff. So when Emykhet points out this thing, is because Emykhet actually does these things, and Emykhet is actually knowledgeable to actually point out even errors on Reggie's stuff without, without having to think about who's eldership, who's not, but actually just on a scholastic level. I just wanted to point that out here, just so that people don't have to
Emykhet,
take away from it.
I have to ask you a question, Emykhet.
Yes.
Would you have critiqued it if you didn't know anything about it?
Oh, absolutely not. I do not critique what's what I have no knowledge of. Never. I stay on
So,
subjects that I know.
okay, so you stick to the rule that if you didn't read it, you don't say nothing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, so if y'all can hear me, so Brendan, I'm gonna help you out.
I would say this in terms of the big points of contention, right? In terms of all this stuff that we've been talking about, right? The big points of contention is that whole idea between I guess you would say the Sumerian language families,
Mhm.
I guess you would say the Bantu language families, and the Kemetic, or I guess I don't know how you would say the Egyptian language family. Is that considered a Semitic? Or is that isolated as well? I would ask
I'm
that.
sorry. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
No. Oh, okay. So I'm three language families that I'm just trying to kind of explain. This is just in my mind, because I'm not an expert in this, right? So
Mhm.
when I talk about the Bantu language families, right, or even the Proto-Bantu, right? Right? That's one language family or one language phylum or genetic relationship there, right? And then you have the ancient Egyptian, right? That we're talking about in relations to this particular conversation. And then we have the Semitic or the Sumerian language family, right? I
Mhm.
think one of the biggest, I guess you would say, the biggest contentions out of all of this conversation, because I don't even think at this point that the place name Kemet is the biggest, or is the biggest contention at this point, right? There's a broader conversation that needs to be had, right? It's the broader conversation is between these language phylums, right? Between the Bantu language family, the Kemetic, or you would say the Egyptian, and the Semitic or the Sumerian, right? Am I wrong there, or?
Okay, so just to keep it short and sweet, right?
Mhm,
The It goes back to our conversation earlier.
mhm.
When people entertain that part of that topic of the conversation, they have to erase what they think they know about the language groupings.
Right, right.
Okay, and so when people say
Mhm,
Bantu is a term that is used for a series of languages. You got Kiswahili, Chiluba, and so on and so forth. All these different quote
mhm,
unquote Bantu languages. And so because people are so used to using the Greenberg classification system and the nomenclature that comes with that, when we say Egyptian is a Bantu language, people are like, oh, no way, no, it's not. And you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. But they don't understand that Greenberg's system that we regurgitate was not a genetic establishment in the first place.
right.
So
And
when
I
we
don't
say,
want to make a circular argument, right? Yeah, I don't,
yeah,
because we
well,
talked
no,
about
no,
this earlier, Um,
I'm trying to
mhm,
keep it into
mhm,
context of what you just said. So
mhm,
so um and so here's the thing: you have to, like you said earlier, we have to follow the evidence, right?
mhm,
So if I'm able to successfully establish sound and regular sound meaning correspondences between ancient Egyptian and let's
mhm,
just say a Bantu language, let's say Kiswahili. Okay, if I'm able to do that, and then we're able to confirm it by the confirmation testing that goes along with that process, then what I have done, and we have to follow the evidence, what I have done is I have established the genetic relationship between ancient Egyptian and Kiswahili. Then I can go forward and start to now I wouldn't just stop with those two languages, though. I'm just saying this for now.
mhm.
Then I would try to reconstruct a pre-dialectical proto-language, a parent ancestor for both Kiswahili and ancient Egyptian, and so on and so forth. And I would go through that process. And what that will do is that would establish a genetic family tree situation as opposed to a typological or mass comparison that Greenberg did.
Right,
And then people will start to see and start to change up their perception of Egyptian versus a Bantu language and so on and so forth. And
right.
that's the only way that could be done. But for now, people are entering the conversation and they don't even know what Afroasiatic actually means.
But my question is this, though. I'm glad you asked that. In terms of the construction of that proto language that you just mentioned,
Yeah.
is that what you guys are talking about to figure out? I guess you would say the place name Kemet, or is that outside of the construction of that proto language?
No, that actually can come after that. Like we don't have to deal with the
Mhm,
reconstruction ultimate parent of these various different African languages. Once you can establish the sound meaning correspondences and that they're regular, you establish these sound laws as they're called, then you can assert relationships, especially using certain tools of confirmation. That's part of the process, as I said. So,
yeah.
like for example, the word Kemet, right? As a place name, and we always emphasize the place name Kemet or toponym.
Hmm.
That word has cognates in related African languages that people don't deal with,
Okay.
and in
What
those
are
related.
some of those? What are some of those?
Okay, well, Sar has a list of them. Let me see if I can find it fast. Let me see.
Because the reason why I ask, because
Uh huh.
I'm reading through the text, and he says that there be a subsequent volume that will explain some of it, right?
Yeah, his
Yeah,
illusion
yeah.
illusion volume 2. I don't have it to share on my screen,
Oh, okay.
but Asar has a, because I don't have a PDF version of that. But
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Asar has a list of
Mm-hmm.
cognates. So for example, matter of fact, I did have something I could share. Let me see if I can find it. But keep talking. Let me see if I can find something for you.
No, I was just very, very curious because I didn't know, because I'm reading through the text of this particular things from the ASCAT. I guess these are the notes from ASCAT that you guys were mentioning, right?
Yeah.
And there's constant references. You say, hey, this is going to be a subsequent volume, and I get this the 2019 reference, right? I say, well, yeah, this is. I'm pretty sure that's already been published by now, but I don't have it. I didn't buy it just yet.
Yeah.
So I was just curious in that 2019 reference.
That would be I think
Yeah,
illusion volume
Illusion
2.
Volume 2. Yeah, for sure. Asar mentioned that.
Yeah, but so I'm gonna try
So,
to find
mhm,
something that I can share with you if I
right.
can find it real fast. But while I'm
Hmm.
finding it, I'll just keep talking though. So
Hmm.
so here's the thing.
Hmm.
If okay, once you establish cognates of the place name Kemet with these other African languages, and it produces the semantic meaning of farmland,
Hmm.
inhabitable areas, what do you call it? Like a type of land and this, that, and a third. Then, and you'll see in those other languages, there's no primary meaning of a color for black. Then you start to, you can list all those out. Then you can come back to the ancient Egyptian and dive into the culture and do a survey of actual text, and we understand that, for example, the word riparian,
Hmm.
it comes from the Latin ripa, which is a river or the banks of a river. Now we know that one of the names of ancient Egypt was Idebwi. Okay, Idebwi literally means two riverbanks. It's a masculine dual word. It means two riverbanks. So it was the country of the two riverbanks. And when you look up Idebwi in the dictionary, since people just limited to their research to that, it literally says riparian zone or riparian land. And Kemet is a synonym. You have a synonymy going on that the dictionaries will not reflect. And that's what I brought out last night. People rely on dictionaries. They don't understand that bilingual dictionaries don't get involved with polysemy, homophony, and synonymy. Those dictionaries don't deal with that. But you have a lot of synonyms within the language, a lot of all of that going on, polysemy going on. But those dictionaries don't reflect that. And so when people ask me, would y'all show me in the Vigus dictionary where I could see km equals riparian land? And I'm like, no, they don't have it listed like that. But the dictionary has synonyms for it. And so Kemet is a synonym for Idebwi. And the Egyptians actually tell you that in several different texts. They tell you the name of the country was Khenu, which means interior, or Idebwi, which was the place of the two riverbanks, and so on. And the reason why is because everything about the ancient Egyptian culture, everything, was dependent upon the availability of water from the river. Even all of the cities, if you look at a map of ancient Egypt or even modern day Egypt, 99% of the cities in ancient Egypt and modern Egypt are in close proximity to the Nile River. Because Egypt, as a geographical country, most of it is desert, and nobody lives there. They do have isolated cities, so I ain't gonna pretend that nobody lives out there. But those are way too far and in between. Most of the population and most people live right there on the banks of the Nile River. And so in ancient times, they recognized that. They separated Kemet from Desheret. And Kemet was a word that pointed to the availability of water. versus Desheret was the unavailability of water, which produced dryness. So Kemet in this sense and Desheret in this sense was a contrast between wetness versus dryness. And so people lived in the wetlands or the riparian zone and everything, not in the desert. But now the word Kemet elevated in the 11th dynasty as a name for the entire country, which included the desert and the riparian part. And that's what people don't understand. So the place name Kemet is speaking and pointing to the fact that Kemet is a riparian zone, a riparian country. That's where everybody actually lived. And the desert served as a jer, or a border, a buffering zone for their territory. The desert was a buffer for foreigners, and the riparian part was where they actually lived. And that's it. And the color overlay aspect that people like to stay on as far as black doesn't mean black and this, that, and the third, is that a byproduct of wetness is darkness. A byproduct of dryness is lightness. Because if you take any colored t-shirt and you wet it, let's say a red t-shirt. If you take a red t-shirt and you wet it, it'll become darker red. Once it dries, you throw it in the dryer and pull it back out, it becomes brighter red again. So wetness has an association with darkness, and dryness has an association with lightness. So people don't understand that, and people don't understand. And so my argument, what I'm trying to drive the point home to people, is that calling it the Black Land stirs the controversy of ignorance by saying that it was so named after the blackness of people's skin and black people. No, it had nothing to do with that. It had everything to do with the availability of water. We even call it the Riparian civilization, but we don't say the word Riparian. We say Nile. What do people think the Nile is? It's a freaking river. The Nile Valley civilization. We're calling it a river civilization. What does a river produce? It produces a riparian zone. So that's why Kemet is the riparian country. And matter of fact, in modern times right now, I can show you documents where Egypt, where the countries that the Nile flows through are called riparian states to this very day.
Quick question. So in terms of this type of, I guess you would say, hypothesis, you guys are bringing this information forward. How do you bring that? How do you actually introduce this into the broader knowledge of Egyptology, right? Because in terms of science, like when you have something like, I guess you would say something that's established. There's a body. You actually present it. You say, hey, here's a different perspective. Are you guys presenting this in terms of the broader, I guess you would say, consensus within linguistics or in Egyptology? How are you guys doing that? I'm just curious.
No, that's fair. A fair question.
Yeah.
But first, I want you to understand that scholars are not in disagreement with that, with riparian being a definitional meaning for Kemet,
right?
Because they already say that. They just don't have listed in dictionaries the word substitution of km.t equaling riparian. They have km.t equal Egypt, but that's not very fruitful. That doesn't tell you anything. That just say, okay, Kemet is Egypt. Okay, I got that. But they don't say, or they'll have Black Land.
Right. Yeah.
But then they'll say Black Land. Now, if you ask them, well, why do you translate that as Black Land? What do? They go to riparian issues. They say what? They say because it is, we call it Black Land because of the soil, the fertility of the soil due to the flooding of the Nile. And so when you understand what a riparian is and what a zone is and how it operates and how it's one of the biomes of the planet Earth, you understand that everything they're describing is a riparian. that it takes a flood. It takes not only a water source flooding, but it actually leaves fertility behind, or as a result of its flooding, it fertilizes and creates a habitat for different flora and fauna. And remember this, and I'm throwing some nuggets out there. Let me ask you this, based on your knowledge, what was the two most prominent symbols that represented the kingdom of Egypt? And I'm being specific with my question. What are the two prominent symbols that represent the kingdom of Egypt? I'm not asking like what's a prominent symbol of Egypt, because most people say the Ankh. I'm saying in terms of representing the kingdom.
Right. I always think about the I guess you would say the crown. Right. That's what I always think about. Is like the
Okay.
kingdom, the white and the red crown.
Okay,
Kingdom.
that's
For me,
a close.
I
Yeah,
don't,
no, that's
I'm
fine.
not, again, I'm not an Egypt, expert, Egyptologist or anything, but
Okay.
that's what comes to mind for me.
Okay, okay, that's a fair answer, but that's not the answer. That's a fair,
Yeah,
and I understand what you're
I'm
saying.
completely
So
wrong. Yeah, I'm not a,
okay, no, what I'm saying is that you're not wrong. Like that is the Hedget crown and the Desheret crown are definitely prominent symbols, but that's not the answer to my specific question. So the prominent symbols that represent the kingdom of Egypt in the eyes of the Egyptians. Remember, the Egyptians saw their land always as the unification of two regions. They called it Sama Tawi,
I
or
was
Tawi for
close.
short.
I was close
Yeah,
though.
but wait now, but wait.
Uh,
So here's the kicker. Tawi, and to express this unity, they always took what? They took the emblematic flora of Upper and Lower Egypt, which is the African water lily and the sedge plant, the papyrus plant. Okay, and they represented the unification of these two regions by tying those plants together. And guess what deity tied those plants together? Happy, which is the Nile deity. So the kingdom itself is represented by the flora that's produced by the riparian zone of the kingdom. It's the water lily and the papyrus plant.
Man, you
And
got to get somebody in here. Get somebody else in here to help me out.
Yeah,
You
but
get it
listen,
down.
listen. See, every
I
time
hear
people
you.
say Nile, the Nile in the Delta, because even the Delta part,
Cool.
that's just on both sides of it. It's the wider part, but even on both sides of it, it's a river with both sides land, and literally that whole saying Nile and Delta Valley, the regions, you're actually literally saying riparian. That's why Wujawi is saying that if you take this to
I'm gonna help you
other
out.
people,
Right, right.
if you take this to the right people, they really don't have a problem. It's like let's say I have a Kiswahili to English dictionary, and I look for the word gari, and I want to find it in English, and then I see the word car. Now, if somebody else comes and says you could call this a vehicle, or somebody else comes and says you could call this an automobile, or anything like that, you really do not have issues with that, would you? You know,
Keep in,
try,
keep in mind, I'm here to keep you guys talking, right? I'm here
No.
right, right. The more you
you're
reveal,
out here collecting data,
the
and then
more
you
you
conclude.
reveal.
no. But hold up. So Brendan, I put on the screen to visually illustrate what I just said. So these blue deities here are happy. You have happy Mehu and happy Shemau. All right, these the upper and lower Nile deities for the entire Nile river, which is called the Happy Itaru. Okay, that's what the Nile River is indigenously called. And so the river itself produces the natural flora and fauna of ancient Egypt, right? Animals need water to survive. Humans need water to survive. So everything from animals, which a human is an animal too, but the wild animals and human beings alike, everybody coexisted in the narrow strip along the banks of the Nile. Idebwe or
In
Tawi.
ecology, it's an ecology question. Yeah, for sure.
Yes. And so the two prominent symbols that represent the kingdom are these two plants. Not only these two plants, but even the title for king. The title for king. Are you familiar with the title for king? What's the title for king?
Title for king. What's the a Nasut, right?
Yes, yes. Nisu what?
Nusut.
It's another
Man,
word
not
after come after
Nusut
that.
Biddy, right?
Yeah, there you
Not
go. There you
Nusut
go.
Biddy.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
Oh man, I know a little bit about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, nah, that's cool. That's cool. So what do you think the word nisut means?
You just said king, right?
Does he? Well, no, it translates to king. We see, and that's a point that I made last night. There's a difference between translation and then what something means. But it doesn't mean he who belongs to the bull or he who belongs to the black bull. It means he who belongs to the sedge plant. It's a plant. That's what the word nisut means. He who belongs to the sedge plant and the bee, which is upper and lower Kemet. Okay, so I'm just giving little nuggets, and people could look out for the full explanation because, like I said, I'm gonna have this whole conversation on Riparian zone for everybody to learn. I'm just waiting for all the drama to die down a bit, but the entire country, the motivation for them to even call the country Kemet in the 11th dynasty. Now, mind you, Kemet as a word, as a place name, existed prior to the 11th dynasty. There are a few Kemets within Kemet. Athribis, as you can see in the book that you got now, you're going to see where I show a place called Athribis to the Greeks, which is really a place that Heru had a temple at. You're going to see that was called Kemet as well. And that was in Lower Kemet, Lower Egypt. After that, in 11th dynasty, they elevated that word, or that they used that word Kemet, or that place name, to call the entire country Kemet. And at the same time, they elevated, or they started to name the country or call the country Ta-Meri as well. Ta-Meri was not used prior to the 11th dynasty either. And these are names people know now, but they weren't used. They don't know that it wasn't even used until the 11th dynasty. So from dynasty 0 all the way to the 10th dynasty, there's no country named Kemet. There's no country named Ta-Meri. It was called Kanu, which is the interior. Why they call it the interior? Because nobody lived in the desert. Everybody lived in the inner part of the territory. And so then they called it Idebwe. Why? Because they didn't live in the desert. They lived near the banks of the river. So they called their country Idebwe, which means the country or the land of the riverbanks. And as a synonym, we're dealing with a synonymy now, Kemet was used. And if we examine all of these different things and more that I'm gonna talk about later, another time, we'll understand that the motivation behind the naming convention of their country was the accessibility to water. It had nothing to do with skin color of people or trying to identify anything related
And
to the race.
was y'all your chat? They laughing at me about my level of ignorance in terms of Egyptian stuff.
Oh,
Nah, but
nah, don't
you
worry about
do
that.
good though. But let me ask you, Brendan. So you would consider yourself, a logical thinker, right?
I would say so, right?
Okay.
I would say so.
So, just with what Wijao said about, the whole place name, or the whole place, that region that we know as Kemet, having, that name Kemet from the 11th dynasty. If once you know that, if I ask you, why do you think that the place, up until, the 11th dynasty, it wasn't called, Kemet, and let's just say that it wasn't called land of the black bull, or land of the black people? why do you think, or why would just in your own guess opinion and or whatnot, why do you think that all of a sudden at a particular juncture, in this historical period, did these people all of a sudden
I couldn't answer
decide?
that.
Okay, so if somebody told you to,
you just asked me something about the Living Dynasty, right?
no, I'm just saying that
I don't know much about it, so I will have
no.
to do more.
Okay, let me ask it a
analysis.
different way.
Sure.
Let me do it a different way. So, if this is a land of the black bulls or land of the black people, and it became that at a certain juncture, let's forget what dynasty was. At a certain point, that place became known as land of the black bull or land of the black people. When you think logically, would that actually would you think that prior to that probably there wasn't any black people in that area, or there was a reason all of a sudden why, would you think that there must have happened something to those people where all of a sudden they needed to identify themselves as as black people or as a black bulls, in that sense?
Something had to change, right? Yeah.
So if
in terms of your description, yes, something had to change.
Right. So if we take the point of it being skin color, so then that would have had to be a change that had to be, described in that sense. So skin color changed if we're going with the land of the black people. Prior to that, it probably wasn't. That's why that name wasn't fitting. Would you say that? As a quick assumption,
something, whether if it's skin color, something changed, right? They identified themselves as something different, right?
Right, because we can't say that the trees changed, so we call ourselves black because the trees changed. Obviously, the change has to do with the way you.
But I couldn't make this assumption is skin. Something changed, right? There was a change.
Okay, so let's say the tree color changed. Would that, does it make sense for people to name a country all of a sudden about their skin color because maybe the trees change or maybe the water wasn't flowing right? So now we become this place becomes land of the black people. Would that make sense?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Perhaps. Yeah. Perhaps.
Okay, I just hope you get the thing here. So what I started just now saying is that is when you do a full investigation, you have to incorporate a lot of things. And what I see people make the mistake of doing is that they limit themselves on dictionaries. People will go live or present something straight from dictionaries, not knowing that bilingual dictionaries by default are handicapped. They don't go into polysemy, homophony, and synonymy. They don't do that. It's only internal language dictionaries, like the English dictionaries for the English language, will consider all of those things. You see polysemy every day, all day. Like I could pull up the word table, or the word plane. And I showed this last night, the word plane, Plain, plane, that word plane, not plane as airplane, but a plane. And you'll see that it's polysemous, meaning that it has more than one sense of the same word. Now, in bilingual dictionaries, they don't do that. They normally don't do that. That's not the common practice of those types of dictionaries. So people don't even know that there's different dictionary types. You have dictionaries that people are thinking are translationaries, but they're not. They're simply vocabulary lists, and they're setting up an equivalency, word swapping, but they don't cover everything. They don't cover everything. Like I said, they don't deal with synonyms or anything. You don't find a thesaurus on Egyptian. You don't find the ancient Egyptian thesaurus around. You can't go out and buy that. Nobody has taken the entire Egyptian language inventory and have done a thesaurus like we do in English, full of synonyms and antonyms and all this other kind of things. So people don't even know that all of a sudden synonyms exist in English, but then we jump to ancient Egypt, all of a sudden synonyms go out the window. So when we say Kemet is a synonym for Idebwi, people look at us like we're crazy. only because the dictionary don't have it in there like that, which by default is not. They don't have synonyms in there like English does. And I could pull up an English dictionary from online, and after they give you the entry, its pronunciation, and then the word senses, at the bottom they usually give you a little bit of etymology, and they'll even show you, some synonyms or whatever. They don't do that for these bilingual dictionaries. That's not how those are done. And so we got to explain that to people first. So people asked me the other, a few days back, like, well, Joe, can you show me anywhere where Kemet is defined as Riparian? And I'm like, no, you're not going to find that in the dictionaries, but I can show you what those synonyms are, and I can show you everything else that would support the synonymous relationship between Idebwe. What's some other ones? That's not the only one. Idebwe is not even the only one. And like, for example, let me show this. As a matter of fact, appreciate Rawan showed the Hut Repeat, which would be the Athribis, one of the Athribis.
And I got a question for you, Wujal, when you get a chance.
Okay.
Maybe you can clear up just a question I have. Go ahead.
Okay, but all right. So now let me just show this based on an image I have on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So this rendering of the word Kemet, it has as its determinative the irrigation channels or the not so much the canals, but the irrigation channel determinative. Now that should spark some curiosity in people's minds, and I'm surprised that it doesn't. I know why it doesn't, but I'm surprised that it doesn't dominate the conversations, because that determinative is a hydronym determinative. It points to water. And so why would the Egyptians represent their country name with a determinative that's an hydronym, that makes this word a hydronym, which deals with water? You see what I'm saying? And then this X-Man belt buckle glyph that people, we call it that, we nickname it that. People are really not sure what this glyph is actually representing. There's some competing hypotheses about what that actually represents. For the most part, the most popular hypothesis is that it represents crossroads in an Egyptian city. But a competing hypothesis is that it's actually an intersection of water. Because not the river itself, but irrigation water, because the farms had cross sections, and irrigation was prevalent all throughout the inhabited areas of ancient Egypt, and everywhere where there was a city, it was based on a massive irrigation program. Every city where a lot of people lived had a massive irrigation system running through it, coming from the Nile River. That's how they were able to get the water supply. 'Cause remember, we have to drink water. We have to live on fresh water at that. And so there had to be a way to get the water there. They didn't have sewage like we have today, where we got big pipes and running through a water plant and this, that, and the third. They had a massive irrigation program in every city. And so that's a competing hypothesis in terms of what this glyph actually represents. Now that makes more sense coupled with this glyph, which is there's no argument about this glyph, what this glyph represents, which is the cross sections of irrigation channels. And we can see where Kemet was first used in this rendition and not that one or that one. You see what I'm saying? So all of these things and then some and a whole bunch more is why we can confidently say that Kemet is the riparian country or the riparian zone or land. That's just it. And let me ask you this. Doesn't the definition of riparian fit ancient and modern Egypt? Isn't it a country that is related to or situated on the banks of a river? Isn't it a country or land that's relating to wetlands adjacent to rivers and streams? That is spot on with what ancient Egypt was, and it is still to this day. All of the major cities of ancient Egypt, of modern Egypt to this very day, are along the Nile River. All of them. From Cairo being the popular, everybody knows about Cairo, but everywhere, even with their Arabic name, they changed the names with Arabic names, but they're all located on the river. If you look at a nighttime, let me see if I can find. If you look at a nighttime satellite shot, let me see if I can find that. I have it, but let me see if I can find it online real quick. Nighttime satellite of Egypt. See if I can pull this up real quick. Yeah, there you go. Okay, let me find this. I'm gonna share this with y'all. I want y'all to see. I want you to see this. Which one is a good one? Yeah, this is a good one. This is good enough because I don't want to be too long. I'm gonna show you all this right here. And I'll put it right here. So everybody can see it. Everybody should be able to still see my screen. And let me get it up. Is it there? Oh, hold on. 1 second. I'm sorry, y'all. There we go. Bingo. There we go. So y'all see this? Let me spread out so y'all can see real good.
Yep, for sure.
Okay. So what I want to show you all is that Egypt's borders, the actual country territorial borders, I gotta use a line so y'all can see these borders. And just real quick, I want to make a point here to y'all. I'll make it yellow. So Egypt's border, and I'm estimating, we can get the map and get the definitive border. But I believe that this is Egypt's border on the west side, maybe right there. And then the picture is cropped, so I can't show the southern border. But this is Egypt's border on the west, and this is Egypt's border on the east side, for our east side, right? Now, notice this is nighttime, so these lit areas is actually where people are living. They're burning electricity. They're living. Notice that nobody lives out here. Nobody's living out here. You have some specks. Like I said, there are some cities, but they're way far in between. Everybody lives along the Nile. This is how it is now. This is how it was in ancient times. You see what I'm saying? So it should be clear to everybody that it's all about that Nile. And so Kemet, of course, is going to be expressed with the irrigation channel determinative for the name of the country. Because the country was based around the supply of water. Human beings need water to live.
Yeah, and that's actually true to this day, because that's one of the issues they have with the GERD with Ethiopia, because the reliance on that Nile is so serious. I don't know if people understand just the depth of it. It's so serious that without it, it becomes really hard, and they know that that it will be a problem for them, and that's one of the reasons why they have that crisis. But I think that this is very important because. When people talk about Kemet, I don't think people understand just the geography of the land itself and the inhabitants and where they actually were situated. People think just how we are used to any other country where everybody's spread out. But this in itself is actually people literally living along the riparian zone. If you understand what a riparian zone is certain distance between a water body. It could be the river, it could be a lake, but then you have certain distance between that, the land that you have between that, and that's what is called a riparian zone, and that's on both ends of the water body. And as you see here, that's exactly where the inhabitants find themselves. And when this conversation comes to the word riparian, because people, this is a new word for a lot of people, they do not understand what it means. First, when you understand what riparian zone is, and then you understand where people in this particular region situate themselves within, you'll find that people situate themselves within the riparian zone, literally, now and in the past.
I hope people are getting the point here, is that everybody lives in the riparian zone. Nobody lives out there in the desert. Now, when I say nobody, of course there are a very few established dwelling places out there in the desert on both sides of the Nile. But as you can see, it's not significant. It's not significant. Okay, everybody lives along the Nile, because where the people in the desert gonna get their water from, and things like that. It's very, very hard. It's rough. People not doing that. Now notice, where my cursor at? Notice the Red Sea. Notice over here, you see it lit up right here. Why is it lit up along the coast right here? Because they got access to water. And they got access to commercialized travel and things like that. Okay? But right here, the biggest city you see right here is where Cairo and stuff is, right here. Right where that real bright spot is. Okay? So this is clear. This is anybody can understand this. It doesn't take no knowledge of PhD, MA, or bachelor's to understand this basic principle right here. All somebody has to do is take a basic geology class and understand the different biomes of the planet Earth, and how riparian zones are one of the 5 main biomes that are very important to animal and human life alike.
And guess what? The soil that is within the riparian zone will always be darker, and that is due to the water.
Exactly. Water or wetness implies darkness, as I already explained. So anyway, that should be enough, man. Everybody should be able to get that. So I don't know if anybody else had questions. Brandon, did you have any more questions?
No, I think you answered most of it there. I would ask this just as a follow on to what you guys just mentioned. Are there, I guess, are there any outstanding, I guess you would say, questions in terms of the place name Kemet that wouldn't be answered or that haven't been answered inside of, I guess you would say, the Illusion Volume 2, right? Are there any outstanding type of things that you would say that, things that still need to be addressed?
Between Assard and what he did in Illusion Volume 2 and the upcoming volumes, he had 3 volumes coming. The first one dropping in August, I believe. And now Assar and I we and Sanjetti, we kind of volley back and forth on a regular basis. So I have some privy to the things that he's coming out with in August, and I can say that he's definitely covered a lot of territory that leaves, because I don't want to say that he covers 100% of everything, because I'm gonna leave room for obviously things that may be missed or new evidence popping up, right, and things like that. But for the most part, he has definitely covered a lot of ground, a whole lot of ground, convincing ground. Like when you see all the information consolidated and presented, you will walk away with like, okay, I'm good now. I'm good. I'm good on that. Now, what people need to look out for, and see, people gotta understand some fundamentals, like as prerequisites. Like one thing I said, the dictionary situation. People are relying on dictionaries as the end, when dictionaries is really a starting point. Because people think that dictionaries, bilingual ones, are like how we use the ones in English, full on English dictionaries. And it's just as simple as just comparing. In an English dictionary, not only is the diction given, which is what I call a dictionary, but the senses of the word are given, examples and sentences are given. It's more thorough. It gives the full explanation of what a word means and how it's used. It's a what do you call it? A net meaning. Because people take words and use them differently than what we find in dictionaries, but that's supposed to be the general standard. And what's missing from what makes it different with bilingual dictionaries is that they do not deal with homophony, polysemy, and synonymy. They don't consider that. That work is very tedious, and so on and so forth. They don't do that. They do just enough for us to transfer a word into a target language. So if I pull up Vigus dictionary, matter of fact, I think I still have it shared. If I pull up a dictionary, I had the old one sharing for the purpose of the conversation earlier. So I'm going to show the more recent one now, that doesn't have all the watermarks and everything, that I don't think anybody should be using. To me, that's just really sloppy stuff. You just shouldn't do that. That's why the watermarks are there, so people don't use it. That's a clear violation right there. But let me just show this.
Yeah, and they do adjust themselves, this dictionary. That's why you have all these different ones, like the one that Uja was showing. There's one from 2012, and then they have one from 2015, then one from 2018, and probably newer ones. But I did notice on Vigors, they had because you did mention the word the Idebwi, which was one of the names of Egypt, but the word Ideb itself, actually, you can find also with the meaning of riparian land, or riparian. So and then Idebwi, the place itself, as Egypt, just for those who want to know.
Okay, so what I want to show, I'm just showing that if you were to look at this document, right, and you compare this document with an English dictionary, you would clearly see the difference. An English dictionary is way more thorough in all of its lexical entries. But when you look at this dictionary, and this is called a dictionary, you see how shallow it is. They give one line, like for example, let me highlight one. Like this word, afi. This word right here, afi, in the glyphs, so y'all can see my cursor. They say it just simply means bee, honeybee, wasp, and they got a question mark next to that, which means they're not sure. They give the part of speech or word class, which is a noun, and it's related to animals, and then they give the Gardner codes for these glyphs over here. That's it. Nothing else. Now you have this word here, afi, that's spelled different. The last glyph is G39, as you can see right here, which is a pintail duck, versus the B itself, which is L2. But other than that, they look identical. But they're in here as separate entries, and so on and so forth. So my point here is that when people use these tools, they have to know the value of the tool and what the tool is useful for, and not to misuse it and think it's doing something that it's really not doing. And so to go to what Emykhet was saying, let's just type in Riparian, right? And we're going to find it. So Riparian is here, the word wajeb, okay? It's the bank, shoreline, farmland on a riverbank. Now, we know for a fact that ancient Egypt was an agricultural society. Here's another nugget for people who are listening. And I'm going to ask you this, Brendan. Name one of the most popular deities of ancient Egypt. I'm
I,
curious to know who you're gonna name.
you put me on this spot, but I would say first of all, I would say Happy, and or the second one I would say Horus and Osiris. Those
Okay,
three
great.
would be the three that comes to mind.
Okay, now let me do this for you. If you now taking your three, if I had to force you to pick one out of those three, which one would you pick?
Osiris.
And Osiris. There you
I would
go.
say Osiris. That was yeah,
Okay,
for sure. The
there you
god of the
go.
underworld.
There you go. Now, here's the thing. What people are not used to hearing is that Osiris is the riparian deity. He represents everything riparian. He's the god of vegetation. He is the god of resurrection. He is the god of virility, fertility, all the things that a riparian zone produces. He is the god of agriculture. The entire story of Isis, Osir, and Satuk, Osiris left Kemet to go teach people in other lands agriculture and civilization, only to come back and get killed by his brother, in terms of how the story goes. You know what I'm saying? So Osir is painted both green and black in different representations of him. And there's a reason. And so these are the things that people are not connecting. But let me go back to Riparian real quick. And I think Emykhet was sharing something. But we have Riparian as Wajeb here. Let's go to the next one. We have Riparian listed here. Wajeb, 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 Wajeb. All of these right here, if you can see my cursor. Riverbank, sure, riparian land. Now, take note. Now look at this, Brendan.
Mm-hmm.
You see this last glyph right here? Where my cursor is? Okay, that glyph, let me switch over real quick. That glyph is none other than this glyph right here. And these are determinatives. So now check this out. Let me switch back. And I think everybody's getting a little bonus. Everybody thank Brendan for these nuggets.
Because I'm really glad that you guys ain't beating me up. I don't know a lot about this stuff, man. You guys,
it's not about beating.
You know?
It's not. It's not about doing that at all. So, what I want to point out though is the determinative in this word is the irrigation channel.
Mm-hmm.
The determinative in this word is the irrigation channel. Now, if people understand what determinatives do and how they function in language, they will understand that determinatives are also called, determinative is a nickname. What they really are classifiers or semantimes, which means they refer to the meaning of the word. And they help determine the meanings. That's why they nickname determinatives. But this word is in the classification of something dealing with water. That's why they translate it, or they have it here as riparian. Riparian. So why then is it when we see it here as the same determinative for the word Kemet, why are everybody up in arms about it when we say riparian? Now, check this out, Brendan. I'm going to take you a step further.
Are those three different representations of Kemet right there? I guess.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are. Yep. So now check this out. This is for everybody. Remember I said the dictionary does not consider polysemy, homophony, and synonyms, right? Now, the determinatives are semantimes. So what scholars can do but have not done, let me switch back over. What scholars can do but have not done yet to date, and this may be a project for us to start and maybe get funding on, is that you can take, now there's a scholar that does something towards it, Orly Goldwasser. But outside of her, what scholars can do is take the determinatives on words and group them together, group the words together, and you're going to see a pattern emerge. So, and that pattern will be a synonymous or a synonymy expression, where you'll see these words will be in some form or fashion synonymous. You'll be able to detect synonymy at that point. And so as a synonym to wajib, you have kemet. And this is the kind of work that people have to get used to understanding, that must be done or do it themselves. Let's keep going. We have idebwi. Idebwi, riverbank, land, shore of a flood. Or this is ideb. This is the singular form. Ideb, idebet.
Yes.
She of the shore.
And just before you switch, that's actually, I think people need to take note of the word riverbank, the Kippies and riverbank on all this with Riparian.
Yes, riverbank, riparian. Matter of fact, the word ripa is the root of the word riparian, comes from the Latin. It means riverbank. So the very word riparian means riverbank. So it's like being redundant. But look at the thing, debwi, bank. Look at the determinative. Look at the determinative. Okay. Look at this word here, idebu.
Quick question. Why don't you guys have this same conversations with the brother Smash Rockwell and kind of go through this? Because obviously I think he's got a completely different, I guess you would say, outlook. And
like I said,
what Kemet means.
Like I said, my intention is my attention is once the what I call goofy, once the goofy dies down, or what other people say, the drama and all that kind of stuff dies down, I don't mind having a conversation at all. I don't mind having a conversation, but people gotta miss me with the drama. Yeah, that's all. That's all. Like I welcome the conversation because I've been teaching this for over 10 years. And so I enjoy showing and connecting dots for people. Like I would slow the conversation way down to like 2 miles per hour if I have to, and that's cool with me. Like we've been live all this time right now. I was supposed to be doing other things, but I'm caught up. I'm here. Right. So, but here's the point I'm making with this right here. I want people to understand, notice this last glyph here, which is the N23 glyph. If y'all want to look it up, N23, it's an irrigation channel. Intersection of irrigation pathways. We know irrigation deals with water. We know irrigation deals with whatever needs water. That's why irrigation channels are dug in the first place. All right, you have water canals and you have irrigation. Farmland is heavily irrigated, even to this very day. Land that is usable. So look here. You got two. Look at all these irrigation. Look at this. The two banks, in quotation, Egypt, riverbank, the two banks, the two shores, he of the riverbank, an epithet of someone, idebwi, shore lands of foreign countries, mineral stone, idebu, riverbank, so on and so forth. We can keep going. But notice that the irrigation determinative is used. And I want to point this out too. We have districts or places, inhabited places, called districts or state, called weh. And it has as its determinative the same thing. But why is it called a district or a city? Because the sapats, as a matter of fact, the symbol for sapat, which is this here. Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all right here. The word for nome or district has N24. Emykhet, what does N24 represent?
Canal.
Now I want you to guess. Let's demonstrate. Read it from a source, because people are gonna be like, where can I find that? Where can I find that?
Man, that means the black land. What you mean? Let me guess.
Okay. So let me put my glasses. So this will be the irrigation canal system.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Dua for that. The very word for city or nome, because everybody knows that Egypt had 42 nomes, right? Everybody knows this. Every nome, to write out the representation of a nome, you're writing out water channels. So Egypt, ancient Egypt, is a consolidation or an amalgamation or confederacy of what? Water cities. Cities that are represented by irrigation channels and systems. So Kemet as a collective is the land of irrigation and water, access to water, aka riparian land. And if people can't get that and they want to get stuck on the skin color of people, then I can't help those people out. They are lost. They're too far gone. If anybody wants to focus on the skin color as the motivation to, or the black bull, we could take on the whole black bull argument. This is not a country of the black bull.
Somebody said Negro bulls, but yeah, but listen, like with everything that the ancient Egyptians are telling you, with the naming of the places and all that, is they're what you pick up from this logically is they're very very dependent on that water, and that's how they name their system. Now, with what Wujao is showing on the screen, I just want people to understand that the word, because some people don't understand how, like when you're talking about synonyms. Now you have the word Ideb or Ideb, and that's the riverbank or the riparian land. Now, riverbanks, we know what it is. So riparian land, some people are just becoming aware of it. But now that's the word Ideb. When you get to the word Idebwi, which means that's actually a masculine dual, like Ujao said, and that's why you have the WY at the end of it. So you have Idebwi. So now you're talking not just a riverbank, but two riverbanks. On a riparian zone, you have those two banks that are, at the opposite side of the river, and they're telling you that's Egypt right there. So Egypt is the riparian land. Literally is telling you that. Now, if you do not understand that, just go to the dictionary. You have riparian, right? And it's telling you what is riparian. That is of or relating to or situated or dwelling on the bank of a river. So when people actually say that, they can't really wrap their mind around why that would be called what riparian land and Kemet have to do with each other. It's literally very simple, because even the other names, like Idebu was a name that place was called at a particular point, and that had to do with the river, with the riverbank. And the riverbank itself is just another way of saying the riparian zone. Now, even with the pictures that Wujao showed you, those people situate themselves on those two sides of the riverbank, literally, which means the riparian zones on that side of the river. It can't get any simpler like that than that. And that's why we keep saying that nobody's going to have a problem with the word riparian. The only people who have a problem with that is YouTube people. But this being taken to people who understand what it is, it's not a pushback, right? Because it's just adding on to the definition of what is already there.
Excellent. And if people can't understand these simple things, that the ancient Egyptians were riparian people. They lived in a riparian zone, just like we can call vegetation riparian vegetation and riparian animals. Human beings can be also called riparian people because they live in a riparian zone. And this is true for all river cultures. The Tigris Euphrates, the Amazon River in South America, and then what's the Yellow River over there in Asia. All of these areas are known as riparian lands, and the people are riparian people. It's just that in our day-to-day conversation, the word riparian is not brought up. It's not used, so it sounds like a foreign term, like, oh, Joe, you made that word up. Because that's not a regular word that you hear. But so it boils down to people just disagreeing just to disagree at this point.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I keep asking you guys questions. Maybe it's annoying. In terms of
it's not.
Yeah. In terms of, I know I guess the new publication is going to come out. You say in August, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. When the new publication is going to come out, it's going to reveal the information. I guess you would say, what's the next steps? What are you guys in terms of in terms of your academic engagement with this particular topic? What's next after once the publication comes out? Like what are you guys I guess you would say your focus next?
Well, for me,
Mm-hmm.
and now, Asar and Sanjeti can speak for them, can answer that for
Mm-hmm.
themselves. For me, now if you're asking about this particular topic, what's next for
Mm-hmm.
me on this particular topic
Mm-hmm.
is really nothing pretty much after, not too much after this, because because this topic would have kind of reached its maturation at that point. Kemet being the riparian country, and so my goal, my hopes, is that by understanding Kemet to be a riparian country, it will start to refocus the peripheral conversations, because now people can start to ascertain a better look of the culture. Then we'll know that it's a river culture. We'll start to see things through that lens, as opposed to the lens of racial things that people try to talk about Egypt as, because everybody's hell bent on trying to make Egypt a black civilization with black people in our modern constructs today, which is totally anachronisms to do that.
Right. Even outside of that topic, right? Outside of the Kemet being a black land or riparian land, what's next for Wujak?
Oh shoot,
For sure.
It's a whole list of things. It's a lot. So let me. Okay, good. I'm glad you are too, because once we get past this craziness, we can get on to some real nitty gritty stuff. So one of the things, I got a list, but one of the things that I'll share with you is that a massive endeavor to recover the realities behind the figurative aspects of the ancient Egyptian text. So we come to understand that the way ancient peoples of antiquity expressed themselves, they had to invent and utilize the wide variety of figurative expressions, from tropes to metaphors to analogies to symbolisms, and the whole nine. Mm-hmm. And we have to separate the literal aspect from the figurative, and then take the figurative and start to recover the realities behind those. And that is a huge undertaking. And so that's what I'm going to be diving heavily into as far as that goes. So, like, for example, there are people, not many, but there are people out there that believe that the Netcheru were sentient human beings, not understanding that what they actually represent. The ontological and taxonomic.
Break it down for what's a sentient human being for the dummies like me.
Oh. Oh no! Well, a flesh and blood sentient human being, meaning a human being that walked and talked and had blood. That was flesh. That was flesh. These various different Egyptian gods were not human beings.
Like people say that Jesus was a person, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Like Jesus was, actually was a real person who walked the earth. I mean, walked on water and stuff like that. They don't see the figurative aspect of that entire story and whatnot. So what I'm saying is that, as a huge project to take a survey of various different Egyptian texts, and we can start with a certain genre of text. So where I'm focused on, or will be focused on, is the underworld text, the Book of Gates, the Book of Caverns, the Book of the Earth, the Duat text, and things like that, where those are heavily figurative by nature. The so-called Book of the Dead, heavily figurative. And so start that journey to discover or uncover the realities behind those particular stories and things like that. And so I've already, been tiptoeing around in that area, but that's something that I'm going to be heavily engaged in and with others. And so that's a question. Now, the benefit of that is that all of this is a massive bucket of potential resources that we could use for right here today, right now. Because for instance, we have an issue of the racial grouping of us as black people today having a hard time to express one voice and one aim in terms of as a people. We're killing each other. We're set tripping, West Coast versus East Coast, and all this other kind of stuff that's going on. We're fighting police brutality, whatever. So we have a hard time to establish agency and statehood again. We lost our knowledge of the state apparatus of forming a confederacy among ourselves, like we did, or our ancestors did while living on the continent in the various different ethnic groups. So we lost that. So by studying these civilizations of antiquity, we can learn the do's and don'ts as resources, see what we can actually utilize today. So ancient Egypt, we know for a fact, was separate ethnic groups of people or different groups of people that merged on the Nile River because of the access to water. And then eventually all those people unified. So much so that the unification, with a couple of hiccups, they stayed unified for over 3,000 years. And the unification process of movement started from the south and worked its way north. And by the time it was done, the two major big regions called Ta Shemau and Ta Mehu, they unified as one, called Simatawi, aka Egypt, ancient Egypt, or Kemet. So we can learn from that process how it was done, not only how it was done, but how was it maintained. What are the tools to maintain unity? One we can learn is a calendar system, because the moment that you can get people to calculate time in unison with each other, that by default is a unifying mechanism. Once you get people doing the same thing at the same time, thereafter is also a unifying mechanism. Another thing is language. People speaking the same language and having the same signs in their psyche. That's another unifying aspect of unification. Then the dependency, some form of dependency, is also a unifying tool. And because the ancient Egyptians all depended on the Nile, that in and of itself lend itself to the unification of the people. Because those people who live upstream could make it real bad and ugly for people downstream to this very day. That's why Egypt is concerned about Ethiopia and Sudan, because they know Ethiopia and Sudan has the power to build dams and cut off the water supply, or do something with it. Egypt knows that. So Egypt and Sudan to this very day are constantly in treaties and negotiations and contracts with Sudan and Ethiopia to this very day.
Yeah, for sure.
And so the synchronism of dependency is also a unifying tool. So what can we as now, and we know this today, because when there was a mass amount of police brutality being broadcast and captured on video and broadcast over social media, those events galvanized and unified many black people around the country to form a movement called Black Lives Matter movement. Right? And so what that represented was a common dependency or a common cause. And so these are tools of unification, but we didn't maintain it. We didn't leverage it. And so we can learn from other civilizations in antiquity, and we can learn how they did it. And we don't have to stay with Egypt. We can go all around the continent. But I'm just saying that if we start to use our studies as resources and mine for the usefulness, what could be applied, apply it. What can't, just put it in a closet somewhere. And that's it.
But
So
Egypt,
Egypt,
you know what? what you just mentioned about the climate change and all that stuff, that's a top of mind sort of a topic across science, and I guess you would say even politically these days, when you talk about, okay, well, in terms of how do we deal with climate change, what are some of the socioeconomic um, positions and issues related to there. I think even some of your research that you just mentioned there has some relevance in that regard. So I think, yeah, that may be a very interesting angle, what you just mentioned, for sure.
Yes, yes, and I'm gonna
Right.
tell you.
Right.
I think President Ronald Reagan said this, or Jimmy Carter.
Um,
And I'm not sure which one, but they publicly said that I think it was Reagan. They said that the world conflicts that was going on in the world at the time. He said, one of them said that we would unify as a whole collective on a planetary scale of unity if there was some kind of outside threat that endangered us all. And that outside threat could be an asteroid, a comet colliding with the Earth, coming to collide with the Earth, an asteroid,
mhm,
or even aliens, or whatever the case is. He made that statement, and
mm,
the concept behind the statement is on point. When people have a common dependency, whether it's to protect themselves or what have you, that in and of itself is a unifying force. And
mm,
so the ancient Egyptians, the people in the South, um, had a movement in a northward direction of unification. And so people were unified based on different principles of this unifying force. So another one I forgot to mention is the ancient Egyptian gods themselves is a unifying force, because the gods represent different aspects of their reality, or how they perceive the world, their worldviews. And once people accept those worldviews, then they end up being swallowed into the unity. And that's why you had people who, at different cities, you had different temple complexes where a deity was the prominent deity, whether it's Het Heru, whether it's Usir, whether it's Heru, Ra, and so on and so forth. Khnum, Happy, whatever the case is. So
mm,
gods are also a unifying force. They say religion. Religion is your contract, is your obligation, and people make an obligation to uphold these different principles. So anyway, so all these things are a unifying force,
mm.
and so these are things that we can take advantage of and whatnot. So there's a lot, and in my, like, I've been teaching about the ancient Egyptian language for a little over 10 years. I want to say 11 years to be exact. But I've been studying this longer than that. I've been studying about ancient Egypt longer than that. That's my teaching tenure with the language is 10 to 11 years, but I've been studying longer. And I can say, in my experience, the conversations about Egypt that I witness, it doesn't do Egypt justice. Even though people will glorify Egypt in the conversations, but it really doesn't do Egypt its just due, because the ancient Egypt represents a genius that we have yet to tap into. Even if we believe that we are them, or we're their descendants biologically, genetically, and all this other arguments, goofy arguments I call goofy, once we get that out the way, we should just be able to appreciate the genius of those people in ancient Egypt. How they did their what was their psychology about? Like what motivated? What's the genius at? To build the pyramids. We want to marvel at the pyramids, but what was the motivation and genius behind it? The temples. I can show you pictures of temples. Like, people focus on the pyramids, but man, those temples are just as hard to build as the pyramids. Maybe not as hard as the pyramids, but they run in close second. You know, to lift those massive ton blocks to create a colonnade of flowers, stone flowers of the lily, or what people call the lotus, and the sedge, the papyrus and the lotus plant. You got a whole row of columns that are tall. I mean, tall. Why would they do that? They're not usable. Ain't nobody sitting on them. Nobody gonna climb up there and sit on them. What was that all about? And why they do it? And then how they do it? Because if I show you, I ain't gonna take time to show you. But just look up the Temple of Luxor or Waset, and just look at a real picture, right? And look at the scale of a person standing next to one of those columns. You can be like, dang, how did they do that? You know, or why? They did all that just to carve a flower? You don't see them do that for bulls. You don't see no large, colossal statue of a bull. And they painted it black and say, this is why we named Egypt Kemet. Because of the black bull. We're the sacred bull people. They don't do that. But you will see big, large lotus plants and sedge plants. You know what I'm saying? You will see that.
Right. Man, you gotta come on. I think we're gonna have a broader conversation about the modern war against science that's happening in our society today over on the pseudo killer channels. And you know what? I think Wujao, you'll be a great contributor to that conversation. When we start, I guess you would say, getting rid of some of the, I guess the heat that's going on now, right? So sort of getting that behind us, right, and having some of these better conversations, right? Or even Sean just said why. It doesn't even necessarily have to be over there. It could be over here on the sesh, right? We can talk about some of these broader or better conversations about science and ancient antiquity and how they actually measured it. Like for instance, you were just talking about the ancient Egyptians, right? How did they actually, I guess you would say, have a measured approach to their approach between science and nature, right?
Yeah.
For us, it's all, a lot of times it's all about, okay, well, our science, you could end up, let's say we're focused, we have this climate change issue, like we're using a ton of fossil fuels and we're destroying the environment, right? How do we change that outlook, right? So maybe some of these conversations may be better for us to have, to kind of guide us in the right direction. Right.
Well,
no matter what channel we do it on, right? Because these are important. These are important conversations for me. I think that we should have, because these are the conversations that are happening inside of academia today.
Yeah, I agree with that, so much so that I've done a video on that already, and I don't mind chiming in on a conversation about that, where I specifically show from the ancient Egyptians' perspective on how they conducted science, how they use logic, how they use math. And I show the different steps that will correlate to some degree to the modern scientific method that we use today, and the questions and answers that they go through. So I've definitely done that. It's in the archives on this channel, but I don't mind chiming in, to talk about how things in antiquity happen, and then marching it forward to today, and how science. Because today, what we got to consider too is that science is something that you do, like as a verb, something that you do, like we got to do science, but it's also a way of thinking. And I think that part is what people miss, that science is also a way of thinking. And when we think, we're talking about like how we calculate and reason. And that's where we get into logic. Now, logic and science is the domain of evidence, but included in there, which is why people marry science and math together, like, they travel together, is the reasoning and logic of the way of thinking. And that can also be described as part of science, because you cannot divorce science from logic when it's executed.
That's a fact.
But science in its rigid aspect would be more evidentiary, evidence testing. But you have to clothe that within a fur coat of logic. And so the Egyptians did that. They merged the two. The papyrus of Ahmes, called the Rhine's Mathematical Papyrus, illustrates this. And this is what I demonstrate in a couple of videos in the past, where they go through the logical steps that could be somewhat correlated to the scientific method.
Right.
Where they ask a question, they form a hypothesis, they make an observation, then they test it.
I've put a link for Brendan for the video that Wujao is talking about, the scientific method in Kemet. It's on the chat. So if you click on that, you might want to save it later, or click on watch later on whatever, so you have time to look at it.
And I want to show this before we go, because man, it's 12 a.m. I'm definitely going to get up off here.
We've been going all day, brother.
I'm thinking it's still daylight outside. It's crazy, man. My time is way off. But look, this is the ruins in Luxor of Egypt today, and I'm just showing the scale. The red arrow is where people are, and I don't want to blow the picture up too much, because I want people to see the top of this of this column, and look. This how tall people. I'm pointing to the head of a person. This is how tall a person is. Look how much more stone is above the tallest person of these three people standing there.
Oh wow.
That's huge. And these are plants. These are stone plant columns of plants. And so you have these, then you have these over here. And so the genius behind this is not being discussed in our social communities. That's not part of the discussion. Everybody's worried about if the Egyptians are black or not, which is a completely anachronistic approach. Like, it's a total violation from the get-go. Like, that shouldn't even be a topic of discussion, whether the Egyptians are black or not. It really shouldn't. That's my stance on it. That's why I say the whole thing is goofy and silly. The whole thing. And I told Chief X that when he first brought all that stuff up, I'm like, man, that's some crazy stuff right there, man. You on your own.
Yeah, see, the whole thing with the skin color itself, that one you can literally knock out the pack just going by logic alone. Because some of the things, even when I asked in the chat, with the question that I asked you, Brendan, and the other response that I got is that maybe the name changed, during that time when they were invaded by Hyksos. So then now, obviously, they have an idea of other people that don't look like them, but then those other people are not called by a skin color, because obviously identification, if you know how things identify, is almost like opposite. If there's warm, there's cold. So if we see people naming themselves black, there has to be an opposite of that black, but they didn't use that. And I was asking, and James responded to that, but he did say, when then the question was, well, so then if it was because of their skin color, they're black, then how would they then further distinguish themselves from the other black people, especially those blacker than black people from the South? Would they say Kemet, Kemet, because obviously, that's an emphasis of something being extra. You don't see that. So those kind of, there's some things that even if you were to follow that, just logically, you can't really follow them too far. You have to actually start looking at other areas,
Right, for sure.
Yeah. So hopefully, now my intention, I'm definitely gonna have to rename this video. I'm gonna have to do a whole nother thumbnail and rename the video, because the title and my intention of going live today was completely hijacked. like I don't even think that I even got into the topic, the intended topic at all. Like, so I might as well just change the name of this video and everything. And so I will be doing a video on my intention, what I intended to do today that I didn't do. But it's all good. You know, like I said, I welcome all the conversations. Unfortunately, the brother Reggie left, and him leaving, you know, it supports my opinion of his behavior. And I understand that he don't like what I said. I get that. But Reggie says a lot of things that other people don't like as well. And when people say something back, I just hear him complain and this, that, and the third. And I'm just saying, just for me, in my time of knowing him on social media, I see it all the time, and ain't nobody saying anything. So I'll be the bad guy, and that's fine. And people have their opinions. People have opinion of me. They say, well, would y'all, you know, you think you whatever. Or even in the chat tonight, they were like, nah, you do the same goofy stuff. Or what Uncle was saying, well, y'all just have a different style of goofy. I'm like, okay, cool. All right, we got a goofy, but you acknowledge there's a different. I'm fine. I'm not going to complain and cry. I'm not going to get off the platform and jump into the chat and just start whining, you know, all night. I don't do that. And I don't expect everybody to be like me. I know people got their ways. You know, everybody's not the same. But everybody also got their opinion. I just voice mine. So that's just the thing. Because what happens is people will throw something and hide their hand. And I'm like, if you're going to throw something, man, just, you know, don't hide your hand. That's it. You don't throw anything, it ain't going to be nothing. That's it. But if you throw something, don't hide your hand. Because if somebody caught it, then you're going to catch it. And that's it. That's how it goes. So now what I am going to do, though, when I get the time, is Reggie's article that was poorly peer reviewed. And I don't know how that they published it as they did.
There you go, Joe. There you go.
Yeah. Well, Brendan, but see, here's the thing, and like, I'm not against the peer review process. I applaud the process, but quality control, like, okay, Brendan, I don't know what state you live in. Where you live at?
Virginia.
Okay, you're in Virginia. All right, so you close to my stomping ground. I'm from DC. So name a supermarket in Virginia.
Giant.
Okay, Giant. All right, so they still got Giant up there. They don't have no Giants down here, boy. They got some crazy stuff. All right, Safeway and Giant was up there when I was up there. All right, so Giant. Now you walk into Giant and you go to the fresh vegetables and fruit section. Now you know in the back of your head that the store policy is to when perishable foods are delivered, they go through a quality control before they put it out on the floor for people to buy it. So now you walk into Giant and you see a bowl, you know, a bunch of fruit that's bad, that's rotting and stuff like that. In your mind, you can be like, wait a minute, this ain't right. Like, you're
out of here, right?
you're gonna question the quality control system, right? You're gonna be like, well, man, who's in charge of this? So likewise, now take my example as an analogy. Likewise, with this specific case of peer review, this is how I'm looking at the journal. I'm saying that I expect and I applaud the peer review process, yes, but I'm saying the journal failed in this case, because what I'm looking at is a spoiled paper, like the spoiled fruit. And I'm like, who is responsible for this? Because they did not check even the formatting. He got multiple fonts there, you know, picture stuff. And I didn't go see earlier when I showed that was while Asar was talking. I just simply point those things out. But if I were to go from the top to bottom of his article, I know there's a whole bunch of things I could point out in terms of the quality, not even the content yet. I'm talking about just the quality on the peer review side. And I'm not a peer reviewer on working for a journal, and I can see these things. The pictures don't have figure things. You got blurry images. You got stuff that's out of place in terms of where it's pasted at inside the article, not properly labeled and stuff. And even in the attributional citations and whatnot, the way that it's done is not even consistent. These are editorial or peer review issues. And so I'm going to voice that. I'm saying that peer review process of that particular journal, it failed us. Just like if I walked into Giant and got a whole bunch of apples, and I'm trying to put apples in my bag, and I'm like, yo, man, these apples are rotten. Like, who's responsible? I would say the same thing. But that don't mean I'm against the quality control process. I'm just saying, yo, those workers in Giant that day, they failed their job. So I'm saying it loud and clear that the people who peer reviewed Reggie's paper, they failed. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's literally no way of printing this up because even like with what Brendan said initially, like maybe they did do the review, but some that these are some of the things that slipped through. Then you have to ask yourself, well, then if they did do the review, how was it looking prior to the review? And then that begs the question. Then you have the other thing is like, then if you're going to review, why halfway do it? Because if you're going to clean up something, you don't clean a house halfway, and and then some parts are still mess. And then, so if you're doing it, you do it. You do it all the way. So it wasn't done all the way. So otherwise, there's no point. So on one hand, you have to question like what kind of peer review was done, and that's questioning the journal itself. On the other hand, if they did something, then you question, damn, what kind of papers is Reggie writing? If this is the best version of it, what was the initial one looking? So either way, it does not look good. But what Wujao did say from the beginning is, because literally Asar was talking, and then Wujao just took 5 minutes when Wujao was talking, and Wujao took 5 minutes when Asar was talking, and just pointed out these few things that actually was long drawn because Reggie was trying to find excuses to get through it. In the end, he just left, obviously, and you have to live with that excuse. So he just left, But at the end of the day, those are just 5 minutes. But like Wujao said, his paper deserves, like, because when you write something, the worst thing anybody else can do is very disrespectful for somebody to rebut a paper through a YouTube video. You're going to give it the same respect. And Ujao said, that can be tabled for later. When he has time to look at it, then he can see whatever. But that's a written type of work. So, but Reggie actually was then jumped on and wanted to have a one, to go through everything about what was it in his paper over there, and then actually go through the Ujao Shemsueru's research team's book on the air, which is impossible, and asking all these kind of questions on air as if he hadn't read that book before, which is very shady, because clearly if you haven't read, then you just need to be quiet and just say, okay, y'all are critiquing my book, but I will check you're critiquing my paper, but I will check your book too, because I haven't gone through it, and then I will come back and I will give my 2 cents about it as well, since y'all are critiquing my stuff. That's how you do it. But he was sitting there trying to have Wujao explain things that are on the paper, and then asking very, very simplistic, useless questions. This table, where you getting it? Where's your sauce? Like, tables have sauces. No. So, those are kind of the things where it's like, you can't, why these conversations get really hard, because first he didn't even need to jump on. He would have just be like, okay, they're critiquing my work over there, but I'll do, because when he was critiquing the Shemsueru's research team's book, nobody jumped on the panel to act a fool and start to defend themselves in that way. He did it. He was done with it. And then these people are now on their own and talking about it. So you either do it that way, or if you're going to jump on the panel, then just have an honest discussion. And if you don't have an excuse, because Reggie was caught red-handed, he didn't have an excuse. He started trying to talk about these African things and things of that nature, which is actually very childish at that point, so that is not necessary. And I'm just saying that to actually say that the reason why that part of the conversation went really bad is because of those kind of things, as opposed to the second part of the conversation where it's actually, more fruitful, because people can literally dialogue and have you can have a difference of opinion, or you can actually say, I don't understand, y'all are teaching me right now, give me the information. And I'm very sure that that you, Brendan, are actually taking notes, and you're gonna go back to your place, and then you're gonna come back with some things, either on this channel, or you're gonna do it on probably the pseudo killers channel, and be like, well, they told me this does not make sense. That's cool in a sense, but those kind of conversations go just way left, because of how people are not really ready for that critique in itself in this kind of discussions, and that's what we saw with Reggie today.
Yeah, so again, I'm gonna repeat this and end with this. First of all, posterior thought or thought. Definitely appreciate the super chat. And just by the way, I don't really advertise a super chat, and sometimes I forget that we even have that capability. But I do want to say that if anybody is generous enough to give a super chat or whatever, all the super chat funds that come through is used for buying books, research material. And as if funds come in that through super chat, whatever, I always share the books that I end up getting. And so there's some books that are expensive. So, I usually, wait and let, if people will give super chats and things like that, I hold until enough is obtained so I can get certain different books. There's books that cost like $200 on up to $1,400. Like there's a 6-volume series of books that I'm telling you, my eyes is on it. I think it's not in print, available like that anymore, and so it's like going for $2,300. You gotta like bid on it and wait and negotiate and stuff like that. But it's very, very valuable stuff. It's things that are written by hand and all kinds of things that we need to have access to. So that's the kind of stuff
that I was gonna say, hey, let me know what volume you want, and I go ahead and put up a donation for it. Since you said it like that, never mind.
No, I'm just showing people the extremes, the cost of this, like this stuff. You gotta have a passion for it.
Yeah,
you gotta have a passion for it. Like there's other books. There's a lot of books that I got on my book list to get. I have a lot, but there's a lot that I would like to have, and things like that. So yeah, it gets costly, especially journals. See, here's something that people may not be aware of as well, is that by time a book gets published and becomes popular enough for us to be aware of it, by time we become aware of it, there's already subsequent articles that either change things up a bit or argue against or whatever that we get behind on. So here we are. This book just becomes in our, we become aware of this book, and oh man, I got this book, and then we studying the book, we're reading the book, studying the book, not knowing that ever since it was published, there's journal articles arguing those points or against those points, and then we miss out on those. And so we got to keep up with all of that, and these journals are expensive. These people put time. These people are sponsored by colleges. I'm in touch with a Egyptologist right now, a professor right now, and I'm actually surprised he took time out to correspond with me. But I asked him a question about his work, where can I get it from, stuff like that, and he pointed me in the direction. And boy, I go there and I look. I'm like, man, this thing is like $200 just for one thing. Like, what?
But you know what? But Reggie mentions that that's the value of a library card as well. A lot of times it depends on what city you're in. right? And all
Mm-hmm.
this, a lot of the libraries, they will subscribe to these academic journals, and then you can go into
Yes,
the
they do.
library, and then you can get access to this stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
they do. That's absolutely correct.
it
And
takes
and
a lot
so
of money. Hmm.
yeah, but yeah, that's a plan B for me. Like
Oh yeah,
definitely that's a plan B. Plan A is to obtain it myself, where I can bring it home and I can mark it up and I can,
yeah.
you know
You're
what I'm
an
saying?
academic, so yeah,
I
you're
could do.
doing it yourself
Yeah, I want
for
to do
sure.
what I need to do, because if I'm gonna study it and potentially cite something and this and that, I
Hmm.
need it.
Right,
But like my sister,
you want
she's
to know yourself.
my sister teaches at More not Morehouse, Emory, and she
Hmm.
teaches nursing. She's a nurse. She's a doctor slash nurse,
Hmm.
and so she has her staff membership or whatever gives her access to, as an EDU, staff member, whatever the case is, she has access to all these journals. So so I make sure I leverage her accessibility to these major journals and stuff like that. But a lot of them, for her situation, are all the medical journals,
Hmm.
and situations. She get those free, and so like I have access to all of that stuff. And then sometimes it'll cross over into what I'll be studying, you know, in terms of online journal membership and stuff like that. They say, hey, log in with your EDU access or whatever, and get a tremendous discount or get it free. And I'm like, oh, bet. I'll call her up and then take care of it. But some of these things are still specialized. So
For
yeah, I
sure.
was gonna show something. I was pulling up something, man, and I forgot that quick. What was I going to pull up?
Yeah, yeah. We got to put all of this hostilities behind us, brothers, and sisters. We got to do all that and kind of move forward.
Yeah, no, I agree with
Yeah,
you.
you know what? Since you say that, that reminded me of the old the Amira Squad conversations, and especially those when they are dealing with Kemet, because my interest was definitely Kemet and all that. And conversations actually depend on who you have on the panel and the character. So because like I said, there's a difference between the first segment of the show and this last segment of the show. And if you actually go to the older conversations, you will see that it is like that. It's actually really, really fruitful conversations where there's no yelling, there's no cutting off, there's people just having sharing if there's a difference. They try to see where something might, where they need to fix the difference or see, who's on the wrong, who's on the right, what's not making sense, and then at the end of it, make some sense out of it. So that always will depend on the type of panel. Some places when you go to, it's just people cutting off each other, all that kind of stuff. So, and when as a listener, when you sit and watch, it will always be like you get your blood pressure up, all that kind of stuff. And then at the end of the show, nothing really gets done. But I'm only saying that all to say that these kind of conversations actually do depend on who you have on your panel at the end of the day.
And I want to point this out too. Like I said earlier, when Reggie was here and Asar was talking, I took, I'm saying 5 minutes, but I don't even think it was 5 minutes, where I just immediately recognized things that was problematic with Reggie's article. And normally I wouldn't even bring what I found up at all. Like I can get through the article without ever bringing that stuff up, because to me that's really petty stuff. It doesn't get to the content of the article. But in the context of bragging about peer review and getting in the journal and it being celebrated and weaponized the way I've seen it done, then it calls into question character, though, because in my opinion, if you're gonna throw stones at somebody else for doing something, but then that somebody else can find you do the exact same thing in your stuff, then it's kind of hypocritical. And so people got to understand that. So Reggie went in on a misspelling of a word in our book that was corrected, like in 2019. And then he expects a citation from the TLA, not understanding that I cited the sources. I have the sources themselves, and I cited those. So he made a big deal about that, him and Netter in the video, and then recently he brought that up in his battle with Sean. Now he should have left our book and everything out of that conversation on the Pseudo Killers show, but he decided to bring our book up and even added to the dialogue by saying our definition of Kemet being riparian zone is silly, or and other adjectives he used. And so I didn't cry about it. I saw the clip of him saying that and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, cool, all right. So now when I pull up his article on the fly and in real time, and I identify these what I would call petty mistakes, like I don't take it serious, then there's a problem. Everybody goes bananas about that. So I'm showing this right here. This is his article. And you see that he has Kemet collective people and then Kemet collective cattle. This is a picture that's blurry, number one. And two, he didn't create. But yet there's no attribution for it. There's no attribution. This superscripted number right here does not point to this image. This superscript number 19, if you go to his endnotes, is something totally different. It's actually a website that's talking about determinatives, which he has, superscripted for determinatives here. So this is another one, and I was going to close the file for the night because we're going to end this, and I just happened to scroll a bit and I saw this. So maybe I'm in the wrong field. Maybe I should be a proofreader or an editor of something, because evidently, because evidently,
right?
Yeah, evidently, I can spot these things quick. Now, in terms of my own work, we all do our best because we self-publish. We don't have the benefit of a third-party editorial board. We don't have the benefit of a third-party whatever unless we submit to that. And I don't have no problem submitting to these people. Matter of fact, the Pan-African Journal that Reggie is talking about, had we known, or me, I'll speak for myself, had I known they had a call out for papers, I would have submitted my article to them. And so that's where you get teamwork. So if Reggie knew that they were accepting papers, then I didn't hear from Reggie of him telling me, hey, Wujao, guess what, man? This Pan-African Journal, they're accepting papers, and I think you would be good to submit a paper, man. Submit something, whatever. I didn't get that.
And maybe even you can get involved in the peer review process, right? Depends on who are the qualified peer reviewers. You may be qualified or even more qualified than the ones they have. So you can get involved in that academic process. So
now I'm not in that business to that do. I don't do that on a regular basis, but I definitely don't mind. Like I only do my best to do my own my own stuff. But as far as other people's stuff,
that's the problem. See, that's the problem. A part of the problem. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but that's a part of the problem with the peer review process is getting people to say, well, either it's not my stuff, I don't get paid to do the peer review. So it's very difficult to get people who are qualified to engage in the peer review process because what's in it for them? It's almost like volunteer work.
They're arguing to pay the peer reviewers. Did you know that? There's a debate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. But that's one of the problems inside of the peer review process.
That opens the door for a potential conflict of interest right there too.
Exactly. Right. So how do you get qualified peer reviewers, people that are willing to do it when really
for free?
Just like Wu Zhao just said, why should I do it? I'm an expert in this the language. I'm an expert in this, but why should I do it? Right. But it's like
I don't mind actually. I I don't know what I
Yeah.
was saying.
Mhm.
I don't mind
But
doing it. I was saying
the only
that's
reason
not
why I
something
bring
that I
it up,
normally do.
yeah, the only
Mhm.
reason the reason why I brought it up is because just Sean just mentioned it, is that that's one of the problems inside of the peer review process. Is like, how do you recruit qualified peer reviewers, right, to review especially these things that are these archaic type of things, just like the stuff that you guys deal with, right? So that's one of the things. That's a problem that has to be resolved inside the peer review process.
Which I
Definitely, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to I wanted to say that the reason why that you didn't hear him mention anything like
Up, you cut out. I think we lost you, Sean. I think we lost you, Sean. All right, so until Sean comes back, so that's my last piece on that, and that's my take. Like normally, I listen. I've seen Reggie's article. I had it prior to, the recent drama at all, and I didn't, and I read it, and I saw what I saw then, and I didn't bring it up because I see these as petty things. But I'm listening. I'm like, wait a minute, the whole focus on being peer reviewed, but yet I'm seeing all this. I'm like, man, something not right here. Like, why would you do that? And I'm shocked. I was shocked at the pseudo killers panel that they were on full throttle with and on board with what Reggie was saying without pointing things out. And I'm like, well, there's no way that the panel of pseudo killers read through Reggie's article at that time. I highly doubt that anybody on the panel read Reggie's article prior to Reggie doing what he did on that show that first night. Now the subsequent shows, I can't speak to that, but that first show, I doubt if anybody read it. And I know for a fact Ankh did, because he just said he didn't read it till after the fact and all this other kind of stuff. And so so to me, I don't think that was tasteful, and so I'm just giving my opinion about it, and that's just it. So people don't have to agree with that. People can be like, oh nah, that show was the bomb, man, and everything like that, and that's it is what it is. So, but that's my assessment of that whole conversation about the journal, this particular journal, and Reggie's paper in particular being peer reviewed. To me, I don't think people should bring that up anymore, because the peer review process failed him. It really did, because it allowed this text to be printed in a manner in which it was printed. And
But what you have to do,
can,
never let the perfect be the enemy of the good, right? That's the thing I would say, right? Of course, the peer review process isn't perfect, but you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater as well. That's the only thing I would add.
Okay, but let me clarify, because I noticed that you add that, and rightfully so. But I am not, and I never have spoke against the peer review process. I am being very specific in this case. In this case, the peer review process failed. So I can't be any clearer than that. I am all for the peer review process, but in this case, it failed. And I'm not even saying the peer review process has to be perfect. I'm saying in this case, it failed. I'm not even saying, like, if I had a grade A, F, D, C, B, or
But
A in school grades,
it completely failed with y'all?
Yes, it failed.
Oh yeah, you need to go through.
Okay, listen, Brendan.
I'm sorry.
Brendan. I don't now. I didn't have the time to do this, but I can walk through the whole paper and show you and justify and support why I say they've.
No, these are great the critique in terms of how we're talking about right now. This is completely fair game. You know what I'm saying? Because now we're talking about the context of the article, the grammatical structure, all these types of things. This is where we should have been focused on in the entire time, not on the, I guess you would say, the integrity of the author or the integrity of the journal. That's the
No,
only
that
Yeah.
that was never really the
yeah
discussion. I
yeah
think if you
yeah
watched,
exactly.
the thing is the problem is when, you
Mhm.
know, people have to get used to, understanding what it is to be critiqued or criticized, whether you're in the modeling agency, whether business, or whether you're in the scholarship business, whether you're an artist and you're painting, and people have to really judge your work,
Right.
because
Mhm.
because when this show started, it was actually just a very short. The whole show got hijacked to this point, really, but
I'm
it was just a
sorry.
5 minute.
I'm
No, no,
sorry.
no,
I
not,
didn't.
no, no. We appreciate you. I'm just saying that how the whole conversation started was just a basic sidebar thing, just to emphasize a point, and and then he was supposed to move on. The problem is because it was Reggie's work that was being critiqued for that short segment, but Reggie did jump on. And the problem is, once you jump on and you see your work being critiqued, now the thing is, how does the person react to the critique? And you can either, your reaction can either forward the conversation, or it can just track it to a whole different place. And what happened is because how a person reacts to some critique, and that's what made the conversation go left. And I'm saying go left with, initially before Reggie left, because he was trying to dodge some things that were being pointed out. Why did you do this and why not that? Because those are and Yujao kept saying that these are very is people are really unbothered with that, but it's like very, very basic. It's being petty, but because the person who brought those things forward was Reggie himself, when talking about other people's work. So then now the question was like, okay, now this is your work though. So if you told us this is wrong, and what is wrong is in your work, so how do you explain it? So the person now starts to lie, just not lie, that's the wrong word, to give excuses, to dodge a very simple thing, that what you said not to do is what you did. So how do you reconcile with that? So he couldn't, and that's the problem. The problem is not that it was the person; it was that the person ended up identifying with the critique of the work, as opposed to just leaving it as a critique. Because, like we say, we go through a lot of papers. We read a lot of papers, we read a lot of books, the stuff that we do. And we can tell you that even when we do it live on the channel, or even in a classroom, we found a lot of errors. And everybody that knows, that has published something, just or read a lot of books, even if it's not academic stuff, it could be just entertainment, sci-fi, science fiction, fairy tales, that spelling errors, layout things, those will always creep in. Nobody makes a big deal out of it. It's just known, like with everybody who reads some kind of book, that you will find something. We found a lot. We never go out and tell people, look what we found. This paper is supposed to be peer reviewed by Cambridge. Well, what is this? All that kind of stuff, because we understand that some things will slip. The only problem with Reggie is that he took something. He took just a drop out of an ocean and tried to make it into a whole ocean when it came to other people. But when that was found in his work, then it was now dodgy business that he couldn't handle, and that's the only thing. So we can't really say that is how the person, but it was actually the book, and then or the paper or the work. But the person who's the owner of that work ended up identifying with it, and then having the conversation go left.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, I know before my internet went out because we in like a little outage or whatever because of the storm, but say he admitted to having a song with Jaw blackballed. So for there was no invitation to write anything anywhere because of that, and he stated that, and he doubled down on it in the comment thread, but he left the names out and basically said that he knows 10 PhDs and he knows other people, and he specifically said this, and Panther can second that because he said it in his thing. But yes, his goal was to blackball Asar Jawu from being able to participate in some process that he claims that he.
Wait, is this in the past? You mean on the journal submission stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. See, I was unaware of that, but what I do know is that I think Asar is back on, and I'm about to shut it down though, Asar. But what I do know is that I wasn't informed about a paper call for that particular journal by Reggie or whatever the case is. Had I known, and we already had the our publication from 2019, then I would have wrote something different because what journals tend to do is if you already publish something publicly, they tend to not accept that same material because they want exclusivity, to something. So if that was the case, I would have probably, wrote something else or reorganized and maybe elaborated some more or whatever and gave them something more unique had I known, but we were already published, self-published, and a lot of journals don't really like that, where you don't want to lift something directly from something you already published and then you stick it in their journal. They don't really they don't really favor that. Some of them may, but anyway. So sorry, I see you pop back in. You had any last things you wanted to talk about? Oh, sorry, his audio is definitely not working because I don't hear a word he's saying if he's talking.
That's because it was mute, and I'm driving, so I was just calling on to see if y'all was really just still on after 20 hours the conversation.
Yeah, we really here, man. I'm about to shut it down. I did not intend for it to be this long period. I didn't even intend to talk about this stuff. My intention was what the title says, which I did not do. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. And in the meantime, we done got a little goofy, as I call it, and I'll try to stay away from goofy. So this not gonna happen again. But hopefully people did learn something and pick up something and understand a few things. And if that's the case, then hey, I'm happy. I hope the brother Reggie can start to take what he dishes out on a consistent basis, even if it's not even intended and stuff like that. Like I just don't just from a friend to friend. Like if Reggie was like in my vicinity and we were hangout buddies type thing, I would pull his coattail and tell him the same thing I said today. Same thing. Like, cause me and Ankh are in the same area. Like we do things or we did, not lately, not really since the pandemic really, but we used to do things at the Black Dot bookstore and do this and that and whatnot. And when I see Ankh or whatever, Ankh will tell y'all in a heartbeat that I shoot things straight. That's why I come. He say, "Yeah, but y'all, you the way you say things, you throw shots slick." I'm like, slick? No, I'm probably the most direct person. Cause I don't like innuendos. I be direct. I name names. I say what it is. Now I may have a my way of saying it, but I'm like direct. Like straight up like that.
Hey, that's me too. But I'm gonna tell everybody listening right now because see, I sit and watch and study patterns, right? I will tell you, all go to any conversation where Reggie has been, is being put on a corner somewhere. Every single time without fail, Reggie will find an excuse to act up and then leave the panel. Go to the Amin Ra Squad Media TV and find all the sessions where Reggie.
Leave him alone.
Now I'm
Leave
gonna
him
tell you, no,
alone.
I'm gonna tell you, no. Listen, I will never say something that I cannot back up immediately, right? This is something that I know for a fact, and I can tell. If you want, I'll actually give you multiple videos, right?
We
Reggie
trying to
does
build
this all the time.
we trying to build a scientific consensus and a truth,
But
right?
I'm gonna tell you, then you need people who can actually sit through a conversation and take it. Because I'm gonna tell you, I'm just saying this. You can you can say no, but I'm telling you because I've watched in the last 8 years. Okay, this is what Reggie does. Every time he's on a corner, he will play victim and get off the panel. Anybody that wants to bet, we can bet, and I'll come with the links.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, that's that. Because I don't want, because Reggie's not here, I don't want people to run and tell that and say, "Oh man, they still talking about you, Reggie, and this and that," and then it starts a whole nother thing. So Reggie's cool. He's welcome to come back on. I was hoping he'd come back on and not leave. I was hoping he didn't leave, first of all, and then when he left, I thought he was really leaving, but he didn't. He stuck around in the chat and whatnot. So I even then was saying, "Hey Reggie, come back on. If you come back on, it'll be only me and you. Everybody else will I'll kick everybody else off the panel, or remove everybody else off the panel. It'll just be me and you having a conversation." He didn't do that either, so it's cool, and it's all because of me saying that just what actually panned itself out, which is the complaining and playing victim, and just the silly stuff, or I said sissy stuff, and we all know what that is. Sissy is implying, like, man, like, because we pointed stuff out, like, man, why crying? Like, Team Osiris did a whole series of videos on me and my book when I first published it. You ain't see me crying at all, complaining or crying or whining or none of that stuff. I just did a video, like a court case, hit it and quit it, done. That's a wrap. That's all I did. I'm like, hey, people can make videos forever. That's all I care. I did my rebuttal video, and that's it. It's still available. So, the publications. Now, what I was gonna say though, Brendan, is one thing that I do already do, not the editorial aspect. Like I don't do editorial work. I don't mind doing it, but that's not something that I already do on a regular basis. But what I do and can do is design and layout along with Emykhet, and it reflects in our work. Like if you look at Emykhet's publication, that is quality layout, that is quality formatting, quality layout, quality everything. And even in our work, the rebuttal to Walter Williams.
Oh, it's about the books that you guys have?
Yeah, the other books.
Oh man, yeah, I gotta pick those up.
Yeah, the other ones. Let me just show them to you, just so you could see them. So when you see them, you'll recognize these books here. Okay, so those books here. The middle one is what I just mentioned, which was the rebuttal book. The blue book is the book that I was talking. That's Emykhet. Emykhet wrote that book, and if you look at it, I don't know if Emykhet, do you want to share? You want to share a couple of things, or send it to me?
I got the one on the far right.
Yeah, you have that one.
But the other two, I gotta grab those other two.
Send it to me. Okay, so let me just show you a couple of layout things. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second.
Now that I have some time on my hands, I'm done with my academic pursuits for now, right?
Yeah.
I can actually
and again, congratulations on that.
Enjoy reading my books, and my wife comes in here. She's like, "Hey, my office. I'm laying back on my couch and enjoying my music and reading books," and she's like, "Hopefully, hopefully I won't become a slouch."
Nah, hopefully you don't do that. But let me just show you the quality. All right, let me just show, because I'm plug Emykhet's book by sharing and showing the quality of it. And mind you, this was not submitted to a journal. It did not go to an editorial board or a peer review board of people who is responsible for quality control and stuff like that. This is self-published But I want people to understand the quality of this self-published work. And we can go side by side on a peer-reviewed work and went through editorial board versus this self-published work and find out which one has a better quality in terms of what it's meant to be about. So here, let me go to the all right, so here is the title page. You got the title page. You have the copyright page. And all of the pages are on their correct sides and with the odds and even numbers. The table of contents has all of its listings and headings in the right different sizing formats. You have the page numbers are there. Even the prior to the introduction, you have the Roman numeral material outlined there. Everything is outlined. Everything is indented properly. You have chapter 2 and then the subheadings of each of these chapters and so on and so forth. So the table of contents is in its pristine form. Then you have appendices listed. Then you have a list of illustrations. So all the illustrations, figure 1.1, it tells you what it is. Figure 1.2 and so on and so forth. All right. Then you have the acknowledgments. Then we come into the preface or preface. Then the introduction, and all is on the correct side of the page, by the way, where it begins. Just look at the formatting, though. Look at the font choices, the heading choices, the difference between sans serif versus serif fonts are properly done. Now let's get into the actual illustrations and books, part of the book. So we have the book title here, page number, illustrations. Look how it's formatted. Nice and neat and clean and structured. We have the grid table, the how to draw the glyph, the arrows, everything. Clean. Terminology. The table here. The borderless table that's written right here. Look at the glyphs. No screenshots. No screenshots and copies. Emykhet made these glyphs herself inside the book. All right. Then we have chapter 1. Breaking this down. Look at this. The formatting, the footnote formatting. Look at the footnotes, superscripted numbers,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the tables. Everything. Look at the glyphs. These are glyphs she made. All right, the table, all of that.
Yeah, I made the tables on my own, so I didn't need to source that. FYI.
So look at the grid. See the grids. See all these things right here. Figure 1. The figure is labeled. This figure consists of 3 different smaller images. Everything is illustrated. Everything is cited. Everything is illustrated here. Figure 1.2, figure 1.3, where you can go to the list of figures and find out what it is, where it's from, and et cetera, et cetera. That's how you do it. This is how you publish work. And this work was not peer reviewed or went through an editorial panel. So why isn't this celebrated versus something celebrated just because on the strength of it being peer reviewed and in a journal, but it was sloppily passed? It doesn't have this level of quality. And I'm saying it now. People may blame me for being biased because it's Emykhet, but I would say this for anybody's work. Look at this, how things are italicized. Bolded properly. The glyphs are there. Look at the figure over here. Look at the structure of the paragraph, how it wraps around the figure precisely in a square. The footnotes. This is how you publish work. And she did this. Not a peer review, not a journal that has funding and a history behind it and stuff like that. So if we wanted, and this is what I told Reggie, I said, Reggie, if you want to go toe to toe on quality, then let's do it. Because I could pull up her book, I could pull up mine, and etc. and show the difference. Look at that, chapter 2. It falls on the correct side of the book, of the pages. This page is intentionally left blank because chapters are supposed to start on the odd side of books. I don't know if people know that. So little things like that. Little things like that. This is how you do this kind of work. So yeah, Emykhet, I'm gonna big you up again for publishing. I don't want to share too much. People need to get the book.
Yeah, definitely get the book.
I need
But
that book. I need that book. This
all
is
right. Yeah, and then just to add, I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if you can go to it. And then I'm only saying this because Reggie did make it a point to emphasize on the fact that I had no place to speak on this kind of stuff. So and the only reason why I was speaking about it for the most part is because this, like Ujao said, this is something that we do, not just with our books. As a business, we literally actually work with publishers, we work with independent authors, and I'll show you some of the stuff that we have done, whether it's book covers. A lot of books also that we haven't even put here are actually stuff that we've done. We've done things with books regarding health and things of that nature. So this is something that I actually have done for a few years now. So when I actually came in to speak on this point, other than the fact that this is something that I studied, Sesh, Medew, Netcher, and things of that nature, and the fact that I've published my own work and I know the process, I'm also speaking as a professionally as a graphic designer. Because one thing, I am a graphic designer. I am also a full-stack web developer. But as a graphic designer, this is something that I literally do for a living, for a job. Work on other people's books. And that gets taken lightly, and some people can get disrespectful, and I'll take it. Like I said, I will take all the disrespect that I can take, as long as once you're done with the disrespects, the chat, and all that kind of stuff, I get to put my 2 cents in as a professional in this particular business. But I just wanted to emphasize so that people understand where I'm coming from. This is literally what I do: work on other people's and other publishers' books for a living.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So it's no slouches over here on this side of the train tracks, and so that's what people have to understand. So when I give my opinion, of the quality, the visual quality of Brother Reggie's article, I'm speaking from experience. Like I know how it should look. I know how it should be laid out. And that's why I say the peer review process, either that wasn't their responsibility to do, and they didn't do it, but somebody dropped the ball. Because if I am being associated, if I'm running a journal, I'm going to make sure that journal reflects my professionalism and everything like that. And I'm going to make sure that the stuff is published the way it's supposed to be published, whether I do it myself or we have a board of people to do it, or whatever the case is. And that's it. So on that, that's it. And we got to just call it what it is. Now, here's the thing. Reggie could have submitted it with all the errors and things we that I could see right now, right? And even then, if his error still gets published, Reggie's position should be the same as mine. Like, wait a minute. Well, I'm not an editor, so the editors didn't catch it. They should have caught it. Like, Reggie should actually put the responsibility off of himself and on them, because that's the purpose of their existence. To edit, to format, and to make sure things are consistent in the formatting and stuff. That's how journals work. So Reggie could blame, put the responsibility on them and not really himself, because it's like, okay, well, hey, I'm not the best typist. I'm not the best whatever and whatnot. That's why I submitted to the process so that you all can do your thing on it. You know what I'm saying? Just like in the music industry, if I'm skillful at rapping, but I'm not skillful at engineering the track, the overall full album, I'm gonna record, I'm gonna spit my bars and this, that, and the third, but I'm not up on the whole engineering and mastering. So I take it to a mastering engineer to get it done.
Yeah, and to an extent, he did that today. He was like, they missed a grammatical piece, a misspelling in there. It's up to the editors to do that, to find it. He kind of mentioned that today. Mm-hmm.
And that's my point. Reggie should have taken that position and stuck with it. That's it. And then that's a wrap. Like, then we can move on. We could move, but it should have been done on the first night as well, like without me. That first night when he was going in on the pseudo killers and stuff like that. Nobody pointed those things out. Like, wait a minute, Reggie, you talking all that stuff, but hey, your work got a lot of blemishes in that bad boy too. Now it may not be your fault. I mean, originally, you are the source of the problems, but those editors supposed to catch it. See, if someone would have said like that, it'd been like, all right, yeah, you know what, you're right. Because I'm not a professional editor. Yeah, and I may misspell a couple of things here and there and this, that, and the third, but the editor should have caught it. We just got to be honest. That's their job. They're supposed to catch things like that. A proofreader, imagine submitting your stuff to a proofreader, and then when it's published, somebody pulls out a whole bunch of grammatical mistakes. You'd be pissed off. You would be pissed off.
That's a fact. At least for me, I
Exactly.
would.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I would.
But I mentioned this on the show. It's like at the end of the day, the author, right? Ultimately, it is your responsibility for the fidelity of your work, right? It's no one else's responsibility for the fidelity or the correctness or the incorrectness, right? So,
Well, that's true, but in layout and design, that doesn't really fall on the lap of the author though.
Right.
Because if you're publishing in a journal, they have set standards and criteria where they make your authored work conform to their standards. And it's not on you to do that. They will tell you, hey, use 12-point font size and use serif font, New Times Roman, or they may tell you stuff like that. But when it comes to the margins, the placement of images and the page numbers and stuff like that is up to them, because many times you can't know where a page will break and where it won't, because you don't know how it's going to be placed in among other articles in the same journal.
I'm very curious in terms of that, that one particular, I guess you would say, word. When you go, if you run it through a spell checker, right? I get, what was that? What was that word? It was like a phoneme or something like that.
Oh, grapheme.
Grapheme, yeah, right. But that is a legitimate word in another context. It's like something else. It's like a geological term or whatever. So it may have, I don't know what the that particular journal uses to figure out its, I guess, its spell checker. If it just runs it through, if it runs it through a basic spell checker, it may have not flagged it, because really it is a legitimate word, but it's not in the context of what Reggie's speaking about, right? It's like a geological.
Oh no, nothing. Yeah, no, nothing at all. A grapheme deals with chemistry. Like it has nothing to do with language and stuff. Yeah. No. So that's the thing.
I'm just saying that particular word, right? The misspelling, even the misspelling of that word is another legitimate word. It's a word that means something different, right? It's not like a grapheme, like a graphene and a graphene. Is both of those are legitimate words. So maybe it fell through. I'm not making excuses, but I'm just saying that these are the things, the complexities that when you deal with it, right? That's why I say the process isn't perfect.
Yes, and I think the emphasis that we're trying to make is that those are petty stuff. Which I've said it so many times on this. Like looking for spelling errors is the most pettiest, because, like I said, we've found so many spelling errors on so many publications, peer reviewed, coming from universities. So nobody literally goes there and start nitpicking spelling errors. The only reason why that was brought up was because that was what Reggie did: nitpick one spelling error and made a big deal out of it. Because because you go to any book, you find something. There might be a punctuation missing somewhere. There might be a misspelling missing somewhere. There might be just another word being used, like you said, graphene and graphene, which are almost alike. So nobody ever sits there and try to make a big deal out of it. It's very stupid, actually. And we don't want people to have that takeaway that every book has to be spelling error free and all that kind of stuff, some grammar here and there. That's not the thing. It was just because that was what Reggie was making a whole hullabaloo about, because and the point being made literally is that when you're discussing these papers, because the only reason why Reggie brought that up, especially 3 years ago, first was he started off that the book was wrong. That book that you're seeing with the Shemsui research team. But then when he was asked specifically what was the content that was wrong, so that everybody could deal with it, that whole conversation, and you go to the Amiral Squad Media YouTube channel. At the end of all those videos, you'll find Reggie just concluding on the spelling error and the dictionary citation, which really is actually was cited correctly. Only those two things, and then he brought it back again, which means that he still had issues with those. Those were prevalent issues for him 3 years later. So the only reason why that was actually bounced back to him was because he's the one who made a big deal out of it. Everybody else that purchased the book and has read other people's book are not making a big deal out of a spelling error, and I've never done that. The only first person I remember actually seeing that from in this community is Reggie.
Yeah, so I think the point to take away on that is that all of these, to point out spelling mistakes in somebody's work is real petty. And none of us do that petty stuff. The only thing that today demonstrated, well, not the only, but one of the things that today demonstrates is that when you dive and get petty, you have to be able to take when other people will do the same to you. That's one of the lessons for today, is that Reggie decided early on, him and Netcher was real petty to point out the word preliminary being misspelled in our text. The text on the screen on the right. It was misspelled one time in the table of content. And Reggie harped on that, and he reiterated that on the Pseudo Killers channel the other day. Now to me, that's real petty. But now when we do the same, if I were to do the same, which is something that I don't do, I don't care about the misspelling. Like I didn't bring it up the first time. I only brought it up today just to show that if you're gonna be immature or petty and point out a misspelling of our table of contents, then let me show you your same thing that where you did. And when I do that, you should be like, oh, okay, all right, you got me there. All right, cool. All right, so we both whatever. But no, it didn't go that way. It went totally in defensive mode.
Right. It's the mirror. Showing the mirror approach, right? I can
exactly.
show you a mirror, right?
Exactly, and that's what I don't like, and that's what I mean by when I said sissy. He take it, to a whole nother level. But what I meant by sissy is like, to me, that's some weak stuff right there. For you to laugh and joke and go on, and mind you, they went on bigger platforms. Here I am on our little channel, right? We get 30 people watching us. Reggie made a point to go on bigger platforms where 500, 1,000 people watch. And him and Netcher tried to go in on our publication. And I didn't mention this earlier, but he did that to a larger audience. And here I am on this channel with 30 people watching, at the most 40 people watching. And I'm in passing, just point out to Reggie, hey, you did the same thing, brother. Bro, you got misspelled. You missed the citation of a Vigus dictionary. And I only did that to show the two things he went at us on. He went at us on a misspelling, and he went at us and accused me of not citing the TLA. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'll accept that, and I'm gonna raise you. So I'm gonna show you your misspellings, plural, and I'm gonna show you where you didn't cite the dictionary. And everybody can play this back and hear Reggie. Reggie's excuse was, listen, he said, those glyphs don't belong to Mark Vigus. Those are African people. They belong to the African people. Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like what? What is going on? So I'm saying, so that's my thing, man. Reggie is cool, man. I don't have no beef with Reggie. None of this stuff is personal to me or whatever the case is at all. I use the words I use: goofy. I use the word sissy, soft, weak, circus community, this, that, and the third. I've been saying this for the longest time, and that's how I do it. And people don't like it, then hey, I'm cool with that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying, brotherly advice though is, if you're gonna jump in and start talking about people's works and talking about people, this, that, and third, just be equally receptive when it comes back at you, or if it comes back. It may not, but if it does, then you gotta be receptive. You know what I'm saying? Like, even in our chat right now, people know me for calling the conscious community circus community. So I'm seeing in the chat earlier today, people saying, man, with y'all right now, at least for today's show, man, you part of the circus, cause this right here got real circus. I'm like, okay, I see where you're coming from. They actually right. Today's show does seem circusy to me, and it did get goofy. So there you have it. Like, I don't cry and moan, oh man, I'm gonna sue you, and oh man, why you disrespecting the channel? You disrespecting our channel, and I block and ban, and I could. I'm logged in as the admin of the channel. I could block or time out people right now. I don't do that. Nobody ever sees anybody blocked on this channel. I post the panel link and everything.
Ujao, just like I said before, there's always room for one more in the clown car, right? The clown car is never full.
And there we have it. So today's show got a little goofy. It got a little circusy. Things that I am totally anti and against. So I can't apologize to my audience, to our audience here, that this is not the way to go. So don't have that takeaway. The takeaway from today is what not to do. But also, we did throw some nuggets around there. Brendan asked some really good questions that brought out some information from myself, Asar, and Emykhet, and other people that was on the panel. So yeah, I appreciate your questions.
And I hope I didn't derail anything because
nah, you didn't.
No,
You didn't.
not
Not at all.
That's what you did.
Not. You didn't do that at all. As a matter of fact, though, but I do want you to take notice of this, though. Like, and I'm gonna compare and contrast the pseudo killers channel, but it's not targeting them. When I say this, the way that we run these platforms, we should be clear by now that having a multi-panel group of people talking is, by now we should understand that that's not the best way to have certain conversations about certain topics. Because, like, for example, if you're having a general topic that doesn't have to go below the surface, then you can have like 10 people on the panel. But when you have an isolated, more surgical topic, you really have to do that like almost one-on-one, or 2-3 people, because when you have a panel of like 8 people where 7 of them are on the same page and one person is not on the same page, it's not a good outcome and quality of the conversation. Because, like, for example, with me, I've been on the panel on different panels where I'm the opposing stance. And what happens is, if there's 8 people on the panel, including myself, so I gotta wait 7 people. So let's say we got each 2 minutes to talk. So I talk for my 2 minutes, but then by the time it get back around me, I have to wait 2 times 7. So I have to wait 14 minutes before it comes back to me. And when it comes back to me, I only have 2 minutes to address 7 people, not just one person. And see, that becomes handicapped. That becomes difficult to do. You can't do it. And then that's if it's perfect. But now let's add the human element of people cutting each other off, people, interjecting and stuff like that. So it's not conducive for that. And so that's what we got to accept and just be real with. That certain topics, you have to limit the panel participation. You just have to do it. So I say that to say that, Brandon, see how you're the only one on here now. And for the past hour, you pretty much been the only one, and we've been talking. because it's just me and you or it's limited numbers, we can actually, you know, move the conversation in a progressive way, like we did. Like, you know, you gave your commentary, you gave your opinion about some stuff. I showed this, showed that. You asked questions. You see how it works? It's just better. It's just better all the way around. So I hope that people can learn that from this conversation and how we ran this today here outside the goofy. So I will admit that the conversation earlier got goofy, it got circusy, but don't let that discourage people from doing the right thing. And so that's not gonna happen though, because I'm not known for it. And today it kind of got that way. It didn't have to, but it actually did though. So there you have it. But anything to close with, because I'm definitely been on here, boy. This whole time I've been talking, I didn't even eat. I done lost 20 pounds, man, sitting here.
Oh yeah, my wife and cooked the whole dinner and I missed it, right? But again,
Oh man,
you guys, all you guys need to make up, man. Patch up these relationships. That's my biggest thing. It's like you guys have these long-standing relationships that shouldn't fall by the wayside, right? Do that, man. Patch this stuff up, man, and move on. We got bigger topics to talk about. What I would like to have a conversation about, you know, in terms of like the things about the broader war on science that we're seeing, right, within our culture, right? The broader war on science there. This whole thing, the mass shooting, this last mass shooting that happened there, we haven't talked about that at all, right? In terms of like
yeah,
all of these channels, all of our channels, we haven't talked about it. I think actually some of the MBK channels spoke on it earlier this morning, right? We should be focusing on that, right? So hopefully we can put some of that stuff behind us and talk about some broader topics.
yeah. I'm with you there. There's a lot of things that I'm also mindful of and talk about outside of the Kemet stuff.
Yeah.
And one of the major things that I want to get into, I'm actually going to do a publication on it, is this is the detrimental consequence of the modern social construct of race, and why and how we have this tendency to look at everything through the lens of the modern social construct of race. And I'm gonna use Kemet or ancient Egypt as my case study, but I'm gonna make it relevant to today. In the birth of white people, the birth of black people, in terms of a social construct, and I'm gonna show how throughout our modern history, from slavery forward to today, how that has worked against us. The whole concept of blackness, the whole I'm black and I'm proud, all of that stuff. I'm gonna show and demonstrate the detrimental effects that these things have on us as a people, and I'm going to offer an alternative and a solution. So that's going to be something that's on my to-do list to do, and I have have notes and everything that I gotta do. That and this grammar book that you see on the screen,
Right.
that's available soon. Those are my two upcoming projects that I'm working on solo as far as myself. And so,
Right.
but I brought that up because something you said kind of overlaps with my what I want to go into as far as the modern social construct, like the mass killing that was is reported to be racially motivated, dealing with reparations. The guy had this your reparations on the gun or something to those effects and things like that, and all of that. So it's right up my alley in terms of where I want to go with with that conversation. So yeah, I'm all for it. And then science been my thing. People don't know. That's like I say, man. Listen, I'm gonna start asking people for because I know everybody didn't go to college or complete college or have degrees. So at least on a high school level, I'm like, man, listen, I'm gonna start asking people for high school GPAs and stuff, in terms of these conversations. But science has always been my thing. Science and math. I was an honor roll student, honor society. For the whole city of DC, I entered that science fair, and won. I was placed. I wasn't first place, but I placed. And the thing about it is, I placed without even giving a presentation. I was so nervous back then. I was so scared and nervous, and I was the kid that now this is in junior high school, so I was in a what, 7th grade, 8th grade, I think. And no. This was in the this was high school. This is 9th grade. This is my 9th grade year. In 9th grade, I entered my science project into the science fair, and I still had issues of standing before people to give presentations. So I used to get too nervous, and so when I was at the science fair, I had my whole project set up, and all the other children, all the other people around me had their stuff set up, and the judges was going from project to project, science project to science project. They were coming down, and when they got to my row, I made the excuse that I got to use the bathroom.
Imagine the bashful Wujao.
Yeah. So I leave.
Oh my God.
I leave my project. I go use the bathroom, and I stayed in that bathroom. I was like, I'm gonna time it. I'm gonna stay in this bathroom until I know they passed my project, because I am not gonna give no presentation. I was that nervous, and so when I come back in there, they had already passed my thing. So I stood back by my project, and I was hoping they don't double back around, and they didn't. But they took note of it. They read it, because I made everything clear. So then when it came time to give the awards out and stuff, was later on. By this time, my mother came. So my mother came, to support me. And so we're in the auditorium, and all the other children are in there and everything. We sitting in the auditorium, and I'm not expecting the place at all. I'm like, man, I screwed up. I screwed up. I didn't represent and whatnot. All of a sudden, they get to the mic, and they're like, yeah, for the science, whatever. And they mentioned my name. I was like, man. So again, I didn't even go up on the stage to get my award.
Oh man. Hey, Wujao, shout out to my master teacher is in the chat. My master
who's
teacher.
that?
King Sosa.
Oh. All right, I see King Sosa over there.
For sure.
He said, "Y'all go to bed."
Shout out to Sosa.
But look, I'm just telling y'all that story, man. That science has always been my thing, but what hasn't been always my thing was to confront, being able to present in front of a large body of people. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, I totally did a 180 from that, but back then I still had problems with giving book reports and stuff like that. But anyway, I aced all that though. I didn't think I was placed, and they called me, and my mother's sitting next to me. Y'all, my mother's sitting next to me, and mother was like, "Go up there and get the thing." She's like, "What's wrong? Go up there and get the thing." And I'm telling her, I'm like, "Nope." I said, "There is nothing you can say that's gonna get me out this seat." I said, "You go up there and get it." And then she was like, whatever. And we waited till afterwards, and I had to go up there. I had to go to the after the fact, and I went up there and got my my certificate and everything like that. I didn't get first place. I think I got third place. I was first. So they usually do the third place first, then second, then the overall first place winner. But my school celebrated me. My science teacher, man, she was happy for me and stuff. She asked me what happened, where it was. I didn't show up, and I didn't get the reward. What happened? I told her. I said, man, I didn't do it, but she was proud of me. The whole thing. But I'm just saying that to say that math and science is been my thing. I aced them and all throughout school. A's, straight, A's and B's, I'll say. Right, and right. That's my strong thing. Computer science and stuff like that. So when you say science conversations, I'm at home. I'm at home with that. Even if it's an area of science that I don't understand, I'll listen and learn. You know what I'm saying?
Wujao, you better close out your show, because I keep asking you questions. We'll be going all night.
Yeah, man, it's 123. All right, so listen, I appreciate you coming on, Brandon. Brendan, excuse me. I keep saying Brandon, and you probably get that all the time. People say
Oh yeah, for
Brandon.
sure, for sure. Even my family.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I try not to mess people's names up because I, you know. So yeah, but I appreciate you staying on, and then lasting this long, and then with your questions and commentary, I appreciate it. Because it kind of lends to what I was saying earlier, that on certain topics, you got to limit the panel to a small number because those large panel discussions don't work. I mean, we just got to admit it. It really it just don't work. And that's just the bottom line. And so, we covered a few things. I didn't get into anything, so I'm gonna change the topic, y'all. The title of this video.
Metro say your kids project was on the Riparian zone.
Oh, but you know what? Wait. You know what's funny?
Don't
Wait.
do it. Don't do it.
No, but you know what? You know what's funny that I just think about it is my science project. It was called my science project was called Plants Blow Bubbles. Right? That was the title of my science project. And what I did was I created an aquarium, and I put aquatic plants inside the aquarium that they grow and thrive in the aquarium. And I sealed the aquarium up to where the plants giving off their oxygen, it inflates what I had sealed up. And so it showed and proved that plants actually blow bubbles. Like that was the title of it. It gives off oxygen and blows bubbles. It provides oxygen to fish and so on and so forth. Right. And so the way I designed it, the way I outlined it, I had my whole board up. I had my thing there. I had all the stuff nice and pretty and everything. And so I had my hypothesis. I had the whole scientific method laid out and everything like that. My observation, my conclusion, everything. That's what it was about. So it had something to do with water and plant life. So I created a Riparian in ninth grade. Let me stop. So Kemet, I invented Kemet. I invented Kemet in the ninth grade, boy. Kemet wasn't used until instead of 11th dynasty.
It's official.
It was the ninth grade. Had Kemet. I had little people posted on there with black skin.
The bubble zone.
Nah, but anyway, that is what one project is called. Plants Blow Bubbles. I wonder if I could look that up. I wonder if it's listed somewhere. Like, I wonder if there's a record of that.
Never get rid of your work, right? You're in school, keep all of your papers. You never know.
Oh right. Man, that was a whole science. The threefold big science project boards and stuff. It was no way I'm keeping that for this long. That was ninth grade, boy.
Oh yeah.
Sure. There was no way I'm keeping that. I still had a certificate though. Right. I still got my certificates and stuff. I got my honor society enrollment, junior honor society. I got all that. I still got my report cards.
All right, for sure.
Yeah, I still got my report cards where I got
A's
and B's.
I appreciate you having me on, brother. We can do this again sometimes, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, man.
All right. Well, for the sake of sanity, man, I appreciate it, and I'm definitely gonna close down. Emykhet, you got any last things?
Yeah, real quick. I was handling those bots. But no, the only thing I will say is definitely, we've been up for, I think, 10 hours now. But I would like to say this just as we might have to have a different another show for the Q&As and then have, just a more discussion of what you went through and what Asa went through, because I think those were kind of related and really nice, and people need to go back to it. So that was a really good discussion, and I think we need a good Q&A where y'all, both of y'all, can come through and then have people come in and just ask questions that will help with this discussion with Kemet and how they can be able to get the necessary understanding so they can keep up with the conversation, because that's just necessary. That's a good starting point, as opposed to just having a lot of noise from different channels and confusing the listeners. But other than that, I would just like to say another thing is, when you come to this channel, I am going to be on this channel and I am going to speak on this channel regarding things that I know. So if you have a problem with me telling you what time it is, then you might want to stay away from this particular channel, because one of the things that you come into is, just understanding that when you come to the Seshu channel, you have, members of the Seshu who deal with different aspects of the language and culture of ancient Egypt. And we are well studied in this. In this, we've taken our classes. We continue to take our classes, and at this point we're dealing with the grammar. If you've checked our curriculum, at some point we'll have to move on to linguistics with hopefully Seba Asa Emykhet, who does that. But we are really serious about this, and for people to come here and try to belittle or try to play victim and pretend like we have no place to speak in this particular stuff, we definitely are going to get checked. And you can be crying, playing victim because something was pointed out to you. If you know that you can't handle being told anything, especially coming from somebody that you think is of the opposite gender, or a woman or whatever, then don't get into these discussions here. Maybe get into these discussions other places where you feel comfortable, but here everybody is qualified and everybody will speak and on this particular subject. So you just gotta take it, have thick skin, otherwise, hey, good luck.
All right, so there you have it. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in, checking everything out, and hanging out, man. We were on for we had a whole marathon today. It was definitely not intended. It wasn't planned. We didn't even get into the topic, the title of why I even went live in the first place. So, which means I'm gonna have to do that another time. But it's late, and hopefully that everybody enjoyed themselves and had some takeaways. Yeah, it did get a little circusy and goofy for a little bit. I think it was limited, which is a good thing. But it also proved my point, though, of my statement. It actually, confirmed my statement that I actually did make, and things like that. So hopefully that people will be available for when we actually be able to get more into the Kemet conversation. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to answer some questions that I saw earlier, but I can't go back to pull them up, and I don't remember the exact question it was, but it was some interesting questions asked earlier about the Coptic, the word kemi or kime and kimi in Coptic, and I think the brother Pan African Designs was asking a question. I don't think he understands the information that he was exposed to based on his question, and I wanted to kind of go over that with him about the word Kemet in Coptic, the T not being there. He said the T turned into an I, and he said that Smash said I was wrong or something to that effect. And I don't want to put words in Smash's mouth because I haven't seen the video where he said that. But according to the brother James, Smash addressed an error I made, and that was an error, that the T turned into an I. And just briefly, if a T did turn into an I, then it's no longer a T. So my statement stands as correct. That in Kemet, that the word Kemet in Coptic does not have the T. It doesn't exist in Coptic for that word. So there's nothing wrong about my statement, no matter how you slice and dice it. And this lends to another point that I'll make, is that people just want to disagree. They just want to disagree. And if that's what this circus community has boiled down to, then count me out. People could kick rocks and miss me with that, because I just don't like that immaturity, that level of immaturity. I just don't. When people just have to disagree when they don't. That's crazy. So that's insane right there. So Mika, she said good night. Everybody trying to get me to wrap it up. Any other time when I try to wrap it up, be like, nah, man, stay. You know what I'm saying? We love it. We stay. You know, stay. You know, everything like that. So now when I'm all, I done didn't even eat anything in this last 10 hours. Like the whole time I've been on, I ain't even eat. I probably lost 20 pounds sitting here talking and whatnot. 20 pounds. You know what I'm saying? Like if people trying to go on a diet, just I'm an inventor. What would Jalu diet? MC Iron Lung diet. Just talk for 10 hours and you lose 20 pounds. So any of y'all in the chat trying to lose some pounds, I got you covered. I got the hook up. Anyway, but with all that stuff, man, I'm gonna say Shimon Hotep, and hopefully everybody can enjoy the rest of their night or have a good night. And I'll see y'all in the very, very near future. All right, so Shimon Hotep.
You said that when you go to chemist school, you became more alert. You made wake up, your spirit wake up, and you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. Classical studies, we must know Medew Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Medew Netcher. Achievement in Kemet for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.